I still remember being a toddler, so easily startled, my parents playing peekaboo and I freak out. But then all of that changed when I watched the first Pokemon movie and Ash Ketchum turned to stone. I knew in that moment that I had to be better. I had to expect the unexpected. And since that day, I've never been surprised. Until today, that is. Casey Anthony announced that she's going to become an influencer. Yeah, the Casey Anthony. You know, the one that murdered her daughter? Yeah, she has come out of the shadows to become an influencer, and she made a big video about it. And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm not here just to regurgitate what I feel most of you know about the Casey Anthony case. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I highly recommend watching some videos or researching it because it is one of the most deplorable miscarriages of justice since the OJ trial. It is still infuriating.
I sweat to death. Okay. Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings.
Hopefully this is not the first of many videos, Casey. Hopefully this is the last one. Maybe the case just gets reopened spontaneously so justice can finally be served for when you killed your daughter. That'd be hopeful. Also, if you're gonna film a video, can you at least take it off of like this slant? It looks like I'm falling down like a fucking water slide trying to watch this. Got the goddamn audience with the drunk goggles on here trying to see whatever you're yapping about. Like, why would you even film a video when it's like this? All cattywampus and shit.
On a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011.
Really? That's a big statement. In the legal field since 2011, eh? What happened in 2011, Casey? Oh my god. It's just kind of sickening because she's just gloating about it. This is like a victory lap about how she got away with murder and now all of a sudden she's a crack shot legal advocate. I already said I wasn't just going to yap about her case directly, but I can't help it since she just kind of brought this up here. She didn't do shit! Her lawyer worked her like a goddamn flesh puppet, like it was a ventriloquism act. Her lawyer is an evil mastermind who was able to convince a jury of lobotomites that they had been emotionally compromised by everything they had been hearing throughout the trial. Meanwhile, he was emotionally manipulating the jury to throw doubt in there so that way they would reach this impossible verdict. He pulled off the most outrageous Hail Mary. Casey didn't do shit. She also got very lucky that for some reason her searches weren't really used in court, such as things like foolproof suffocation methods. Casey Anthony is not some fucking Phoenix Wright level legal advocate. Her lawyer is the one that made the deal with the devil to get her acquitted on this.
And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate that I start to advocate for myself.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
And also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself.
Like introducing poop to a toilet. This is not the first time she's tried to reintroduce herself. She should be reintroducing herself to a prison cell for murdering her daughter. She did try and get her name back out there a few years ago with a Peacock docuseries called Casey Anthony Where the Truth Lies, I think is what it was. And it was her telling her side of things. And to me, it feels like she uses her name and infamy as a money-making tool. So now she's once again using her name and infamy as a means of having a platform online to become an influencer to make money off of her name and infamy. And what's sad, it's working and will continue to work. She has a ton of people who unironically support her, even knowing she murdered her daughter and got away with it. They don't care. That's the current climate of things. It's become very clear that no matter who it is or what they've done, as long as their name made it to a news headline or got spread around in some way, shape, or form, that person will have supporters. Fucking O.J. Simpson, before he kicked the bucket, before he met his maker, had a brief bout as an influencer. Like, it doesn't matter that she killed her daughter in the eyes of these absolute fucking troglodytes that just for some reason want to champion anybody at all.
I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on Substack.
No thanks, Casey. I think I'll pass on that. I think I'd rather join the cock and ball torture enthusiast club than listening to you pat yourself on the back about getting acquitted of murdering your daughter.
If you have questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly. Up until this point, that has never happened. And it's only going to be on a limited basis regarding legal issues, legal matters.
Don't have any questions on legal matters, but since you're talking to us in a professional fashion, may I ask you a professional question? Where the fuck are you? What are you doing in that car right now? You can hear her turn signal is on. Or maybe she has a metronome in the car? Is she trying to hypnotize us through the video? What is that? Why is your turn signal on? Are you filming this while driving? She's doing this at a red light or something? Imagine being one of the poor souls behind her. She just sits in her car filming a fucking 5-minute video at the red light.
I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
Wow. How brave. What a hero, Casey. Yeah, that platform that was thrust upon you. Time to turn it into a blessing. Right. That's very strong, very strong. I cut around some of her blabbering, but I really wanted to show you that part. She takes on this tone that she's some kind of victim, and now she's rising from the ashes like a phoenix from this circus she was put through to use her expertise as a legal advocate to give a voice to the voiceless. And now she's here to help all of us. Too fast, too furious. Casey Anthony is back. She was a victim. A curse thrust upon her, but she turned that curse to a purse where she's gonna make a lot of money off being an influencer and a legal advocate for everybody's benefit. Yeah, Casey Anthony, wee. It goes on for another minute. I'm not gonna bother even going through the rest of it. The turn signal stays on for the remainder of the video, or whatever the fuck that noise is. But overall, Casey Anthony rebrand is pretty successful. More successful than IHOP to IHOB back in the day. That didn't go over nearly as well as the Casey Anthony rebrand. And it's really fucking sad. That really sucks. Imagine a world where you are arguing what Casey Anthony said, as if it means anything, as if that has any real merit or value. Well, I was following Casey Anthony, and she gave me this unbelievably great advice. Oh, you were following Casey Anthony. Full stop, that's where I would write you off as an absolute, unstable, unwell lunatic. That you would be taking advice from Casey Anthony. But that's the world we're in right now. There are people that are now following Casey Anthony as a champion. It's so disgusting. I just can't even picture what kind of rotten dweeb maniac would unironically turn to Casey Anthony of all people for advice on anything at all, unless it's how to get away with killing someone. It's just, we've got some wild shit going on here. It's what I think to be a pretty obvious, blatant attempt at just using her name as a means of making money off people who right now, we live in a time where people will follow and support literally anybody and anything, no matter what. So she's trying to capitalize off of that. So I think it absolutely sucks. That's about it. See ya. Garfield likes lasagna. I like to make fun of weirdos. Big whoop. What, you want to sue me for that? What's the charge? Enjoying a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Point is, I keep my finger on the pulse of wackos and weenies, and I like to shoot spitballs at them. And today, there was a pretty dangerous weirdo that stream sniped a group that was doing some IRL content in the hopes that he would get one of their numbers, and when faced with rejection, he blew a gasket, had a conniption, and it got ballistic quick. So let's go ahead and start with the genesis here, where we were first introduced to this homunculus. It was in the middle of an IRL stream with Senna, Valky, Ray, and Imiru, and then this very interesting gentle sir approached them.
Oh, I think 3 years And I came at like 6 in the morning. Yeah.
Where is that, Emily? Is that? No way. Yo, can I get a picture with you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Let's get a picture. Wait, but can I rap you real quick?
It starts innocently enough. He approaches the group as if he just wandered across them by happenstance and says, "Can I get a picture?" And he seems, well behaved. Nothing too concerning here at all. There was nothing he was doing in the beginning that was cause for alarm. But this was just the calm before the storm, the fart before the shit.
This is Cinna.
Hello.
I was waiting for it.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
My name's Russell.
Hi, nice to
Ray.
meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Emily, could you take
Rosie.
a photo?
Rosie, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Russell.
Russell.
She can take a pic.
Oh, we can't because we have a.
We actually,
stuff to do.
we're on a time
What's
limit.
up?
Yeah,
you
we're
gotta
on a
do?
time limit,
There's
so.
no time frame.
Did you want a pic?
Oh, sorry, excuse us.
Sorry.
Okay, so.
Do you need a photo?
Oh yeah.
He shakes all of their hands, and then he just kind of posts up there. He just slabs up, standing there menacingly, doing nothing. And Rosie reminds him, like, "Hey, picture? That's the whole reason you stopped us in the first place." And he's like, "Oh, right, yeah, that's what I was doing. Picture, yeah, of course."
Why do they say rhyme?
Together.
Because his name's Russell.
Did you call me Russell?
No, his name is Russell.
Oh!
She's had a long week. I had a long
I
week.
am running on like 3 hours of sleep. Please forgive me. My brain is actually like lagged.
Alright, fuck. Let's take a picture. Fuck it, let's get one, Rosie. Come on.
Cute!
Okay.
Rosie too!
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Russell.
Nice to meet you.
How you doing?
Good night. Oh, he's so sweet.
Russell's a nice guy.
This was their first encounter with the raid boss Rizlord, and you can see that they didn't get the heebie-jeebies or anything. They even walked away saying, "Russell is a nice guy." He said his name was Russell, so they were saying he was nice. But they couldn't have known how poorly that statement would age. It's kind of like Jar Jar Binks, where you thought he was just an innocent, goofy thing, but it turns out was actually a Sith Lord the entire time. So, after they met him here, some time passes, and they eventually encounter him again, but this time, he's wearing different clothes.
Proposal.
Yes, please.
Oh God.
Oh god, yes, that is. Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say?
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
Oh is right. Stomach churning anti-riz. Yuck. Ooh, that's rough stuff right there. He said, "Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say. A change for her number." Shakespeare just rolled over in his grave. That is poetic. Wow. What a way with words. I don't even know how you can cook up something so foul. It's just trash. Pardon me, m'ladies. I attend slightly above average sized penis university. I'm on the dean's list. May I interest you in my number?
If you'd like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait. Wait, so I'm gonna keep following her. I'm gonna keep following her.
Not another one. No. You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
That's not how you really
Fuck,
riz.
bro, what the fuck?
That's not the riz.
What an excellent way of handling rejection. I'm gonna keep following her. No doubt that will work. I'm sure pestering her to put her number in your phone is the optimal play there.
Get behind me. Okay. Oh my God.
Kendrick,
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add him to the list.
So the group is walking away from him. He apparently is in hot pursuit, and he is steaming. At first, it seemed like he tried to, play it off as not that big of a deal, and he, used stalking as somewhat of, a joke, because he was laughing about it. But that fake laughter soon turned to real tears, real anger, and made a real dangerous situation, where he threatened to kill them.
I think we're just gonna go.
Let's go. Oh, no, we're not. What's up, bro? Hey, excuse me?
No.
Security?
Emily, no.
Hey,
Stop.
Whoa.
Let's fucking fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
now.
Hey, what's going on?
Security.
He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man?
Right now. I'll kill you right now.
Fuck off.
Kill you right now.
Security, please.
Security.
That's where the stream ended. They said that the police had arrived and everyone was all right. There's a lot to unpack there. So the guy who just got rejected, he stayed on their tail like it was a fucking Assassin's Creed escort mission. And you can hear him arguing with someone saying, "I'll fight you right now." It continues to escalate to where he starts to like run at them or maybe like lunge at them like it's a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare where he's like going after them now saying, "I'll kill you right now, I'll kill you right now." It sounds and seems like security was there stopping him from going after the group further. It's just a scary situation from top to bottom. All because Imiru didn't give this weirdo stranger her number. And he just freaked out, threatened to kill them, chased them, just deranged shit. And I've also seen, of course, I don't even know why I bothered to bring it up, but I was reading the conspiracies on this from the crowd that thinks it was all staged and fake and they're trying to find this actor's backstage page. So that's been kind of a fun little rabbit hole to dive into. As a actor, I starred in the Hunger Games. I don't like to bring it up all that much. Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 District 8 Hospital Helper. I can recognize acting when I see it. That dude is not acting. He needs to be institutionalized. That man is a fucking loose cannon. I've also seen some people turn this around on the streamers saying that it's their fault. They brought it upon themselves. They were asking for it by not having security guards with them, like surrounded by bodyguards. A fascinating perspective to argue that they're to blame. Like, you were out at night. It's like covering yourself in meat and diving into the ocean. You think a man's not going to attack you if you're not surrounded by bodyguards? Are you out of your mind? Obviously this is going to happen. And it's like, well, it shouldn't. That doesn't excuse it. Like, it's not something that should be considered normal, that a dude's just gonna fucking threaten to kill them and like chase them around, threatening to kill them if you don't give him your number. That's not something we should just be expecting and think is normal. Like, I understand in the streaming space, there's a lot of like huge streamers that when they do IRL content do travel with security. But it's not every IRL streamer that does, because when you're doing content like this, typically you're thinking about the content or like what you're gonna do. You're just having fun with friends. You're not exactly thinking about like the potential maniac on the loose that's going to just fucking come out of nowhere and go hog wild if you don't give him your number. So, like, yes, I understand security has become much more normal for streamers when they're out in public, but it's not every streamer that has it, and I don't think by not having it, you should be blamed if something happens. Like, I think that is a crazy perspective to have, that it's their fault because they didn't have security. I don't agree with that take at all. Yeah, security obviously would have helped, and I imagine going forward, they probably won't go outside again on stream without, like, a whole fucking security unit, like the Justice League defending them or something, because this was, I imagine, a very stressful and scary situation to be in, because that guy could have had a weapon or something, right? But it's really ridiculous to blame them for this by not having a security team. I think that shit is so ass backwards. Anyway, though, no telling what happened after the stream went out. All we know is the police did arrive and everyone was safe. Don't know if they brought the dude in or what, but they said they were going to go live here today to kind of talk about what happened and all of that. So I guess we'll get more information then, but luckily everyone is safe, and yeah, this guy is a fucking dangerous weirdo loser. That's about it. So yeah.
They've already tried to spike and a
Alright. You're sure it's this one? I don't want to go on a stinker chase here. And I'm be honest, our protagonist, not in the optimal whip for a chase. That is not built for high speed. That's built for comfort? I don't know. Efficiency?
happened in Winnetka. Oh, there you go, Des. We got you now.
Assault with a deadly weapon. That's pretty serious. And then he hopped in the goddamn shoebox. He said, I gotta make a getaway, but I want to look like a clown doing it. Obeying all road rules. Very polite.
You saw that LAPD helicopter right
It's
on top
built
of it.
for groceries.
I was saying earlier that it was kind of surprising how empty the roads
Yeah, it's probably really good at groceries, I guess. It's got a lot of space.
When overhead is that it hasn't reached really high rates of speed, but still
Not yet. Wait till he
dangerous.
fucking throws in the
And
NOS
especially because
afterburners
of,
on it.
What this person is wanted for, Mike.
Yeah, and you see this unit, this Topanga unit.
Oh no, don't pit maneuver him!
Yeah, so
Good
close.
dodge.
Not a
Good
great spot
work.
right there because you had a ton of traffic, but they've been authorized.
He
to
knows.
pit. They've been trying to do spikes. This person had been seeing.
This is probably the fastest that car has ever
They
gone.
were really, really slow, like in the neighborhood of like less than 5 miles an hour. So certainly a lot faster. Now here comes this unit again. Amy.
Nice legacy.
Let's see, Des.
Don't pit him! Oh god!
Close.
Oh,
He's been able to turn away
you thought.
but you know,
You really thought.
He knows what they're trying to do.
Yeah, this guy knows.
Made that turn to avoid.
He's played Need for Speed.
I mean, you know, the units are right there, and they've got him.
Chose the wrong car from the garage, but his heart's in the right place for the chase.
At this point, and he's just kind of.
Man, he's treating this like he's racing at fucking Talladega right now. He just keeps hitting these turns, just doing the loops. Oh god, he's out of place. It's the ooh,
another turn.
Close and.
Little fender bender.
Yeah, and you know what? It's kind
But
of
he avoided the
surprising, too,
pit.
because this unit doesn't have that time, so definitely.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep hitting the same turns.
We'll see if that continues to be
Nothing but right-hand turns.
close to rush hour and again, schools letting
Man's
out,
the
so
opposite of
they
Derek
obviously want to
Zoolander. Or nope, he is literally Derek Zoolander behind the wheel.
Another turn.
Another dodge.
And you know, Amy and Des, the good part is right now, definitely too fast for a pit maneuver. Remember, police
A left turn!
like to do pit maneuvers under 30 miles.
Is
an
that
hour.
allowed?
You do it much faster than that, you risk the suspect vehicle flipping or, you know, causing some.
Man,
more
just hit him with the blue
serious damage.
steel.
They don't want to do that. This guy, obviously, though, Amy,
He's
is
gone
talking
now.
About very keen to the fact that that's what LAPD wants to do.
God damn it, not the blue
As soon as
steel,
they
that's
get right
Magnum.
up there,
What is
he
wrong with
speeds
my
up where he
Zoolander
makes a
knowledge?
really quick last-minute turn. As far as I know, there's only one person in. Des, I don't know if you've heard any different.
Well, he's gonna pick
I
up a
believe
few more
this is only
people.
One person. Remember, this is an incident that we believe
That'd be pretty
stemmed
cool if
from
he did.
something that happened very recently. This isn't a situation where they kind of
Imagine joining a chase mid-pursuit, like your buddy just slabs up, he scoots in sideways, like, get in! And then all of a sudden you're just in the middle of the chase.
Person may have. So,
himself through those two cars right there. Luckily, Mike, we haven't seen any collisions or any.
Oh god, he's lurking
Here we
again!
go again.
yeah, no.
The
at
shark's
50
in the
miles an
water
hour,
and he
that's kind
smells
of,
cum.
That's a little bit of a high speed there for a pit attempt. So,
Oh.
I'm actually going to try to do it or just trying to get him.
Oh, another right turn, we're safe.
No damage that we know of. It doesn't look.
This guy's just going right through the intersection.
He's playing a game of Frogger.
Just determined
It's-
to come
he's doing it!
really, really close
Nice.
from there. Westbound on Parthenia. I think he's got the window down right now. We can see if we get a
Hey, wave at me.
shot of the suspect while and the window
Nope.
goes right
Okay.
back up right as I double in. So
That we're watching right now, probably some of the fastest driving that we've seen there.
Oh, they're
You see
back!
that black and white, that cruiser right up
back
there behind
again.
them,
Uh-oh.
and now they're up into a busy.
It's round two.
He almost knew like he was
Oh.
going those opposite lanes of traffic, right?
Yeah.
Jeez. A close shave.
Everybody else out there on the road.
I heard the what I believe. Okay, come
Uh-oh.
on, see if they're gonna have an opportunity.
He's out of right turns to make. This pit's going through. He's trying.
So close, and
Oh.
it's just crazy how
He's trying to squeeze away. Oh no! He couldn't find another right-hand turn to make.
really good, and let's see if this
Jinkies.
is going to bring it to an end. Amazingly, didn't hit any innocent vehicle.
You can't box in the box.
May have done some damage to the cruiser. And let's see if after all the attitude he gave.
It's empty!
officers,
It was a drone!
They're out with their guns drawn, lethal and less lethal.
Imagine.
And hopefully that, shook some sense into this suspect, and we're going to bring this silliness to an end.
Yeah, you can see that officer down there on the right-hand side there.
How does this go on for another 37 minutes? What? Do they just stand in the like a standoff for this long?
If that's the case, they suspect that. They also suspect that
He's throwing that bitch in reverse.
now the vehicle
He said, "No, I don't think I will."
So, just, and after such a great...
No, we can't catch him.
So many false starts and spinning the vehicle around like that. Now he's getting into reverse, and what are they going to do right now? So
What are they? They're powerless.
it was going to be over.
That was the
It
one
is
move they
definitely
didn't
not
expect.
over. And
He said, "I reject the idea of being busted."
And yeah,
I am the one who
You're going to want
busts.
to do a pit in a small residential area here, but on
So
Superior
why,
Street-
if I may, I'm not the police chief. God bless. Being the police chief in LA sounds like a fate worse than death. He was here for like 5 minutes. You're telling me one of like the 3 officers here wouldn't just pull up behind him to box him in? Isn't that like standard protocol? What were they worried about? Like this thing, like that's barely more than like a Tonka toy. Like it's not gonna cause like crazy damage. Like whoever was here, like on the end, just wanted to be part of the team. He must really love his car or something. Like he has some kind of emotional connection to it because he did not want that bitch scratched. He easily could have just boxed him in. Crossfire mainly, but yeah, kind of dumb. Well, we've seen so many chases, probably close to 100 chases by now. Every time a pit maneuver occurs, usually the follow-up is like a fucking football team trying to jump on a fumble. They have like 8 cars box them in. And that's in like assault, armed robbery cases. Like we've seen that. Why was this one? Were they really afraid of this vehicle? Like what do they think this was? The fucking Batmobile or something? Like I don't understand. There must be something I'm missing. Because we've seen armed robbery suspects get boxed in. Now, this guy is also an armed robbery suspect. He apparently had a knife. But I feel like the knife isn't gonna jeopardize the police vehicle in the event that he like charges at them when he's surrounded by 9 dudes. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe there's more to the code book I don't know. He could probably throw it. Like, he could be really skilled with the blade. Like, he could be doing throwing knife like he's going for kill cam in Black Ops. Like, yeah, it's possible, but probably unlikely. You know what I mean? Oh, he found the key. Drive really slow in residential areas.
Yeah, I thought that there were officers on the other side.
I like that. A shocking turn of events. He went slowly in reverse and then just left.
Yeah, that coordination was coming here or not. It's hard to tell.
I wonder what the plan is. Yeah, maybe he's trying to de-aggro by being like really normal
like
driving.
Tires, I think I just heard. So maybe on the passenger side.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
What was
Was he
that?
just on the phone there too, Des?
He looks like
No, it looks like he's looking at Instagram reels. What was that? Man brought up his phone to bring up a picture of his wife, like a World War II pilot who looks at his family before doing a crazy maneuver. What's he cooking? No, on his phone, man. Obviously, it's a dude driving it. I'm talking about on his phone. This was one of the weird twists. He's holding an actual photo of somebody for some reason. Oh! Analog.
Start pleading their case, saying they're innocent or whatever.
Wait, I think you're... Yeah, wait, you're right. That is just a photograph. Just a fucking Kodak moment printed photo. Yeah, you're right. I wonder what it all means.
Oh, now the suspect may be, kind of using that to their advantage right now, but was definitely on the phone. And it looked like I could see someone on the screen, maybe like.
See,
it was either
the announcer,
or live streaming.
the sports broadcaster had the same thought I did, that it was someone on a phone screen. But it is just a photo.
But, does this... just kidding. We're still going. Yeah. We're on Maria here.
That was a beautiful pit maneuver. Glad they replayed that on the Jumbotron.
And we're just showing our viewers there.
Oh god, it's two... No!
Did before finally coming to a... oh, what's going on here?
That was the saddest pit maneuver I've ever seen. That was unauthorized. What? Look at this. This is so dainty.
Showing our viewers there all the different maneuvers this driver did before finally
Nice.
coming to a...
Is where they can, but it's just so residential in the middle of the day.
Here comes another one.
Yep.
No, he changed his mind. He changed his mind. Imagine the cop crashes into one of the parked vehicles too focused on the pit maneuver. This guy wins just by driving normally. Well, not normally anymore, but up until then.
Definitely crazy on Mason Street, kind of a medium-sized street right here. And let's see him come in
Here we go
again. See if they can pin him again.
Oh! It's too strong.
At that point, but boy, I mean,
My god.
it's crazy here. We haven't seen this kind of aggression with LAPD.
It's made of vibranium. You stand no chance.
And on surface...
So they definitely...
Another one's on the way. Inbound. What? Can you wait until we're out of the trees? It's blocking the view. Can you pit maneuver him and... Oh god.
Maybe.
He's running out of steam.
So we'll see if we can see those
Is the
tires.
tank empty?
Yeah, I can see the rear passenger side is definitely flat.
Oh boy. No!
Well,
Damn you!
get us around here. You can see the side skirt was
Scripted.
damaged there as well.
Another car, so
Yeah, I mean, he's out of room. He's got no more real estate to maneuver.
No, I can't.
Too, or if they said that he did. We'll see here as the suspect kind of shaking their head. That vehicle looked like they were already
Should have taken a better car.
You can see the damage to this vehicle.
He's just really regretting the choice.
Passenger side is
between him and the officers, right? Last time they pitted him and he stopped. Oh, doors open.
That's where she ends.
all right.
He said enough is enough. I've had my fun.
kind of like a deja.
He couldn't operate it quite like he was before with those.
He looks just so disappointed. He doesn't even look mad or scared. He just looks really disappointed.
Or maybe he's closer to home.
Yeah, true.
The car may not have had any more gas in the tank,
Yeah,
but
we're
he
all
did.
still in the same area. I mean, he has not ventured geographic and have not made any kind of large geographical distance. Never had any interest in getting on a freeway.
Wait a second. I think I just saw him granny shift.
Surface streets up and down.
Oh,
Again,
no, never mind.
all kind of in the same
Never
area
mind.
as
I thought he was about to do some kind of crazy maneuver.
He's got a note or a picture in his hand.
Papers.
Sure, you know,
Yeah, it looks like that's definitely where it ends.
probably telling those people just to stay
Looks
where
like he
they're at.
started crying.
Come out onto
Yeah, and
Cozy
then he
Cross.
called it. He called it a day.
Gotta love that street name there.
He said we all had fun today,
As we
but that's
double
where it
back in.
ends.
Yeah, just kind of despite.
This whole time, you really thought carrots were food? Wow, I'm almost envious of your ignorance. What's next? Thinking the Earth is a globe? I don't mean to be rude. I'm not trying to giggle at your naivete, but come on. Carrots? Food? Imagine. What is this, the Magic Treehouse or something? It's ridiculous. Yeah, you know that thing Bugs Bunny's eaten in the cartoons for like 100 years? The beloved orange carrot, as it's so called? Not real. Make-believe. Fake. What it actually is birth control. And luckily, we have a highly intellectual mind that's bringing us back to common sense when it comes to this poisonous menace. Carrots.
A lot of these plants we eat, like carrot, people think are food. They're not food. The orange carrot was created at the turn of the 18th century, and we act like they've been around since the turn of time.
So this lady who looks like a Viking that was ordered from Temu after she slaughtered 15 squirrels and stitched their pelts together to make this jacket is educating us all on the history of carrots and trying to open our third eye to the fact that carrots are not food.
This is a wild carrot, also known as Queen Anne's lace. They're far from the sweet and tender carrots we're used to. Through selective breeding practices that began in the 18th century, agronomists transformed these wild roots into the big orange carrots we see today.
Carrots lore so deep it's got League of Legends writers sweating. I appreciate the historical breakdown on the genesis of carrots. And now let's see where she goes with this. Now we know where they came from. Well, what's the point she's making?
What most people don't know is that Queen Anne's lace, the root itself, was used as the morning after pill. It is so toxic, it will abort a fetus. And yes, it's not as toxic now that we've bred the poison out of them, but this is the root, and we're feeding them to our fucking kids. And
Oh, zoinks. Gotta be honest with you, crazy lady. I think you've been boofing a little too much Queen Anne's lace. As you just said, through many years of breeding, they got the poison out. So now, the modern carrot is not the same thing as Queen Anne's lace. They're very different. You can't bite down on a carrot and expect it to abort a fetus. Also, from what I read, Queen Anne's lace can't do that either. It was used as a contraceptive. From everything I've read, it couldn't do a fucking abortion. But maybe if you, mega dosed it, like if you set that Wumbo serving size up, maybe it could then. I don't really know. But what is 100% irrefutable, as she even admits, modern carrots don't have that poison. So what are you mad about? What is the argument you're making?
it's gotta stop. I don't want to see babies eating herbs that are able to abort a fetus. That is what Queen Anne's lace looks like. And this is what we've created today. This is the clown food. Do you guys see it? Do you see how it looks like it should be in a circus?
Goofball, you need to be in a circus. What? This isn't even a good point you're making. You already admitted that it is not poisonous anymore. So it was derived from something that was used as a contraceptive, but it isn't that anymore. You're not feeding babies a contraceptive. You've already established that that's not the case. It's like getting mad at toilet paper because it came from trees at one point. It's separate things now. The modern carrot is not the same thing as Queen Anne's lace. You know that. You've already said as much, and yet you're still getting mad at like this imaginary villain you're creating about carrots. What the fuck is happening here?
And once you know this, you can't unknow it.
You challenging me with that? I'll unknow it right now. I'll erase it from my memories databanks. I've now entirely forgotten it. Checkmate. Fucking idiot.
Plants were always toxic to us. Meat never was. This is a list of meat that is deadly toxic to humans. Polar bear liver, because it's high in vitamin A.
Her whole personality is meat, 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 meat. She's like a real-life Luffy, but not cool at all. So she's waging war on plants. Plants have always been mean. They've been real jerks to us. There's poisonous plants out there, can you believe it? No shit! Like, what the fuck? Obviously, there's going to be plants out there that are poisonous. You don't eat them. And she's making this huge hoopla about nothing. It'd be like getting mad at meat because it can get stuck in someone's throat. Like, you're just fighting against something that is completely nonsensical. Now, I've only taken a brief perusal through her shorts, but her whole shtick seems to be carnivore diet is the optimal way of living. She used her son as like a punching bag for a little bit. Like, here's my son before he switched to a carnivore diet. Man, not good. Protein deficient, flat chest, horrible, horrible. Now look at him, now that he eats nothing but meat and he's jacked. And then she's like, look at me, when I was eating more than just meat. And now look at me, and I'm in better shape. So her whole thing is like, meat every day, all the time, just constantly indulging in meat. Fuck plants, fuck anything that's not meat. That's her whole thing. And I know carnivore diets have blown up in popularity recently, but it's become like a full-blown religious movement. I don't care if you're on the carnivore diet, go for it. A lot of people see a lot of good benefits from it. But her seminars have me giggling with the way she tries to encourage people to get it, and the way that she's like talking about plants as if she's some kind of, you know, being that achieved nirvana by seeing the truth of plants. It's very silly. I also have seen her taking shots at like vegans, like at least a little bit, and she kind of just does the same thing but for meat. Like, it's her whole personality. It's all she talks about is being a carnivore, the primal body. So like, it's pretty silly when she's like, oh, those fucking vegans and fruitarians. Meanwhile, she is just that same archetype, but for the carnivore diet.
Too much vitamin A will kill us. Raw shark, because it's high in urea. We've got the pufferfish, it's a neurotoxin, and the Nemora jellyfish. I don't think humans spent much time trying to hunt those guys. These are the only meats that are toxic to us. We can eat anything else. You want a lizard? Go for it. You want a chipmunk? Go for it. You can eat any kind of thing that moves.
Yeah, sure, you can to a certain extent if you know what you're doing. Different meats have to be prepared in different ways. You couldn't just go out there and just start eating any fucking meat that you find. The same way you can't go out there and just eat any plant that you find either. It's a complete moot point. The meats you're going to be eating are the meats that you're going to the store and getting. She does not look like someone who's going out there hunting and gathering, no matter how much her hairstyle tries to convince you otherwise. She is probably going out there and just buying meat from the supermarket. And guess what? A lot of that meat is also modified the same way the plant food she hates so much is. When you're buying meat from the store, a lot of times you're getting meat that is pumped full of antibiotics, growth hormone, all kinds of things that lead to it being modified, albeit in a different way, but it's not like it's some drastic difference between meat and plant food in terms of like what's real food.
But plants, more than 700 species of plants in the United States and Canada alone are deadly toxic.
Oh no! I had no idea! Wow! That's a powerful mic drop right there. 700 plants are toxic? Who would have thought, you know? Just when you thought it was safe to go outside. All these plants jumping in your mouth, forcing you to eat them. Goodness gracious. Heavens to Betsy. She's making a mountain out of a molehill. You know what else is real bad for you? If you get a piece of a bone stuck in your throat and it fucking cuts up your esophagus, or, you know, you choke to death on it. Oh no! Should we be afraid of meat too because of the bone? Like, I'm not her dad. She can have whatever diet she wants. If she wants to eat nothing but raw pork testicles forever, all power to her. It's just her little seminar she gives on carrots being fake clown food, birth control, and plants are toxic. Like, the only thing not toxic is meat. That's the only thing you can trust. It's just so silly. I had to just talk about it a little bit. Matt sent me to this earlier, and we were just goofing around about it, so I just wanted to talk on it. That's it. See ya. Have you even heard of Electric State? I'm yawning because I just finished watching it. I imagine you haven't heard of Electric State, but you probably have heard of $320 million. What if I told you that was the budget for this film? It's diabolical to be spending $320 million on a movie that has less hype than Big Chungus right now. The only reason I even heard any peeps about this film is because a lot of people mentioned this absurd budget, and also that it's just not a good movie either. It has like a 17% on Rotten Tomatoes, with most critics getting their weenies out and spit roasting it. Now, I finished it, so I'll give you a review on it, but I have, like multiple times now, ranted and raved about how preposterous these budgets have become for movies that don't warrant it whatsoever. Like Borderlands, for example. And this has to be a scam, right? There has to be some kind of like dirty dealings, money laundering, something. Because after watching this, I truly cannot understand where this money went. Chris Pratt is in it, so maybe he took like a fourth of the budget just to have him in it. I have no idea, but if I was an accountant working for Netflix right now, you might find me trying to drown myself in the bathtub, because this is just outrageous. Like, this is, it's criminal. $320 million for a stinker of this caliber. It doesn't make sense. Like, the numbers don't add up. It's directed by Joe and Anthony Russo of Marvel fame, and I think maybe Netflix thought they were going to get their own Avengers movie, but what they got instead was the Ass-Vengers here. Not the most creative of insults, but this movie has sapped my neurons right now. They're not firing on all cylinders. Now, I learned from Stream that Electric State is actually based on a graphic novel. I don't know how expensive it was to get the rights to do that, but by far the best part about this movie is the robot design. The robots look amazing. I'm actually a huge fan of the way the robots look, and really the whole world that's here is a really interesting one. If only it told an interesting story. Maybe it cost $150 million to get the rights to adapt this graphic novel, and they had no budget left for writers, but it is inexcusable. Why would you have this much of a budget and allocate none of it to the the most important part of a movie, the story? Giving the viewer a reason to get invested in care. Because there is none of that here at all. It is so flat. It is a slog to get through. It tells the most generic story we have seen no less than 100 times before. No deviations from the formula whatsoever. Within the first 15 minutes, you know how the whole movie is going to play out and exactly how it's going to end. And it doesn't care. It's unapologetic about that. Which I could almost excuse if the journey there was enjoyable, but it's not. Is it a 17% on Rotten Tomatoes bad? No, not quite. I'd probably put it around like the 30% ballpark-ish, and that's mainly just because it is really carried by the robots. I just think they're very cool. But they don't get utilized at all. They have like your really generic monologues about, well, we're alive and we want to be treated as if we're alive. And of course that's like the central conflict, because after a war that broke out between humans and robots, there was a treaty that was signed that was really not in favor of the robots. And now the world is in a post-war state where everyone's basically got, if any of you have seen this movie with Bruce Willis, surrogates, where they jack in and they're jacked into a robot. Except they don't look like humans. It is just a robot that they control remotely, while their human counterpart just kind of rots away, gets fat and yucky and gross. And that's become like a mainstay of civilization post-war. And we follow Millie Bobby Brown's character, who was in a car accident where she lost her whole family, but they don't give a fuck about the parents. Instead, it's all about the brother that she lost in the car accident, because he was a super genius, turbo Einstein brainiac. And now, does anyone give a fuck about spoilers? I was going to avoid spoilers, but anyone care? Anybody? I'm hearing crickets. I'm going to guess not. She finds out her brother didn't actually die in that car crash. The creators of that technology with the Neurocaster, where they're jacking into the robots, and it's how they were able to beat the robots in the war. Well, the whole reason they were able to do that is because after that car accident, they kidnapped her brother because they noticed he was really smart. So now he powers the entire company. Everything, like the entire company infrastructure, runs through his brain while they keep him comatose in like a vegetative state. However, there was a little open door in the mainframe that allowed him to, like, I don't know, shoot his consciousness into a nearby robot, which is based on his favorite cartoon. And once he takes control of that robot, he escapes, finds his sister, and the two of them work together to try and get back to his body and save him. And they meet Chris Pratt and his little robot friend along the way. And they're hunted by Giancarlo Esposito, who's the Butcher. He kills robots. The plot goes almost exactly how you expect. They end up at the surviving robots zone, and they learn these robots are kind of good guys. So they team up to try and take down the bad guys. It's not good. What's really interesting, though, is how there's pretty much no comedy at all in the movie. Like, there's some jokes here and there, but they suck. I thought going into it, it was going to try and be more humorous, especially given, like, the silly concept, because all the robots are basically fucking mascots. Like, the leader of the robots is Mr. Peanut. So I thought it was going to, like, not take itself super seriously, but it really does. Pretty surprising, given the Russos' history with their usage of comedy. I guess they really wanted to try and turn a new leaf, and this was definitely not the right movie to attempt that in. Tell you that much, that's for damn sure. Would the movie have been saved by some zingers flying here and there with gut-busting laughs? Probably not. Still would have been an extremely boring movie that had nothing to offer beyond just a really cool, underutilized world. So it wouldn't have really changed too much, but at least it would have spruced it up a bit to the point where it wasn't so mind-numbing. There's really not a whole lot of reason to even dive into a thorough review here. It is the most by-the-numbers shit imaginable, which is even more head-scratching given the budget. Why spend $320 million to make the same movie that gets made for $60 million every other week? What do you gain? You only stand to lose a ton of money. That's just a bad investment. It literally does the same shit that tons of other movies do for a fraction of the cost. I don't understand what Netflix is really aiming for here. They're also not really advertising it. I hadn't heard anything about it other than people dunking on it for being bad and extremely expensive. Like, who is in charge of their finance department there? I really do not get it. I also just really don't know who the target audience is for this movie in the first place, because it's a movie that's clearly aimed for all ages, because it's not, you know, like, the action doesn't have people getting their fucking skull ripped off or anything. There's no foul language, no bad words. Like, I think there's, like, hell said once, and I think they said shit once that I remember. So, like, it's a movie that's clearly for all ages, but I don't think kids would really care to watch it, because all of, like, the recognizable brands here are ones that I don't think kids will ever recognize. Like, there's no Fortnite representation or anything. There's no fucking Minecraft Steve bot. Like, I don't think kids are gonna be going crazy like, Mom, look, it's the Planter's Peanut! Like, I don't see that happening. It also, like, relies heavily on, like, the early 90s aesthetic, which, again, kids weren't alive for. Like, I don't think they're gonna care. And also, like, when there is action or anything at all happening, it's really lame. So, like, one of the robots uses a slingshot to shoot gumballs, or at least what I think is gumballs, at the bad guys that come in with their robot suits and their guns. And their guns are basically, they just shoot, like, a couple beams of electricity. But, like, he shoots gumballs at him, and then the guys with the robots are like, oh! Which is super weird. Like, clearly that's aimed at, like, a kid, you know, like, slipping on a banana peel type shit. Millie Bobby Brown's weapon is a paintball gun. Which, how the fuck would that ever defeat these robots? She's shooting them with a paintball gun, and they're going, oh, oh, oh! And then they'll die. because they freak out and like end up killing themselves. Like, it's clearly aimed at a younger audience, but I don't see why a younger audience would like this movie or choose to watch it. Anyway, though, just another huge waste of money. Definitely don't think it was worth $320 million to pump into this. That's really about it. So, yeah. A 5-year sentence is a joke. I mean, 5 years is no joke, but he's also not done getting all of his charges. So, 5 years is the appetizer. I see you've looked at a little bit on the case, but not enough. Okay, Johnny Somali, he's that nuisance streamer that I've covered for quite a while. He's the guy that does like the world tour of getting his ass beaten. So he goes to a different place pretty frequently, and when he's there, he does his absolute best to harass people, break laws, and just be like the most insufferable piece of shit imaginable. And it usually ends with his face on the floor or his face in somebody's asshole. And he's been doing this for a while. He got arrested in Japan, but they gave him a slap on the wrist. He lied to them, left the country, started shit-talking them. He's been everywhere. But what's most important is, he went to Korea, and he started doing the same shit. Well, Koreans, they didn't take it lightly. They even had like a UAV on this guy where they tracked him in order to find him so they could continue to beat his ass so he would not know a minute of peace. It was beautiful. It was an amazing thing. And he got charged with some very serious stuff. And he just went to his first trial today. And it went really, really bad for him. So, according to a Tozy who went there, and not just a Tozy, there's others that are there, kind of just to like see how it all goes and also just relish in the justice that he's finally about to be faced with. According to a Tozy, he showed up dreadfully hungover because I guess last night he went live doing shots for donations, and he got super fucking plastered and, like, I don't know, puking his brains out or something. Then he went to trial, was extremely late, and he went there with a huge smile on his face, got hit with very serious charges carrying many years of prison time, and then the reality swept in. And then there was no smiles left. And this isn't even all of his charges. Today was only some of his charges, and he's already looking at least 5 to 10. He pled guilty as well. So it's not looking really good for the Wonder Boy, Johnny Somali. Oh, another thing is, he was wearing a hat, and many times he was told to take it off. He would take off the hat and then put it back on and get told to do it, like, take it off again. So he was just being extremely disrespectful in the court, apparently. So everything that could go wrong did go wrong. He couldn't even pretend to be likable for a court appearance. He also didn't have a suit, so he had to borrow a suit that was like 12 sizes too big. It's comical. It's like me wearing my 6'5" dad's suit. He said this is basically what he looked like in that suit. Has he come to America? No, he's still in Korea facing trial for all of his crimes. It's going to be many years before he comes back to America, it's looking like, thank God. He's most likely going to end up locked away in a foreign prison with an entire country that hates him. If he thought the ass-beating global tour was bad before, wait until he gets it in a slammer. Holy. Everyone in Korea hates him. And yeah, here's Legal Mindset where he was giving his perspective on it. He was also in the Atozi stream as well. He pled guilty to obstruction of business and 2 counts of violating the Minor Crimes Act, which, according to Legal Mindset, is basically like the equivalent of misdemeanors over there. But they take it very seriously, so even with just these, which seem like, not like, they don't seem like crazy charges that someone would be, you know, fucking thrown into the gulag for, but he's still facing 5 to 10 years for it. For just these that he pled guilty to. And he still has more on the way. Oh yeah, he had no idea about the additional obstruction of business charge which was filed against him. That's the one he's going back for in April. His lawyer also didn't know. Oh, and here we go. Looks like they have the footage of when he was streaming hours before being supposed to show up to court and then being really late.
Somali live on party. Yo, there we
Look at how happy he is just moments before faced with many years in jail. Oh my God. Johnny, hey Johnny!
Live on party. Locking in with party.com. We got the deal in the works. Man, shout out the creator. Shout out B.
Hey, shout out. That deal is going to go through, no doubt, Johnny. Those party streams in prison with making Pruno in the toilets is going to be ballistic, no doubt, brother. You will never see him without a black eye. He's going to be constantly just bruised and bloody, like, hey, back on party. Really enjoying myself.
Be a better me.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to make sure that we can make some fire-ass content here while I'm still in Korea.
Hey, why are you still in Korea, Johnny? What's going on? I thought you were leaving a while ago. What are you still there for? What's going on, man? Why can't you leave?
Is live tomorrow, and I will be live streaming the trial. I will be live streaming before, during, and after, exclusively here on Party.
Hey, how'd that go, Johnny? How'd that stream go? I bet it was fucking amazing, huh?
Me, a bunch of motherfuckers that without me, I'm gonna be fully suited and booted out with the MAGA hat. I'm gonna have the full suit on.
The suit that he borrowed from, like, the nearest clown store. It was way too big. I don't remember how tall he is. I think he's actually shorter than me. So that shit he must have borrowed from, like, anywhere else that's not fit for, like, toddler clothing. He looked like an absolute fool.
And I'm gonna continue to go live here.
Oh, they didn't even get the part where he started throwing up and puking and getting super hungover before going to trial really late. Oh, here we go.
I'm giving y'all the first viral moment tonight.
He's ready for trial. Let's go, Johnny. So cool. What a guy.
God damn, I just threw up everywhere. That's how you know I'm not scamming. I'm not scamming. That's how you know I'm not scamming.
Oh, what a fucking hero. I can't believe his first day in court didn't go well. It's so weird. He was prepped perfectly. Yeah, here it is. So just the obstruction of business can carry a maximum penalty of 5 years in jail. It's possible he ends up being sentenced to 10 years behind bars, depending on how the trial plays out. And again, that's not all the charges yet. That's just the current charges that he was facing today. Pled guilty to. Oh, it's so good. He's also been accused of violating anti-terrorism laws, threatening to sexually assault female streamers, drug use, AI deepfakes, violating Railroad Act, even spreading North Korean propaganda. He's not facing any of these, to my knowledge, yet. Korea has a 90% conviction rate, don't they? Here, you know what? He explains it better than I ever could. But, yes, kind of. Here.
Yeah, they were pretty shocked.
Oh, okay. So that was a separate charge. Was that the charge that he was showing? And
the new obstruction.
Oh, the newest obstruction charge. Okay, yeah. So there's another charge as well that's coming against him about the deepfake stuff that he accidentally leaked on his stream last night.
Nice.
As we've been covering, I mean, he's been playing his cards in the worst way possible the whole time, from start to finish.
You just don't understand his strategy. You see, Johnny Somali's 10 steps ahead of us. He's the drunken master.
And last night, I guess he decided to get drunk at 3 in the morning, go live, and show up extremely late to court because of that. And on his live stream, he was doing, like, I guess, getting paid to do shots, and he ended up showing a new charge that hadn't been leaked to the public yet.
So that charge was actually it's the police case that the police have given over to the prosecutor. So it means that they're going to prosecute it. It's going to trial. Yeah.
In the Korean system, once the police decide to actually formally charge you and they send it to the prosecutors, that's pretty much it. That's where you get the 90+% conviction rate. You're pretty much done. If they've decided to go that far, that means they have the evidence to prove the crime.
And that's exactly what Johnny Somali wants them to think. He's got them eating out of the palm of his hands. He just needs to go get his ass beat a couple more times. It's going to reset his noodle, and he's going to once again, it's going to be like taking the limitless pill. Johnny Somali unlocks 100% of his brain when he's suffering from CTE from all the people in the world that continuously use him as a punching bag. So you just wait for him, sober up, he'll go outside, annoy somebody, they'll beat his ass per usual, and then we're going to see him at maximum capability. My God, he's going to be the smartest man on the planet. It can't just be for clout and money, right? Like, it has to be a mental illness or a humiliation kink. Humiliation kink only goes so far. Usually, a humiliation kink doesn't result with you doing things that'll send you to jail for fucking 10 years. That's not a humiliation kink. And it's not even masochism either, because he gets really mad when he gets hurt. He starts crying. Like, actually crying. So I don't know what it is. I think it's just actual delusion. I mean, it definitely is a mental illness. 100% is a mental illness. I just don't exactly know what kind. It's like terminal clout obsession. I couldn't tell you. It's fascinating, though. It is so interesting. He doesn't even get much attention on his streams, though. That's the thing. He doesn't... The interesting thing about Johnny Somali is he is such, like, a fringe case of, like, what I usually talk about, where no matter who you are, you'll have supporters. Johnny Somali doesn't even have that. He has people that love to watch him get his ass beat. He has, like, he doesn't have anyone that actually likes him. He has people that watch him just waiting for him to get hurt. And they entice him and they, like, push him towards it. Like, donating for shots before trial. They just enable him to be a fucking disaster until he eventually ends up dead. And it's not even, like, hate watchers, because it's, like, really fun for them to watch him destroy his life. It's a crazy... I can't even call it a community, because he doesn't have a community. He just has people that sit around and they'll, like, shoot spitballs at him, but with a dollar bill attached. It's so fascinating. He's just a lol cow. Yeah, but it goes above a lol cow. Like, he's... I don't even know what you'd call it. It's like he's like a visual novel lol cow where you get to choose the outcome. Because most of the shit he does, it's the chat, like, enticing him to do it, convincing him it's a good idea. So they are, like, actively guiding him down the path of being the ultimate fucking destructive loser that's going to get thrown in jail or dead. So, like, they get to guide him. Like, they're taking him down the Telltale game, tree for the bad ending. Kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure. Yeah, it's kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure. Never heard of this guy? I have no doubt you don't know Johnny Somali's name, but you know his work. You probably just don't recognize him with his eyes open. Usually he's concussed on the ground after getting beaten on stream. I'm confident you've seen his many highlights of just getting pummeled in public. He is internationally hated. He is. He is internationally hated. He is like a unifying force across the planet. Just this scourge that when he enters your country, everyone's united looking for him so they can beat him up. Like, I wasn't kidding. In Korea, they actually set up like a UAV is the wrong word, and geoguesser is definitely not the right way of describing it, but they set up something so they could track him, tell each other, so they could go and attack him. Because he is just that hated. He is that bad of a person. He is that much of a menace. Who are his role models, man? I don't know, a Wobbuffet with the amount of times he just gets hit? I couldn't tell you. I don't know who his role models are. I don't even know if he knows who his role models are. All he does is just look for ways of getting himself hurt. Wouldn't you feel like a failure if you were a parent who spawned this? I've said this before and I still maintain it. I think there's only so much parenting can do. Sometimes, like in Johnny Somali's case, I'm sure maybe his parents weren't great. I have no idea. Maybe they were amazing. But there are only some things that you can control. You can't control your son getting hard addicted to clout online to the point where he's willing to throw his whole life away for a couple of donations, right? Like, you can't... What are you as a parent going to do about that? Like, he's a grown-ass man. They can't just, like, walk into his room and unplug the Ethernet cable, right? Like, there are just some things that you as a parent don't have control over. I don't know his parents. I have to imagine they are probably fucking livid. They probably are so sad about this. Because it's gotta suck, man. You raise a human being for 18 years, ends up like Johnny Somali. Fucking rough. Oh, another thing worth mentioning. He is always the one to instigate it. He's usually the ones to make the threats. And then he starts actually crying when they beat his ass for it. There it is. Oh, yeah. I see how you censored it. So you can see the start. He came at him with like the fucking flying front kick. And then Johnny's like running away. It's so good. Then they chase him down. Up 2, but he's most likely going to get 1 to 5. I don't know, man. maybe I'm a little too optimistic, but I really think there's a chance Korea just does not play games with this. The charges are bad already, but even aside from that, he is just so openly disrespectful, not only to the public, but to the court system as well. He showed up over an hour late, hungover. He kept putting on his hat when he was told repeatedly not to. Like, I feel like they're not gonna go easy on him. It's, again, maybe I'm just, huffing the hopium, but I just have a feeling. That would be the best thing they could do, because that would finally maybe start to be a deterrent to these IRL nuisance streamers. Do I care about how you spend your own money? Yes. Do I have the right to care about how you spend your personal hard-earned clams? Yes. I'm not your accountant. I'm not your boss. I'm not your Fortnite duos partner. But I am your friend. Your best friend, even. Nay, I think we're closer than that. I'm your family. Scratch that. I'm you. And as you, I know what's best for yourself. And it's not spending $12,500 being the personal assistant to Gene fucking Simmons. I have made fun of him before because he is one of the most famous douchebags around. He looks like if Billy Mitchell found Fent, and now he's offering this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pay him $12,500 to be his personal assistant and roadie for a day. What an extraordinary honor. You get to follow around this washed-up octogenarian, changing his diapers while having him scream, spitting in your face, demanding that you bring him another cup of Voss water. Whoopee. What a privilege. I'm getting my wallet out right now, Gene. He's doing this to kick off his exhilarating spring US tour with his solo band and offering a unforgettable fan experience for $12,495, available to one big spender per concert date. I can't believe there's even an opening to be his personal assistant. I imagine people climb all over themselves to work with Gene Simmons. His previous assistants probably all got institutionalized from having to work with someone so notoriously miserable to be around. But honestly, with value like this, he's giving it away at that price. You get to carry his amps and brew his coffees just the way he likes them, no doubt. Anything shy of that, and he'll probably come to your house and kick your dog. It's called the ultimate Gene Simmons experience. And who doesn't want that? That's up there with like a cock and ball torture experience, and everybody loves that. This is something big. You get to be a roadie for a day, meaning you'll get to load gear into the venue, set up the stage, help oversee sound check, and even get introduced by Simmons during the show, so thousands of people will know you've emptied your bank account. Actually a dream come true for lobotomites. You get to be called out and humiliated in front of the entire venue. He is literally going to call you out saying, "And this is all made possible thanks to this dweeb who just paid me $12,000, carried up my amps, brewed my coffee, and is now just sitting over there working not only for free, but paying to work. Give it up for this absolute dork. Yeah. Like, how cool is that? Huh? I mean, are you sold yet? Because I know I am. Credit where credit's due. This waste of money super scam is not the standard crypto meme coin rug pull. So, I'll tip my fedora to you on that one, Gene. Your quirkiness has come up with a really creative way of hosing suckers for some cash here for sure. Now, if you want to spend cash on something worthwhile, you can get the Hysteria line of clothing from moistglobal.com. It just came out. Check it out. This was not supposed to be like an advertisement slot here, but it just felt so natural since I just gave him like the whole full-blown fucking salute there. But anyway, back to the package here, because that's what we all want to know. I have $12,500 lying around, burning a hole in my pocket. I was thinking about flushing it down my shitter. Is there any better use of it? Well, yes. Not only do you get to brew his coffees, carry his equipment, and work for him by paying him, brother, you get to be a rock star. At least that's what Simmons says in an Instagram post. Nothing says getting up there and being a rock star quite like brewing this dude's coffee and being his little fucking errand boy for a whole day. Now, of course, there are other perks. You're not just going there and working. No, it's fun. Who doesn't love huffing farts out of Gene Simmons' butthole while paying $12,495 to do so? You get some super cool goodies to take home at the end of the day, such as a bass guitar that Simmons, at one point or another, used during a Kiss rehearsal. What the fuck? Going to his official website to dive deeper into this blessing, I found this wonderful picture that he uses to advertise it for the ultimate Gene Simmons experience, and it goes so hard. That looks ballistic there. The Photoshop is immaculate. The rough edges there, I think there's a good chance Gene Simmons might have done this himself. Maybe he strangled the life out of his graphics guy because he didn't like the way he looked at him, so then he was forced to do it all by himself. Who knows, but he crushed it. Now, looking at the perks here, you'll notice it's a laundry list of really cool things. You're basically getting the one piece of Gene Simmons memorabilia. So you're going to meet up with the man, the myth, the legend himself, as well as members of the band. You're going to go over the show schedule for the day, the whole itinerary. Then you get to be part of the team for the whole day. You get a crew member shirt and hat. You get a crew member VIP laminate. You get to have a meal with Gene Simmons. Do you recognize how big that is? You remember that old hypothetical that used to float around? Would you rather have $500K or a dinner with Jay-Z? And you'd have the most insufferable cucks of all time saying that they'd rather have the dinner with Jay-Z because they'd learn more from him from that dinner than what they'd gain from taking $500K. Like they thought they'd be millionaires because they'd have dinner with Jay-Z. Like somehow he'd give them like a TED Talk and a tutorial on how to make all this money. Well, you get to live that fantasy with Gene Simmons. Then, of course, we get into what we already discussed with basically just working for them. Then he gets to bring you on stage and introduce you so everyone can throw tomatoes at you for being such a fucking idiot. Then you also get a set list signed by Gene Simmons himself. You get to take photos throughout the whole experience. You can even bring a guest. You can bring one of your friends. Though, I imagine you probably don't have many of those if you're spending $12,000 on a Gene Simmons day. And you even get to bring 4 items for Gene to sign. Your fucking fleshlights, whatever else. He'll sign them. And of course, you get that super duper special bass that I just mentioned a moment ago. Now, he does have a more financially viable option for all the brokies out there that can't afford $12,500 to give over to Gene Simmons for absolutely fucking nothing. He has a $6,500 option. What a saint. Check this one out. $6,500, you get to meet Gene Simmons. That is a steal. I cannot believe he's going to meet you for less than $10,000. Unbelievable generosity here from Gene. And of course, you get to take home a Gene Simmons bass. He will even sign and personalize the bass case, 4 items of your choice. You get to take photos and videos. And guess what? When you meet him, you're going to find out that Gene Simmons... Gene Simmons... purely accidental, but a pretty cool nickname. Gene, if you want to use it, I'll let you have that nickname for only $12,000. You get to meet Gene Simmons. You'll get to meet him, yes, but you will also find that he is very down-to-earth, funny, and knowledgeable on almost any subject. He is knowledgeable on almost anything. Quiz him. Geography, he'll nail it. He can point to anything on the map. No matter what it is. Atlantis, he'll point to it on a fucking map. He knows exactly where it is. Ask him about chemical bonds. Ask him to do some electron orbitals. Like, he'll know. No doubt in my mind. And you'll find that out too for only $6,500. And you get to bring 3 friends. And you'll all get to learn. Now, I know I started this video by saying that this isn't worth your money, but after going through it, is this the best use of $12,500? It might be. It just might be. You get so much out of it. You can't put a price tag on fun. And you can't put a price tag on a Gene Simmons experience. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but like the value you'll get out of it will no doubt somehow make up for the $12,000 that you're in the hole. So, maybe not worth it. Probably not worth it. You do what the fuck you want. If you spend $12,500 to be the personal assistant to Gene Simmons, I think you deserve to be bullied. Like, forever. That's really about it. So, yeah. I always thought Billy Mitchell was the king of frivolous lawsuits, but he can't even hold a candle to Russia. You remember a few months ago we were talking about how Russia is suing Google for over $2.5 decillion, which is an unfathomable amount of money. If you added up every single breath every single human being has ever taken since Adam and Eve, it wouldn't even come close to 2.5 decillion, let alone 2.5 decillion doubloons being a reasonable amount of money to ask for. It doesn't exist. It can't exist. I just learned about another lawsuit coming from Russia where a Russian League of Legends streamer has successfully sued Twitch for over $200 nonillion, so a little less than what Google's on the hook for, all because he received a ban on the platform and was able to make a case in Russian court that is trying to enforce a $200 nonillion fine on Twitch for the injustice this League of Legends streamer faced, even though in his entire time on Twitch, he himself only made $2,000. So the math checks out, actually. You know, that seems about par for the course. It is so interesting. To help put this number in perspective, just how preposterous it is, there is an estimated 200 sextillion stars in the known universe. So this League of Legends streamer is looking to receive more money than there are stars in the known universe. Good luck. I mean, maybe he'll get some fairy godparents and be able to poof that money into existence, because that's the only way that shit's gonna happen. I was gonna try and find a clever way of tying $200 nonillion into a subtle, cheeky shout-out, but I couldn't, so I'm gonna do it abruptly. Go to usecheeky.com and use code LUCKY for our St. Patrick's Day sale, where you can get 10% off all of our soap. It's the best soap in the universe. In fact, if you use Cheeky, over 200 nonillion beings across the universe will say that you look and smell great. You look real clean. So yeah, it's usecheeky.com, and the code is LUCKY for the 10% off. Now to sum up the lore here, he was a League of Legends streamer named Lickrit, and he was suspended in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine, and the US imposed sanctions, and he was banned as a result. His father is also a Russian oligarch who apparently has some pretty close ties to Putin. After being banished to the Shadow Realm and not receiving payments from Twitch as a result of the sanctions, he took it to a Russian court in June and October of 2022, which Twitch called a violation of its terms of service. The first lawsuit was dismissed without prejudice, but the second one, well, the Russian law decided that that one's got some meat on its bones. That one's got some real oomph to it, some pep in its step, and said that it violated his rights by suspending and demonetizing his accounts. So, the Russian court demanded that Twitch restore the account or pay a compounding penalty for non-compliance, basically the naughty boy penalty, where if you don't play ball and bend the knee to the most outrageous of demands, it's going to get worse. And Twitch, since they haven't reinstated the account, is racking up a fine of 100,000 rubles each day the account is not reinstated, and doubling each week without limit, per Twitch's lawsuit, which has reached astronomical levels. That's the exact same John Madden playbook textbook maneuver we saw Russia use against Google. The compounding penalty of 1,000 rubles every day and doubling each week. That's how you've reached these 2.5 decillion and now $200 nonillion fines. More money than exists on the planet, no doubt. And this is their go-to, it seems, in Russian court if they're going to penalize a company. It looks like they go for this compounding penalty anime finishing move. This is their Kamehameha. It seems like this is pretty common, and I'm only just now learning about how frequent it is. I kind of want to take a plunge into some other notable court cases in Russia just to see if they do this for everything. Like a baker sold you stale bread, you took him to court, and now he owes you 1,000 rubles every day that you've had to have that stale bread in your intestinal tract, and it doubles each week without limit. I just wonder how often that's used. You know what I mean? Because now we've seen 2 instances of it, and it's just comical. I'm sure Twitch is going to fork over $200 nonillion any day now. I can already just see the League of Legends streamer doing this with his hands like, we won, we did it, so any day now that money's going to be hitting my piggy bank. I'm sure Twitch is going to start feeling the pressure of this imaginary money demand very soon. You might as well be suing Twitch for glorbluckles. It's actual nonsense gibberish here, because these numbers are not reasonable at all. It's phony baloney. You can't actually enforce them no matter what. But it's not stopping them from trying, and I really appreciate that chutzpah, because it is fucking amazing. A Twitch lawyer said, because this penalty doubles each week, it purportedly is now larger than all the money in the world, unjustified on any measure, wholly disproportionate to less than the $2,000 in revenue generated by the League of Legends streamer's account while active. But in 2023, the League of Legends streamer filed a Turkish enforcement action to enforce the Russian ruling, serving the action on Amazon's Turkey office, which maintains that the agreements that he signed were with Twitch, not Amazon, making the actions invalid. Twitch and Amazon have been deprived of legal certainty provided by those agreements and subjected to Russian courts' application of Russian laws specifically designed to undermine U.S. sanction, Twitch lawyers wrote. Twitch is now looking to U.S. courts to kind of pump the brakes on this lunacy here. Like, it's a joke. Like, this is just a complete circus of a lawsuit. I don't think there's any reasonable person on the planet that would read this case and be like, nope, League of Legends streamer's 100% in the right here. He's owed $200 million for the suspension. Now, from what I can see, he wasn't suspended due to, like, bad behavior. He didn't do anything naughty. Like, he didn't, you know, bring his sack out on stream and get rambunctious or anything. It truly was the result of those sanctions that went into place that prevented them from being able to send out payments to Russian streamers. And I'm not normally one to defend Twitch, but what the fuck were they supposed to do there? Just ignore the sanctions and get themselves in the legal hot water for it? Just so they could pay this League of Legends streamer his $200 for the year? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know how they were supposed to, like, you know, do that. And as far as the suspension goes, I don't think it was exclusive to just his account. From what I've read from the sanctions, they did that for a lot of Russian streamers. So it doesn't look like they decided just to fuck this guy in the face for no reason. So, yeah, I just had to talk about that. These Russian lawsuits of compounding penalties are fucking incredible. They are so goofy. It's just not real. But it is kind of a fun thought experiment. Let's say Amazon as a whole, not just Twitch specifically, is on the hook here for the $200 million. This League of Legends streamer's got him in the palm of his hands. And he's forcing Amazon to run it down mid for him and actually give him this money eventually. Assuming Amazon makes $1 trillion a year, which they don't. From what I can see, they make about $580 billion a year. So, like, they're halfway there, but it's easier to use $1 trillion. If they make $1 trillion a year, it would take them an entire millennium, 1,000 years, of every dollar they make throughout that millennium going to this debt to even make it to a quadrillion dollars, which is not even a fraction of the total that they owe this League of Legends streamer. It would take them until the universe itself dies of a heat death to even come close to being able to make that amount of money to pay him back. It's just not possible. Unless you have a galaxy brain intellect like me. You see, if I was CEO of Twitch and I was tasked with getting us out of this pickle here, I know exactly a solution. I know exactly what I'd do. I'd say, look, we honor our debts. Friend, we got off onto the wrong foot and we want to make things all square here. And then I'd print a bill that says $200 million on it. And I'd hand him the $200 million bill and say, we're good. Because that's the only fucking way that this could possibly ever end with this demand. Unless, of course, it just gets thrown out, which it doesn't seem like Russian courts are willing to do. So, you just make up a bill that's $200 million and say, Godspeed figuring out what to do with that, I suppose. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Rich Karen thinks she's above the law by Police Insider.
Through traffic, and then when you pulled in here, you hit the curb here in front of Publix because you're trying to avoid me. I don't know.
No, that's not true. There was a banana peel in the middle of the road and it spun out.
I'm trying to go home.
Okay, but it's 40 miles an hour, and I was doing 40 and you blew past me.
I have 50 employees.
At her house.
I own a business.
She has to go see them.
Where is that at?
Next door to Cooperstock Winery.
Go to the winery, conduct an investigation, and then we'll determine that here. If everything
Did she mention she owns a business yet?
Sometimes it's a little very intimidating for people.
Was that a cry attempt? Because no part of her face moved. She just made, like, panting noises like a dog after it's run around a lot. Does she know how to cry?
You own the blow dry bar. Okay, cool.
I own my business. I manipulate 30 employees.
Cool choice of words.
Property in South Tampa for 30 years now.
South Tampa? Wait, was this in Tampa? My God. I may have seen her at some point.
I've been a
South Tampa.
Mhm.
I've owned property here for the past 12 years, but regardless how I've been treated today,
I've been here
it's not
longer
an
than
issue,
that. Have we ever
but,
crossed paths, you
another
think?
issue is just my business, but that's, you know.
So it's something that doesn't have to do with.
I mean, this
Imagine you see me in this fucking footage as I like come over here. Maybe I drove by this at some point.
right? I have 30 employees that manipulate me every day, and you have
A lot of manipulation going on at the bar.
thousands of people that manipulate you. I don't have kids. I can't have kids.
Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough. A lot of trauma dumping.
And she's not making it.
My car.
So I'm not asking.
Let's see if I recognize this area. That looks like some kind of Hilton. Yes. No fucking clue where that is. That could be fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
You're asking?
Oh, I'm telling. Yo, so we can go right behind you.
The boss music has started playing. There's pretty much nowhere in Tampa I haven't been. I'm sure I've driven down this road at some point.
I own a business.
Okay.
I live right here.
What kind of business do you own?
I own a below dry bar. I own two. It's a franchise. I own a franchise.
I've never even heard of Blow Dry Bar. Is it no, it's probably not new. Terrible name, by the way. Fucking Blow Dry Bar. Hold on, let me check a little something real quick. This must be like South, like Kennedy-ish? Like off West Kennedy or something, maybe? I don't know why I care so much, but now this feels like a notable location. We got the fucking Blow Dry Bar owner out here. We gotta put up a sign.
New into Tampa. I do nothing wrong.
Okay, how much have you had to drink tonight?
Nothing.
On behalf of Tampa, we thank you for your service, ma'am.
Okay, what were you drinking?
I don't remember. I said at 7 a.m. this morning. I have 30 employees.
Yes.
I just had to release my manager because she was trying to sue me for wrongful issues.
She must have been out of her mind. Suing you? I don't believe that. For what? Enjoying a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
I had to step in.
Okay. Do you remember what you were
Who asked, by the way?
just told you, no.
Like, why are you saying this?
You're drinking and you say no, a mimosa.
You got this right there?
Was it no or a mimosa?
God, that attitude is so infuriating. I hate people that act like that. Oh.
So your last drink was at what time?
7 a.m.
And it was what?
A 7 a.m. mimosa 2 days ago. I'm sorry you didn't catch that.
Oh, wait!
2 days ago. 7
A monkey wrench. A new tidbit of lore.
So you haven't had anything to drink today?
That is correct. I had water. I had Diet Coke. Do you want? You question me on what I had to drink. Let's run it down.
Because I smell it on you.
I love that. Thank you. I had 2 Diet
Oh.
Cokes. Thank you. At 10 a.m.
2 Diet Cokes at 10 a.m.? What are you doing? Trying to speedrun diabetes? You're out of your mind. You can't own Blow Dry Bar like that.
I had a Starbucks refresher at noon. A Starbucks. You know what? I had cold brew at noon, and then 2 p.m. I had
God, do you ever stop drinking liquids, you gluttonous harpy?
espresso shot.
6 espresso shots?
Espresso shots.
Officer! We need to get her to a cardiologist ASAP. What?
Is there a reason why you were driving like that?
Or what? With espresso shots?
Holy Toledo!
Driving in the manner that you were recklessly.
Recklessly. What was my issue?
That you were speeding. You were following
You
too
never
closely.
released the issue. I asked you why was I being pulled over. You wouldn't tell me.
No, that was not me.
What happened to her boyfriend? Can we bring your boyfriend over here? That guy he was a cool cucumber. That guy was calm, collected. Like, he would be her best asset right now. Did he just go home? He's like, yeah, is she in that mood right now? Is she talking about her business? Hey, good luck. I'm out of here. Lord have mercy. I'm going home.
You tell me why I was being pulled over.
Okay, so you were speeding. You were following people too
Can you
closely.
show me why I was speeding?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see it? Can you show me?
Can you see what?
You pulled me over for speeding.
Yeah, can you
I see why you pulled me over?
Yeah, use the time Infinity Stone. Let's go backwards so we can see it again.
How can I show you that you were speeding?
Are you serious? I know my rights. Can you show me?
You have to
Stand over here.
bring it up on the jumbotron, please. Bring in the dancing lobsters.
I think you seem to think that you're in charge here, and you're really not.
She is in, she owns a business. She is literally in charge.
Concerns about your sobriety.
I don't want to be in the middle of the road.
Well, no, we have police cars with their lights on.
Sacrifice my safety. I chose to stay on the side of the road. That's my right. You can talk to me like a human.
So, I'd like to check your eyes as part of the field sobriety.
Check me, please.
This is going very well. She knows what she's doing. They really did not like this woman. Even dunking on her in the aftermath. I can't imagine why. She seems like such a peach. She does seem to be a little off on that that wacky wizard wax here, though. She is not lucid.
Do you wear glasses or contacts?
How about you decide? Don't you have to judge?
I don't know if you
What?
Should know, no? Okay, sorry, sir.
Just analyzing your eyes here. Of course, I'm an optometrist. I can tell that you wear glasses based on the dents on your nose and, of course, your cataracts. You must wear glasses. That's what police officers are best known for. Being able to deduce whether someone wears glasses normally.
No, I'd click conditions.
Medical conditions.
Are you going to write them down or no?
No.
So I'm not going to tell you them.
Okay. You taking a prescription medication?
Absolutely.
Which thing?
You're going to write them down?
No.
Then no, I'm not going to tell you.
You want me to write them down?
Without your consent, I'm not going to consent to your...
Okay. Haven't been diagnosed?
You're not writing them down. I have been
Checkmate.
Have you ever been diagnosed with diabetes?
Yes.
Okay, do you take insulin?
Absolutely.
When's the last time you took insulin?
2 weeks ago.
What?
Inbound.
What's that?
The inbound.
Inbound diabetes.
Yeah, type 2.
Okay.
So is that why I'm being pulled over?
I don't... Maybe I'm not familiar enough.
Diabetes.
No. So,
Weird.
when's
Right. Continue with your factual.
Thank you.
Go
Have
ahead.
you been diagnosed with epilepsy?
Yeah.
Okay. When's the last time you had a seizure?
Right now. Oh, imagine she just drops to the ground. Oh my god, that would have been so good. That would have been fucking cinema. She had such a big opportunity right there. You blew it. You absolutely blew it. What is inbound diabetes? Is that a real thing, or is she just spouting gobbledygook? No, it's just made up. Okay. That sounds about right. Can we search it up? Yeah, you know what, fine. I'll look up inbound diabetes. I see pre-diabetes on the rise, but it can be reversed. Not what we were looking for, but that's good news. Hey, a little surprise good news. Diabetes inbound. Oh yeah, maybe she was calling it in like a kill streak. I didn't even stop to consider that. You're so right.
30 employees. 2 of them are diagnosed with epilepsy.
And she... Oh, okay.
I am not. I'm not. I am not.
Well, she's epileptic through osmosis by being in proximity to those with epilepsy.
Alright. Your disabilities? I don't know why you're being so difficult.
Oh, she's about to jump scare.
Alright. Do you see the tip of my... I have concerns about your sobriety, so I'm asking if I can check your eyes.
I'm denying it.
Okay, so here's what I'll tell you. Is that... Well, hang on, we're... The exercise...
Now that the drink had finally kicked in, she was about to show her true self.
Exercise or vomit?
Oh no, the mask is coming off.
Of course I can.
You're telling me she's not a sweet lady?
Smell my suspicion. Do you see the tip of my pen?
Absolutely.
What color is it?
Red.
So, what I want you to
One
do
for
is
one.
move it back and forth several times. I want you to follow it with your eyes without moving your head, okay? Okay.
You've got this.
So pathetic. Left. Center.
Oh man, she's been in the Kovacs AIM lab.
Left. Come on, man.
She's even doing call-outs? Ma'am, please be on your way, we're sorry.
I'm trying to do the right thing here. I fired 2 people just because of based on the performance.
Well, whose fault?
I'm on your team, bro.
Okay, so then
I'm on your team, like literally. I support you guys, true. Like I am on your team. I'm sorry.
Alright, fist bump. We'll seal it with a fist bump.
Tell me through.
Okay, so we're gonna use this one right here. That's on your left, my right. Okay.
Oh, she's going for the crane kick. Watch out, Jesus. Busting out the kung fu.
Okay?
Good lord.
The whole exercise on it.
Sure, my guy's on.
There's like 5 cameras on you right now.
I know.
Okay.
I love this. Hey, this is gonna make me so much money. Hey, baby, got this?
Oh god, her boyfriend's still there. He's probably really embarrassed.
For me, but hey, they gonna do it for me.
Okay, so
let's do
I
it.
want you to put your left foot on this line.
This one. All right, I'm.
She's gonna make so much. Blow dry bar's about to have a new renaissance with how much she's gonna get paid from this.
want you to put your left foot on this line.
Sir. Like that? Point it or what?
See,
Flat or point it? Because I will do both.
I'm demonstrating it for you.
Oh my god, this is my money maker.
This is the one.
Thank you so much for making
This is the big time.
Okay. And then your right foot in front of your left foot touching heel to toe. Hands by your side touching your thighs. Not like that.
Very good.
How I'm doing.
Excellent.
I'm sorry.
Just like that.
Okay.
All right. I don't want you to move or begin until I tell you to start.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My God, the things her boyfriend must go through every day.
I mean, hey, narrator's not wrong.
To do a yellow line like you.
That fucking guy, he must be really just so embarrassed.
Okay.
So you did it. Because I have my state attorney. My best friend is Andrew Warren.
Andrew, what? The Andrew Warren?
First of all, you can't walk a straight
Whoa.
line, so neither can I.
Okay.
Who?
Hector.
God, this has to be so annoying. Like, this is a condensed version of this stop. Oh, this has got to be such a fucking headache. Can he, like, is there no other protocol where it's so blatantly obvious she is plastered? Like, what about just, like, a breathalyzer? Do they have to do the FST when someone is this just belligerent?
Manhole. No. The manhole.
At the beginning of the yellow line.
Sure.
Alright, so I want you to go back.
Yeah, do some of those.
Yeah.
Do some of this.
This is not a joke.
Sir.
Okay.
My life, you're kind of mimicking my life. So, I make $700,000 a year. You're mimicking my life. Don't touch me. You again.
Wow.
Don't touch me.
That got really aggressive.
Are you gonna participate in this exercise?
1000%.
Okay, then put your left on this line.
Away from me.
It was daytime when they started.
I don't know what they mean.
Yeah.
Get her away from me.
That's so.
She's doing lunges just like you asked her.
Thank you.
What's wrong?
Hands by your side, touching your thighs.
Can she get away?
You're interrupting the feng shui here, please. You need to move. You're ruining her chakra alignment. Oh, come on. I wanted to see it in real time. We've come so far. Crushed it. That's flawless. You catching this, babe?
The money machine was about to take a thrashing from the officer.
That was big bucks right there for sure. Will this affect the Pokemon card market? It already did. In the time she was doing the field sobriety test, over 15 scalpers weren't able to make it to the Pokemon vending machine.
Call him. Call Hector.
Like Terry, you're not complying.
Oh, just because I'm white. Okay. There's no race.
What?
Now you care.
Top it all off, she did something inside the police car that the officer least expected.
No, she done pooped her pants. What? Wait, is it? They trapped her in a goddamn vacuum. The car's vacuum sealed. Help! Man, she was so calm and collected moments ago. I'm not a doctor, ma'am. Everybody has suffocation issues. If someone's being suffocated, they got a big fucking issue. That's not a unique condition.
You're so oh my god.
She's got you now. Hey! Oh, that's gross. Hey! Pervert. Oh, hey, why is she alting now? Hey! Come on.
So sweet. How does it feel to never be important in your life? Loser. You fat. You
At least they put the air back in the car.
I swear to God, give me air. Give me.
Stop hogging all the air.
YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
Cool finale. Well, what about the blow-dry bar? Stocks through the roof, or what's up with that? I'm sure it's doing just fine under her crackshot leadership. Yeah, we'll fill out the March Madness bracket. That was more interesting than I thought it'd be. I think I just got personally invested because she's a Tampa native. Like me. I'm here for you, Carly. That was awesome. I'll have to pay a visit to Blow Dry Bar to pay my thanks. Bail her out. Bitch, why would I be bailing her out? She was talking about how she makes $700K a year. She in her own words, she manipulates 30 employees. Fires them sometimes. Like, why does she need me to bail her out? She's fine. Today, a Kickstarter project was launched as well as a trailer dropping about the final years of Stan Lee's life and the elder abuse he was allegedly victim of. It's a subject I've talked about from time to time on the channel. A few years ago, I even made a video covering the exploitation of his legacy for the sake of shilling NFTs. That one was particularly evil, basically saying, you gotta put all your money into these NFTs. It's what Stan Lee would have wanted. Excelsior, am I right? You don't want to disappoint Stan Lee. Get our NFTs. It's shameful. And there were allegations of elder abuse in the later life of Stan Lee for a long time. And now today, this documentary has popped up from someone named John Bolerjack, who is a former assistant to Stan Lee, who's claiming he's had tons and tons of video evidence and footage of numerous times Stan Lee was taken advantage of, and now he's putting it all together for this documentary called Stan Lee: The Final Chapter, and he's launched a Kickstarter campaign looking for $300,000 to finish it. I'm going to go ahead and give you my thoughts right off rip before we even get into the trailer, as well as like a clip that dropped from it. To me, that feels really exploitative as well. You're telling me you've had this footage for years, incriminating evidence of Stan Lee being taken advantage of, and instead of releasing it throughout the years to spread the word about the injustice he faced or giving it to authorities about potential elder abuse, you've instead just sat on it, kegeling it until now, compiling it into this documentary that you're now looking for $300,000 to finish, to pay for things like casting, wardrobe, hair and makeup, music composition, a soundstage space, visual effects. Like, what the fuck? If the goal is justice for Stan Lee, this feels highly unnecessary. I don't think you need a visual effects department on standby to cook up some CGI for it, you know? Like, you don't need Blur Animation Studio on the horn to do some kind of 3D render of like a reenactment scene or something. If you've got all of this incriminating evidence, it feels a little weird to be asking $300,000 from people to crowdfund a pretty bow to put on all of this and like elevate it to like a Hollywood production where they want a set constructor, like they want to build a set, like I don't know if they want to like recreate Stan Lee's home 1-to-1 or something, or you know, as well as like a sound stage, like like you refuse to release the footage unless everything, like all the testimonials can be filmed on like a Blackmagic Pro 45K camera or something. Like, I don't really understand it. To me, feels like it's also capitalizing off of Stan Lee's name, but this time from a different angle where it's highlighting all of the other people who also exploited Stan Lee in a different way. I'll show you the trailer, and you can obviously form your own fucking thoughts on it, but there's a couple things I want to talk about as well as showing you that clip that dropped.
My name is John Bolerjack, and for the last 4 years of Stan Lee's life, I was his assistant, his confidant, but most importantly, his friend. I traveled the world with him, witnessing firsthand the incredible highs of his legendary career, but also the heartbreaking lows.
John Bolerjack was someone that was close to Stan Lee, and he has filmed a ton of things around him and the people around him as well. So a lot of the footage is basically showcasing how people interacted with Stan Lee, those closest to him, and how they viewed him as kind of like a tool to make money off of. I'll play the rest of the trailer in a moment, but I want to show you this clip because I think this clip is a really interesting look at not only John, but a lot of what Stan Lee was subjected to.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, are you ready to give a riveting speech? You're going to change lives.
I thought I was finished with that. What do I have to do now?
It's never over.
I'm not on the crazy pills, right? Like, I'm not boofing stupid potion, right? That's John Bolerjack that's saying that to him. You can see his hair, his voice is the same. That's John. And he's the one telling him that it's never over. Like, John, I'm assuming he was trying to be, like, sarcastic there, but John, even at the time, was privy to Stan Lee being taken advantage of, but just sat by and let it continue and let all of those people around him continue to exploit him. To me, it feels really weird. You've got all of this footage, you are aware of these things happening where he's being taken advantage of, and instead of sharing that footage at the time or contacting someone to try and help, he just lets it persist and then holds on to this footage for years after his death. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me. Like, it feels off. And he also has something else that I found pretty mean-spirited to say to Stan at the end of this clip.
You what? I said I thought I was finished, but apparently I'm not.
No. Once we're done, we'll get out of here.
Now what do I do here?
Same thing, talk about you. We'll make some new questions.
But I don't have the...
Yes, you will. Yes.
You get your money's worth out of me.
Every single penny.
Penny, like 5 pennies.
So this guy telling Stan Lee what he's going to do, even without Stan Lee really knowing and really wanting to, he is still pushing Stan Lee to do it. And then Stan Lee says, you get your money's worth out of me. And he says, every penny. And then John Bolerjack comes in and says, pennies, like 5 pennies. That's just kind of mean. Like, I don't know what the joke was supposed to be there. I don't know why he would come in at the end and say that on the back of that after we just watched Stan Lee get pushed to do something he wasn't aware of and not wanting to do by somebody who's basically controlling his appearance here. It just rubs me the wrong way.
Stan spent his final years enduring mistreatment, manipulation, and betrayal at the hands of a few very bad actors.
Is there any way to get us out of that San Francisco thing? Or do you feel we gotta do it?
Gotta do it. At the time, I didn't have the power to stop it, but I did have a camera and I filmed everything.
Whoa, watch out! Jeez.
It's extremely sad watching this. Elder abuse is a fucking horrid thing. And John claims that at the time he didn't have the power to stop it, but he had a camera, so he filmed everything. Well, you were compiling evidence. You could have submitted that evidence to authorities, and there's a very real chance nothing would have come from it. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of, really evil people that would have been able to squeak their way out of it, but you still would have tried. You did have the ability to have this footage come to light. You could have released this footage yourself online. There were a ton of options with this footage outside of just now bringing it to the public's attention while asking for money to finish a movie around that footage. I understand there have been many cases where a documentary has been instrumental in justice for whatever case it's been covering, but I just can't understand why during all of the discussions around is Stan Lee being abused by the people closest to him, there was even a lawsuit about elder abuse and Stan Lee, during all of this, and it did get a ton of attention, why John Bolerjack with his footage wouldn't have come forward to contribute to that discussion with evidence that, yes, Stan Lee is being taken advantage of. Yes, there are people close to Stan Lee doing things that he doesn't want to do or know that he's doing. I don't understand why back then, with all of the footage he had, he wouldn't have spoke up during those times. It just feels weird that he's had it for so long and is now just bringing it to the public during a Kickstarter pitch.
Now I'm asking for your help to finish the film and finally get justice for Stan. This documentary includes first-hand accounts from key witnesses, including comic book legends like Rob Liefeld and Roy Thomas, as well as many others who saw the chaos and unethical acts. This isn't speculation, it's all on camera. Undeniable.
This is old Stan Lee coming at you.
No, you're not old.
Irrefutable.
I thought I was finished, but apparently I'm not.
No ambiguity.
I think it's pretty clear from industry veterans that have talked about it to the footage that already exists outside of this documentary, since this hasn't released, so we don't know all the footage in it, that we can say with a pretty high level of confidence Stan Lee was taken advantage of in the later years of his life by tons of people around him. I think that much is pretty clear in my opinion, and I have no doubt that whatever footage John has here will be really helpful in holding a lot of those evil assholes that were exploiting him accountable. I'm hoping that there will be a lot of good that comes from it. But this approach of just squatting on the footage for many years and then only like bringing it out if enough money is given to finish the film is very off-putting. And like looking at the Kickstarter rewards feels really weird too. Let me just hold your hand through what $50 gets you in the project. A stunning photo comic capturing rare, candid moments of Stan Lee like you've never seen before. Shot by filmmaker Jonathan Boulderjack, this collection offers an intimate look at the legend's life beyond the spotlight. Featuring 11 different covers, each showcasing a hand-picked image curated by its respective sponsor. Every book comes signed by Boulderjack, making it a must-have for true fans of Stan and his legacy. What? So each copy is signed by John, which means it's a must-have if you love Stan Lee. Where have we heard that nomenclature before? Spoiler alert, it's the NFTs that were shilled on Stan Lee's Twitter page a few years back. There are so many reward tiers here, more than I've ever seen in a Kickstarter project. I shit you not, I think there's close to like 40 or 50 different reward tiers. It's crazy. Like, here's one for $500 where you get basically a CGC slabbed Stan Lee image. Like, it seems like the reward system is all about incentivizing collectors. Like, every reward tier has some kind of element that hypes up the collecting appeal of the reward tier for the Kickstarter. Like, it's very, again, weird. Here's another option for $500 tier, where you can get a tour through Los Angeles with John, where you'll visit places where bribes were offered, schemes were plotted, and millions went missing, stories that have never been told till now. What? So he'll take you on a tour of places where Stan Lee was exploited for $500. He'll take you on the Los Angeles tour of Stan Lee being taken advantage of. I just don't know how that can be perceived as anything other than slimy. It's basically reducing the elder abuse Stan Lee suffered to a tour for you to go on for $500 with this guy who's treating it like it's some kind of like attraction. Like, it's just so not okay, I feel. For $8,000, you get an invite to the Emmys and the Governor's Ball. All right. Like, it goes on and on. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, 40 different reward tiers is an understatement. I think there's probably closer to like 60 or 70 different tiers of Kickstarter rewards here.
With your help, we can finish the film, expose the truth, and give Stan the justice he deserves.
As I mentioned, this footage that he has most likely will showcase a lot of the horrible things people have done to Stan Lee, and many times he was taken advantage of. But I don't feel like the goal of this film is to get justice for Stan Lee. It looks very different when you actually go through the page, all the rewards, all of the things that the money is going towards, and also when you remember the fact that he's had this footage for so long and is now just bringing it out for a Kickstarter pitch. I find it very weird. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about it. That's it. See ya. This is like E3 for Taco Bell fans. We watched this last year too. They should have Jeff Keighley do one of these Taco Bell Presents. New menus at 54.30. Well, yeah, I'll get to the new menu, but what if they bring out, you know, like T-Pain to, have a huge performance or something? I don't want to miss something cool.
Buddy, the CEO of Taco
Hey,
Bell,
RB.
Sean Trisvon.
The CEO of Taco Bell, let's go! They did have Doja Cat. You're telling me Taco Bell Presents had Doja Cat there? They resurrected the Taco Bell dog, I hear. Oh, necromancy? That's back on the menu, let's go.
I see Taco Bell fans. Give it up, Taco Bell fans.
Taco Bell enthusiasts! We're here!
This meeting, we've got an incredible audience. I just saw my boss's childhood idol, John Starks, is in the house. Where's John?
Wait, he's the CEO of Taco Bell, though. How could you have a boss? Who's your boss? God? Like, who's above the Taco Bell CEO? That has to be the highest level position in all of corporate America.
Live Moss Live last year in Las Vegas.
I remember.
We didn't really know what we were doing.
I watched it.
Was to be successful, but it turned out we did okay. We did okay with you guys as the fans. You guys are the most important. We had a lot of great menu items. And then we had some great media coverage from Barstool Sports. What they wrote is out. Apple
Hey, what? I talked about it too. Where's my Taco Bell shout out?
That was a great company to be in.
When you revealed your Cantina menu, I almost showed whole.
Conferences where they did pretty good company.
Who the fuck didn't attend? Megan? Wow, that's a crazy last name. Megan Presepier? You think you're better than the Taco Bell Liv Moss? You can just RSVP and not show up? You got some fucking nerve, Megan. You know that? You better hope they don't put you in a taco.
Let's take it backwards. That's pretty cool. Tacos in a burger world. He was trying to feed curiosity for the
Tacos in a burger world.
This ideal called Liv Moss.
Barbie energy.
Liv Moss. So everybody will get this hat on behalf of the brand and partner with Max.
Hey, thank you so much for the hat.
Pretty cool. And then also we have some Liv Moss Live merch for you guys.
Yo, the swag bag. Put a fucking chungus on that thing and I'm sold. Give me some dank memes.
I forgot about you. I'm going to ask you guys a question, and I want you guys to get really loud. I want them to hear you in Manhattan. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Are you guys ready?
I'm so hyped.
1, 2, 3. Is Brooklyn in the house?
Yes! Yes! Did they hear us?
Oh my gosh, Ann Arbor in the house.
No, no Ann Arbor. Boo.
Okay.
We're not here.
Well, I grew up there, and my love affair with
Brooklyn
Taco
only.
Bell was actually I remember.
All right. I'll skip to the fucking experimental menu. Fine. We don't have to watch the whole thing. Holy shit! It's the Taco Bell kitchen. They even have the spectators. Good God. We get to see how the sausage is made. No, I'm not ready. The pearly gates.
Taco Bell's chief food.
You guys had absolutely no chill. Who remembers this guy?
I can't see him.
Yeah, so...
Who is it?
Guys, this
oh, fuck, I remember that bastard.
Heads, like we made a few pies.
That dirty rat. He's supposed to be in jail.
But you guys had bigger... Maybe Thanksgiving? Like, this could be an awesome pie to bring to the family. Yeah?
Or just celebrate Shrek 5 with that bitch.
This time, since we
that fit
know
perfectly
what
in
we're
line
doing,
with Shrek.
I definitely know what I need from you all.
Let me be your marketing
I need
guy.
Your feedback. I want to know, since it's been on the menu, what if we took all that deliciousness that made it the icon that it is,
Oh, don't touch
and
it.
turned it into a bite-sized icon?
No, it's not ready for that.
A mini bite-sized salad. Yeah.
I mean, that looks pretty good, I guess.
Okay.
Whatever.
And we will put some salsa verde on it, some fresh lime. I don't know. I think that's a good idea. All right. Okay. How about?
I'm a big bite-sized guy. I like bite-sized things.
I mean, so cool that
you
we brought
bite-sizeify shit, and I'm happy.
I mean, okay. So what if we took all the glory of the Mexican pizza, all those amazing tastes,
And we threw it in the trash.
and then we wrapped it into a flaky, crispy
You made a pizza roll. Taco Bell, you have just made a pizza roll. Get ready for the lawsuit.
Yeah?
No, it's a pizza. You can call it what you want. It's a pizza roll.
I mean, it needs a dip.
Totino's gonna be on that ass.
You gotta dip that into the beautiful. So I want to talk a little bit about fire sauce. Any fire sauce fans?
Boo! I don't like capsaicin. Boo! Take it off the menu.
We've been thinking, what if we took the sauce?
Things that are hot make me
turned it
upset.
into a seasoning, and then you're gonna grow our own purple pepper and create the purple chili sauce. It is spicy.
Don't care. You said spicy. I'm out.
It's got an ají panca,
You lost me.
habanero, It's got ghost pepper.
You're saying words I don't even know.
Be fooled by this. This is. Come on up. Woo! Come on, girl.
That's what I'm saying. Let me make a potato pancake for this restaurant.
This girl is so talented.
Watch the stock price soar.
From I Love Micheladas to her James Beard award-winning restaurant, Galagetza in Los Angeles.
I don't need the whole lore breakdown. I just want to see the new menu. Is it really 40 more minutes of the new menu? Or do they take like little detours? I can't quite tell. Winner. Taylor Frankie. What'd she win? A scholarship? You ate the most Crunchwrap Supremes in 5 minutes? Full ride scholarship to Harvard?
Okay, this might.
Oh, menu hack of the year. That was a competitive category. I would have won the Burger King one if they did that. If they had the budget for it. My fucking pink bismuth burger went crazy.
All except you, Taylor. Yeah, we're in a fight right now.
Okay, so I thought she was gonna do like a full performance. She cut a little promo for him. Not as cool.
Where we're gonna reveal.
They just bought her cameo.
Just take a breath. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
All of our try one of the Lux Craving boxes. Now, where are my Cantina chicken people?
I'm right here. I'm right here. That's a good menu.
Cantina chicken people.
It's me. You're talking to me.
Last year,
What do you want?
The new Cantina chicken menu, and you guys absolutely loved it. But we thought that we need to turn up the heat a little bit.
All right. Well, you fucked it. I'm no longer a Cantina fan. Why? That was my least favorite part.
A little bit of a spicy side.
No.
It's a little bit
No.
more heat. So 4 days ago, we launched the new Caliente Cantina.
Son of a bitch. That's my least favorite Spanish word.
Caliente sauce made with red jalapeno.
Damn
peppers.
it.
Now, where's my girl? It's a bean burrito. I like to add extra sauce on mine, extra red sauce.
How creative.
I like to add extra onions. And I like to make that baby grilled. Because if you're not getting everything grilled at Taco Bell, you're not doing it right.
Well, you really changed the game with that order.
So I'm going to ask somebody what their Taco Bell thing is.
The fuck is that, man?
Because you were gasping for air. Take a breath, girlfriend. What is your Taco Bell thing?
Oh my gosh. I love to get a grilled cheese burrito.
Industry plant.
I like to swap out the rice.
Okay.
For some seasoned fries.
Okay.
And then I like to swap out the chipotle sauce for avocado ranch.
Nope.
And then add pico de gallo. And I like to call it the Cali Ash burrito.
Okay, I tried
Liar.
half of that, but I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so
They told you to say that.
Ashley has a thing. Does anybody else want to shout out what their thing is? Who's brave? Beefy Crunch?
It's called ordering just straight off the menu.
So you know what? We're gonna make Ashley's. If you are a loyalty member, you get to go into the app and you get to name your thing, Paul. You get to name the Paul's Beefy Crunch Burrito. And here's the cool part about that. When people buy Ashley's thing or Paul's
Oh my god, it's commission
we're gonna
based.
try to hook you up with some rewards.
Holy fucking affiliate link.
Okay, get ready for fan style. We're dropping that later this summer. Now, Ashley.
Wait, what is that? So I can make Charlie's thing on there. And if you like my thing, you can place the Taco Bell order and I'll get Taco Bell rewards. I mean, it's kind of cute, I guess. It's like, yeah, actual Fortnite codes. That's kind of, I mean, I guess that's kind of adorable, whatever. And the employees will spit in your food after you order it. Oh, true. Can you imagine, like, the bad blood? No, we don't serve Charlie's thing here. No, you can't order that. Only Billy Mitchell's thing is permissible at this Taco Bell.
How about we put shredded beef inside a grilled cheese burrito? I heard some gasps. Does that sound good?
You can't. You're not allowed to do that. It violates the Geneva Convention.
Did anybody try the street chalupas? Cheddar cheese. So we're bringing back the street chalupas in steak and Cantina chicken.
That's pretty
But
cool.
They're not just going to be regular street chalupas. They're going to be toasted.
Wait, what was that noise? Run that back. Enhance.
What's on the outside of those little babies?
Going to earbuds.
That is toasted cheddar cheese. So we're bringing back the street chalupas in steak and Cantina chicken, but they're not just going to be regular street chalupas. They're going to be toasted.
That's 100% a fart. Someone just ripped the white one. That is so fitting for a Taco Bell Game Awards ceremony. That's beautiful. Excellent work, Taco Bell.
How about we do a new sauce with the Taco Bell chicken nuggets?
Is it? Oh, it's spicy.
We're going to partner with our friends at Mike's Hot Honey, but we are going to make a Mike's Hot Honey Diablo sauce.
Can you not?
The chicken nuggets.
What am I supposed to do with
You think
that?
we should do crispy chicken strips?
You know I can't eat spice, brother. You know that.
How about we put those crispy chicken strips? It's really refreshing, a little messy, but you guys should try it. So that got us thinking. Do you guys think that we should do more drinks? I mean, do we? It's not really loud enough. Do we think we should do more drinks?
I said yes, you need to fucking do it. Yes, yes, yes.
What would Taco Bell look like? I wonder.
Chad already spoiled it. They're doing a new Baja Blast. Actually hype.
Chula Vista in San Diego. But the question that I keep getting asked is, dude, where's the next one going to be? You guys want to know?
It's going to be in
Well, maybe
Florida?
not in California.
Tampa?
We open one right here in Brooklyn.
Man, I don't live there.
Moss Live, I present to you guys Live Moss Cafe #2.
They put it inside of the conference hall. This is where it's permanently opened. Wow. Well, I don't really give a fuck.
If you're in the house tonight,
I don't go to voice crack. I don't go to cafes.
Live Moss Cafe right there and try that back. You know what? I think we got a birthday in the house. Oh, can I get that one more time, please?
Where are they? Where are they?
Okay, maybe one more.
We have to give them the Taco Bell spankings.
The Crunchwrap.
Oh.
Our beloved Crunchwrap.
It was a ruse.
Hexagon of Taco Bell perfection. And how about we start that celebration right now? Okay? Go out to Taco Bell right now and try the new Crunchwrap sliders. Steak and...
Man, if you want to celebrate it right now, how about you put a fucking Crunchwrap slider under my chair? What the fuck? If I was there, I'd be livid. I'd be doing big thumbs down right now. I wouldn't be doing any jazz hands. Come on.
Can I have some help from everybody that's watching online too, please? Okay.
Okay, here's my energy.
Product number 1. What about the chili cheese burrito? Should we bring that back? All my Midwesterners over there cheering. We know that we like the chili cheese.
You might want to calm down with that.
What about the caramel apple empanadas? Should we bring that back? Okay. Do I have some Double Decker fans in the house?
What the fuck, Taco Bell?
Okay, that's a year 2000 favorite. What about the 7-layer burrito? Deep cut.
We need to get this guy some more media training. Not the most optimal of hand gestures.
Wow. Full of surprises. Do I have any gamers in the house?
Yeah!
Do I have any fans of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in the house?
Yeah, that's me!
What is your name, my friend? David. David.
It's Ben.
Okay, David. I'm
bend over.
Okay.
Idiot.
So, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is one of my favorites. The tropical limestorm we all love turns 21 years old this year. That's right. Baja Blast turns 21 years old. And no birthday is complete without a birthday
Been around that
cake.
long?
So I just need a little bit of help. Can we all blow out the candles for Baja Blast, please?
Okay.
Okay, here we go. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
I did it! I blew him out! Oh my god, I killed him.
Baja Blast is 21. We think it should stay out a little bit later. So this year, we are launching Taco Bell's first ever new flavor of Baja Blast. Baja Blast Midnight. It is the flavor
That's pretty cool.
of the tropical limestorm
That guy's
that you
hard.
love with a burst of passion.
She's crying.
It's going to pair with everything that you love at Taco Bell. The first time we've ever launched a new flavor of Baja Blast. And you don't have to wait. Baja Midnight is coming to all of our restaurants this summer.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm literally waiting. I have to wait months. You lied. That was misleading.
Live. Thank you to everybody that's here. But I think we should do one more thing. Should we do one more thing?
Do one more thing!
One more thing?
Yeah, saw somebody in half up there. I don't give a fuck. Do something cool.
We know that you guys love cheese. I present to you the Queso Crisp Taco.
Interesting idea. That actually could go ballistic. Yeah, that's a big finale right there. That'll do. That's a mic drop.
Okay. That's really it. That's officially...
Another successful Liv Moss moment. That's another one for the books. We win again. Last night on stream, I watched the trailer for the new Pokemon game coming out this year, Pokemon Legends ZA, and I wasn't super impressed with what was presented. I wasn't sugarcoating it or pulling any punches, and my criticism of it drew the ire of many Pokemon fans. And as tempers flared and milk spilt, juice boxes thrown to the floor in rage, unfortunately something tragic unfolded. I was excommunicado from the Pokemon fandom. They dubbed me not a fan of Pokemon any longer. Thus, it's not a game made for me, as I was just a hater. They cast me out from the Continental of the Pokemon fandom, which is so fucking stupid. I like how just expressing that these games could and should be much better is all of a sudden just blindly hating on it just to be a Scrooge. I'm going to go over my thoughts on the trailer and talk about the things I think could be improved, because from everything I've seen in the Pokemon Legends ZA extended look, it is a step backwards from the last Pokemon Legends, Arceus, which I was actually very positive and optimistic on. I hated Scarlet and Violet. I still hate Scarlet and Violet. There's no amount of revisionism there that can convince me that the game was actually good, because it wasn't. That shit was insulting, it was embarrassing. And I stand by that. I also hated Sword and Shield. That game should have been one of their biggest leaps with the Pokemon franchise, and instead it was its most watered down and most barren. Somehow, they go backwards pretty often. Game Freak, I've said for a while, is just extremely lazy. They have what I believe to be one of the easiest jobs in the world, where all they need to do is just copy and paste and fans will just clap for it most of the time. And yet somehow they'll still find ways to fuck that up, like with Sword and Shield, where they just get rid of like half of the roster. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent. Point is, there are a lot of blunders here that to me make no sense, because Pokemon is the most lucrative property ever, like on the planet. So why aren't the games amazing? And why do the games oftentimes just feel exactly the same without any moving forward? Arceus was the first time in a long time I had actual optimism for Game Freak delivering a high-quality Pokemon experience. And back when I reviewed it, I actually caught a lot of shit for being so positive on it, because it did have flaws, but I thought all of the DNA and all of the groundwork laid a great foundation for what could be an amazing Pokemon formula going forward. And with Pokemon Legends ZA, I was expecting that to be improved upon, built upon, and be really impressive. But in this trailer, it feels like they just went backwards somehow. Again, which they've done before. So I was pretty disappointed. Me critiquing these games and wanting them to be better doesn't mean that I just blindly hate Pokemon. I have been playing Pokemon games since the late 90s, well before the majority of you were even embarking on your zygotic adventure into this world in the first place. I am the furthest thing from just a blind Pokemon hater. I am just someone who wants the games to be as good as they could and absolutely should be. And I don't know why we have this extremely low standard. We're just doing the very bare minimum with this IP is all of a sudden serviceable and should be, celebrated. Like, oh look, Game Freak did the same thing again. Yes! Anyway though, let me play you a clip from what I believe to be the laziest thing Game Freak has done ever from this trailer. And it's their wild zones.
To help people and Pokemon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokemon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokemon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokeball.
This, to me, is a massive step backwards, because now you don't even just have exploration going to different zones and biomes to find Pokemon. Now, you just go into a city, go through a hologram, and you just see a couple Pokemon on the street, like that one next to a car. What? Like, how can you possibly defend that? That is beyond lazy. So now you just have the same fucking copy and pasted JPEG buildings, and you'll just go through and then you'll see a couple Pokemon spawn, and that's it. You don't even have the exploration. Now, I'm sure the game won't just be Lumiose. At least, fingers crossed it won't. Fuck me in the face. Turns out I was wrong. It's set entirely within Lumiose City. Wow. That makes me significantly more disappointed here, how your interaction with Pokemon in this game is exclusively through these wild zones, it seems. That is mind-numbing. I really think that is terrible. In my opinion, sucks major ass. I would even go as far up the food chain as saying it sucks colonel and maybe even general ass. It is watering down one of the most core features of Pokemon, which is going around exploring, going to different regions of the map and finding different Pokemon there. Here, you just go through the city and just hit different wild zones that just put them in fucking parking spots like that fletchling that was just posting up next to the car. Or there was another Pokemon, I couldn't quite tell what it was, that was just next to an umbrella. And one of the complaints I had in Pokemon Legends Arceus was you'd be exploring, and then there wouldn't be many Pokemon that you could see, because the draw distance was really bad and they couldn't spawn a lot on the screen at any one time, so it felt a little empty. Well, here, it has that same problem, but now you don't even have the exploration. Now you just still have 2 Pokemon on screen, but they're just standing around in a really boring looking city. It'd be a lot better if you could leave Lumios, and I don't know, maybe you can, even though what I read says it takes place entirely in there, so it doesn't seem like you can. But it'd be better if you could and like go out into the world, and this would just be like the hub that also had the wild zones. That would be a lot better, but it doesn't seem like that's the direction at all. So definitely not a fan of that, and I really don't know how you can mental gymnastics and explanation for how getting rid of exploration in different biomes in order to just strip it down to just a couple, I'm sure there's going to be tons of wild zones that are just, again, the city landscape with a couple of Pokemon sprinkled in there, just tiddlywinks of Pokemon placed around, is somehow better than the exploration elements. I think it is just a massive downgrade.
If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokemon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch.
I just don't see how that looks like an exciting change. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm on the stupid pills here, but fighting a Pokemon on a rooftop, cool one time, but not when all you have is battle a Pokemon on a rooftop or some streets or like an alleyway. That's lame. Like, I don't see that as a positive thing at all.
This game offers a style of Pokemon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokemon through battles and dodge incoming attacks.
Now, this was a big change that people thought was very hype. I am of the firm stance it's not that hype, I'm sorry to say. Yes, the introduction of being able to move during the battles is nice because you can dodge attacks, and it seems like it's not just traditional turn-based, even though I like turn-based. It is a change for sure, but I think I'm a little more lukewarm on it than most people seem to be. This isn't like call your grandma up just fucking, hyperventilating over how huge this is. To me, this is what I would have expected more of, because this is an extension of something Arceus introduced us to, dipping its toes in there with the boss fights. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, you might remember during the boss fights, you can move around during the actual encounter. You can dodge. Then you're fucking throwing tomatoes at it. You're not actually throwing tomatoes. But you yourself are engaging with the boss fight, and you're moving while doing so. And they took that mechanic, and they're introducing it to normal Pokemon battles, it seems, not just boss battles, which I think is a solid direction to go, and I imagine it'll probably feel like a good quality of life change, but it doesn't feel like a completely new combat system for Pokemon that Game Freak has really went into the lab, and they worked tirelessly night and day to reinvent Pokemon, combat from the ground up. The gameplay has totally changed. It just seems like it's a nice quality of life feature that they probably should have had a long, long time ago. And it does feel like a tweak from Legends Arceus, which I think is good. And I wish they had done more of it, but it feels like instead of like building on Arceus or tweaking things from Arceus, it was more like stepping back from what they were exploring there. And this, to me, is a good change, but not super new. Like, it doesn't beat the allegations of same freak just doing the same shit every time. It seems like they introduced something that will feel better, but I don't think it's going to be all that different or feel all that new. Now, in the trailer, you might have also noticed that the moves appear to go on cooldown. That's also different, and it's what I meant when I said that it doesn't feel like it doesn't seem like it goes like in a traditional turn-based system. But I don't know if that's necessarily even going to change it being pseudo turn-based, because unless I'm misremembering, I didn't see any battle that was presented there that had two moves on cooldown at the same time. So it feels like you can use a move, it'll go on cooldown, but then you'll have to use another move or wait for that one to come off cooldown. I don't think you can go like this move, then this move, and they both go on cooldown. At least I didn't see that in the trailer. So it feels like it'll probably still end up being somewhat turn-based, but I guess we'll have to wait to see more to see how that cooldown feature actually plays into all of this. And then another thing people were super excited for is they're bringing Mega Evolutions back. If you really liked Mega Evolutions, I'm sure you were probably, stars in your eyes, over the moon about that. But to me, again, it's not new and it's not pushing it forward. It's just bringing back something a lot of fans probably would like to see be brought back with Mega Evolutions. But to me, again, this is still not like a massive leap for Pokemon games. To me, it feels like a step back from what Arceus was trying to push. And me saying that on stream, people were not super pleased with. But I just really think it's kind of inarguable. There's still no voice acting, which I think is going to be a complaint we'll be having for the next 50 years. I think at this point it's just spite. I just feel like they're just doing it out of spite. We're not adding voice acting. We're not improving the visuals. We're not adding, more Pokemon on stream. We're not on screen. We're not improving draw distance. Suck our dick. Like, to me, it feels like it's just out of spite at this point. And I know people always point to hardware limitations, and yes, the Switch is very underpowered. Hopefully the Switch 2 fixes that. The specs that have released for the Switch 2 seem like it's going to be pretty powerful. But for the current Switch, yeah, it's barely more powerful than a calculator. But that doesn't mean that the games have to be like this. Look at Zelda. Look at Xenoblade. Like, come on. There is still so much you can squeeze out of a Switch that, for some reason, Game Freak doesn't for Pokemon. The most profitable franchise on the planet. Doesn't make sense to me. These games should be better. They could be better. People didn't like when I brought up this comparison, but I'm going to do it again. Palworld has proven that this formula of creature catching has so much room for innovation, and that we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of what's possible with this genre. And Pokemon is just really content just cruising, going through the motions on idle mode, doing less than the bare minimum in many circumstances with this property. So, yes, I know Palworld and Pokemon, they don't play the same, they are very different games, but they do share very similar traits. And Palworld did all of it better than Pokemon. Just, I think full stop, Palworld did everything better and ate Pokemon's lunch. And I just really hope at some point Pokemon puts real effort into delivering a genuinely great game again, because it's been a while. Arceus has been their best attempt. People disagree with me when I say that, but I really do believe that Arceus was their best attempt at trying new things and actually trying to deliver a new experience with Pokemon. And with what we've just seen with Pokemon ZA, I feel as though they have now just abandoned that and are just going back to cruise control. So, yes, I was not a huge fan of Pokemon Legends ZA extended look. Hopefully as more comes out, maybe it looks better and better, and I'm looking like a real fool because the game's stunning. It's actually amazing with so many cool new things added to it. But from what I've seen right now, doesn't appear to be the case. That doesn't mean that I'm not a fan of Pokemon and just a hater of it or anything. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Yesterday, someone's truck being towed turned into some Grand Theft Auto 6 footage in real life. This gentleman immediately got himself 5 stars after losing his temper with his truck being towed, and it was chaotic. I was going to wait for him to get caught before talking about this, because I wanted to hear what he had to say about all of this hoopla. Like, I don't know why in my stupid little tiny reptile brain, I was under the impression that he'd give some kind of press conference about it. Like, listen, I may have blown a gasket, I was a little off my gourd with this one, and then go into detail about what he thought he would accomplish with this. But obviously, that's not going to happen, and somehow he still hasn't been caught, despite him being captured on 3 separate videos, all of which we're going to go over. We have damn near a 360-degree video that we can put together of this Grand Theft Auto moment. It's fucking incredible here.
Get that fucking truck down! I'm warning you, motherfucker! Get the fuck away from this truck! Get the fuck out of here!
His precious truck has now become his battering ram. It's like the scene out of Fast and Furious 5 with the vault trailing behind Dominic Toretto and Paul Walker. This dude is just annihilating the entire city block with his precious truck that he went to such lengths to try and protect. Now he's just racking up crimes here like he's trying to catch them all like Pokemon. So he is hitting every single parked car in the vicinity. His truck has definitely seen better days. He is destroying not only his property, but everyone's property around there. It kind of reminds me of Killdozer from many years ago, where that guy got really upset and then decided to modify a bulldozer, basically turning it into a fucking Gundam. He put like giant cement walls on it, turned it into an armored vehicle, and just went on a rampage causing carnage. This guy's kind of doing the same thing here. He's like a diet inbred Killdozer here with the tow truck. He just potato sacked his own truck here. It's like Super Mario 64 where you swing Bowser around. He just did that with his truck. It unhooked and just flew right off, and then the guy just continues to make a getaway in the tow truck. So fundamentally what happened is, his truck was being towed. He then steals the tow truck to try and keep his truck. He loses his truck in the process and totals it as well, and then just steals the tow truck. And that's the entire series of events. He's now committed multiple crimes. What a fucking lunatic. Also, the sound that it made when the truck fell off, it was like a bomb going off in there. Speaking of a bomb going off, if you want a flavor bomb in your mouth, get some goof juice. Gamersupps.gg/moist. There's a special going on right now. If you use code MOIST, you get free shipping on any order anywhere in the world.
You can't put your hand on that man. I opened this window. I said, oh my God. Yo.
Oh, that dude is nuts.
Yo. Bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo. What the fuck? Yo.
Here's a different vantage point here. So now we're looking down on the action here. We got the top-down camera from the Jumbotron. So you can see this from an eagle eye perspective. When you see it from up here, you can see that he hits every single car down that line. So since the door's hanging off, it's hitting every single mirror. And in the next video, you're going to see he basically erases every mirror. It goes through that like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving fans high fives on the way through. That is his car door to every mirror there, just slapping them. It's impressive how much damage he was able to cause in such a short period of time. Now, I get being upset about having your car towed. Last time I got towed, it was a mess. It was an absolute mess. And it ended up with me at the tow truck company looking like a bumbling fucking moron, where I was so all over the place from the headache of trying to figure out which of the 50 different tow truck companies towed my vehicle, because there was no indication on which one it could have been. So it was a big game of cat and mouse. It was frustrating. I get there and I asked them if they have my keys, and the guy looked at me like I was some kind of extraterrestrial. He said, "What do you mean, do we have your keys? No, you should have your keys. Like, we didn't drive your car away, dummy. You should still have those. We towed it." And it didn't register with me. I was like, "What do you mean you don't have my keys? Who took my keys then?" Like, I couldn't process it. So eventually I pieced it together. And then when I was signing the paperwork, he needed the license. And when I pulled the license out of my wallet, I had lost control of it, and I ended up flicking it like Gambit, flicking one of his cards as a weapon at the guy. So I ended up like throwing my license at this dude. He probably took it as extremely disrespectful, but it was an accident. It's not like I was mad at them. They're just doing their job. It was just like a really frustrating series of events, and I have no doubt that guy probably thought I was drunk driving that car out of there. But yeah, the point I'm making is I would rather go through that experience 1,000 times before I would ever think to do what this absolute fucking imbecile did here.
Get the fuck out of here! Get down, you motherfucker! Put the truck down! Put the truck down!
We get such a clear look at Skinny Goldberg here. So he's rolling up, bald as shit, angry as shit, and he starts to tussle with the guy towing his truck. Apparently what was happening before this is he was actually in the truck while it was being towed, and he started spinning his tires on it, so he was immediately escalating everything here, and then it culminates to him obviously stealing the tow truck. It was a bad day to be a side mirror. That was an apocalypse for side mirrors. There was only one survivor that I could count before he like whipped it into the other vehicles there. And then of course he just tosses it to the side right there, having it fall over. And he doesn't stop or anything. He just keeps going. I wonder if he even knew that he had lost his truck back there. He was probably so angry and fuming that he didn't even register that he just left his truck behind. The whole reason for his crime spree. What's baffling to me is this guy has not been arrested yet. So, according to NYPD, there have been no developments since the incident, but they did say that the fleeing maniac hit a car that had someone in it, and that person ended up at a medical center. Like, they know who this guy is. The failure to make an arrest is stunning. This is coming from the article, and I agree with whoever's writing the article here that it is stunning he's not arrested for this. The truck that was being towed has a long record of violations, 13 school zone speed camera violations, as well as multiple parking tickets, and owes $1,313 in fines, and subject to towing because it had more than 350 in unpaid tickets. I just don't understand why they're not doing anything about this. He is a menace, and they know exactly who he is, and they're not doing anything. Why? But I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Jimmy Kimmel's audience is asking him to apologize for Knocked Loose because it scared them. That's amazing. Wait, really? Hold on, I gotta see that for myself. I knew Knocked Loose was going on Kimmel, which I thought was a weird fit in the first place. But if the audience is demanding an apology, that's spectacular. Jimmy Kimmel fans ask for formal apology after inviting heavy metal band Knocked Loose to perform. Oh, Poppy was there too. Jimmy Kimmel invited Knocked Loose and Poppy onto stage for his live show. They're known for their scream-like vocals and grungy guitar riffs. Best known song, Counting Worms, gained nearly 40 million streams on Spotify despite only containing one actual verse of lyrics. Knocked Loose is fun. I like Knocked Loose. Good lord, this website's not even loading because of all the ads it's trying to fucking shove down my throat. His normal viewers and often top commenters on Facebook were quick to diss the choice. One wrote, "You know, I was trying to enjoy the program. Well, that's your first problem. You were trying to enjoy a program. Why would you turn on Jimmy Kimmel for that? You were already doomed from the start. I was sitting on the couch with my son, who was an adolescent." I don't know why he's screaming that. "Waiting to see the musical guest because we like nice music the show usually books. By the third or fourth junt from the guitars, my son was in tears." What kind of fucking word is that? Junt? Like gent? We bringing gent back? Man's out here just dropping new nomenclature here like a gadoosh. I like it. He doesn't like scary things, and quite frankly, I think the Kimmel Show and its staff should make a formal apology. Man, your son needs to grow the fuck up. If guitar riffs are scaring him as an adolescent, come on. You're setting that kid up for failure. Man's gonna cry anytime there's a beautiful sunset. Oh wow, wait. They kind of went hard for this performance. They gave him pyrotechnics. Shooting flames. It's like the intro to Triple X here with Rammstein. And they're complaining about this? It's probably the most excitement Jimmy Kimmel viewers have ever seen. If I have to read the lyrics, I'll just read them and not listen to someone yell them. Huh? What the fuck? That wasn't singing. Anyone can yell lyrics and get paid. This what not enjoyable. And you can't understand more than 5% of the lyrics. Moshing doesn't not equal dancing. Who wrote this? Go back to 3rd grade. They were moshing in the pit too at Kimmel. I gotta see this performance actually. It'll be the first time I look at a Kimmel segment in years. Oh my, okay, I gotta show you a still from this. Look at this shit. Moshing at the Jimmy Kimmel show? Why I never... What? Wow. Imagine being so joyless that you just can't appreciate the fun. Even if you don't like the music. Like, if this was country, I don't like country music very much, I'd still be like, ah, they're having a good time. I don't need an apology from Jimmy Kimmel. At least it's not James Corden. Oh, James Corden would never. James Corden himself would probably go into cardiac arrest if Knock Loose hit a single chug on the guitar. That man couldn't take it. Have you heard of Jeffrey Lash, the man who convinced his wife he was a shape-shifting super soldier and turned her house into a super lair? It's cool they brought Poppy, too, with Knocked Loose. This concert actually looks like it went hard. On Jimmy Kimmel, of all places. How do I sing along with this? Lol. Sounds just like a screaming frenzy to me. Actually starting to hurt my ears. People who listen to this have no room to complain about crying babies or screaming 2-year-olds taking a tantrum. Haha. Unreal. They call this music, Jimmy? I'm gonna go to the Facebook page myself. These sound so good. Actually, most of the comments are pretty positive. Well, not really. Never mind. The first 3 were positive. The rest are people mad. Pretty cool. I will say, I think it'd be amazing if Jimmy Kimmel actually did come out, like, tears in his eyes, issuing an apology for scaring his viewers by putting Knocked Loose and Poppy on. That would be truly fantastic. Did you hear about the California man who tried to smuggle 71 pounds of meth using a cow onesie? Yeah, I read them earlier today, actually. It was pretty cool. He's arrested at the Los Angeles International Airport after he allegedly tried to check 2 suitcases filled with clothing soaked in methamphetamine, including a cow pajama onesie. Prosecutors have indicted Raj Matharu with 1 count of possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine. I can't believe they caught him. He's free right now on a $10,000 bond, so sleep in fear. Any onesie could be compromised. You hear about the cemetery charging mourners for VIP passes when they want to visit their dead relatives. What? Who owns that cemetery? Nintendo? Yeah, cemetery charges mourners for VIP pass to visit dead relatives to help keep gravesites safe from undesirables. Wow. Wow. The Garden of Remembrance located in the town of Stoke-on-Trent. That's the name of a town? Stoke-on-Trent? That sounds like an insult. That sounds like something you would say to someone during an argument. Fuck you. Well, Stoke-on-Trent, John. It says those who don't purchase a pass will only be able to enter the cemetery during office hours. From January 2025, the site will be protected by electric gates. The gates at the front of the site will open and close automatically at set times. Fuck me, it's like breaking into Area 51 just to visit a dead relative. The entrance to the cemetery... I keep saying cemetery. The entrance to the cemetery will be via VIP pass, making the site secure for our staff, families, and visitors. Please ensure you have your pass in good time for the new year. Okay, it claims that it costs 10 euros, approximately $12 per pass for access to the Rose Garden, and $6 per pass to visit a grave. It's unclear whether it's a one-off fee or whether pass holders will be charged that amount each time they enter. Cool. The Disney Pass model, but for gravesites. That's awesome. That's just what we needed. Fucking microtransaction battle passes for cemeteries. Love it, love it. You gotta get your cemetery subscription in. Otherwise, you're not leaving flowers for Mima, I'll tell you that much. Kids, we bought a season pass to visit your grandma. Separate notice says non-VIP pass holders can still enter the grounds from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Oh, so it still has some public access. Please note there will be no access at the weekend, on bank holidays, or any other dates when the office is closed. Thanks for your cooperation. Now I need to pay a membership fee to visit my dad's grave, Jode Bourne, whose father, Mark Bourne, is buried in the grounds, wrote on Facebook. This is an absolute disgrace. Shame on you, Garden of Remembrance. This gravesite is absolutely beautiful. What? Look at this. That's a premium pass holder right there. Sounds like EA's behind it. Wait for the holiday season pass. It's gonna be big. That's true. Surge pricing model. Is that even legal? I guess they own the land. The owner, Jason Taft, hit back telling a local newspaper that he spent approximately $10,000 on security and tech upgrades to keep it safe. VIP passes are believed to work as key cards that will open gates that provide access to the site. There's 1,300 graves there, and we could not send that many keys out, so people can come and get a card if they want one. We're not locking people out, and this gives them access till 9 p.m. when we would normally be closed. People can know it's safe when they're visiting, and they'll be safe from undesirables breaking in now. The key cards are not coming into force until January 1st because people wouldn't be happy if we did it before Christmas. They're not going to be happy in general, man. He handed out 90 free passes to the most vulnerable members of the community who have relatives buried there. What a hero. Pay-to-win cemetery experience, yeah. This is an extremely expensive adventure where you go to this company, they send you down in a submersible to explore and go through the Titanic. I think it's like $250,000 per person per seat or whatever. And they've lost contact with the submersible now. So it's been a scramble to try and like locate it, find them, and get them out. Now, one other thing that I think is important that we go into this with the knowledge of is this CEO sounds like a fucking maniac. Now, I do recognize that he is reportedly on this vessel as it's missing, so there is potential that he's dead. And it sounds like that's almost entirely his fault. I read this about him earlier. So there were already problems with this submarine, apparently. So in 2018, there was a lawsuit about it being a potential danger to passengers. So there were all kinds of red flags here. And the CEO at some point, I don't know if it's in this article, I haven't read this one. At some point, the CEO said that the safety requirements for the submarine were obscenely strict, complaining that the safety was overbearing. Like he was complaining that things were too safe. So it sounds like he was a corner cutter in order to save a little bottom dollar. Boss of missing Titanic submersible once called his industry obscenely safe. The daredevil inventor is understood to be on board the submersible that lost contact with the surface last week. That is the last person I would want manning my fucking Titanic deep sea adventure. The daredevil inventor. That's such a wild thing to complain about too. The industry being obscenely safe. I can't get over that. But it is a very dire and very serious situation. There is a good chance that they're either dead right now or will be shortly. They can't find them. Last I heard, there are only about 30 hours left on oxygen as of like a couple hours ago. Oh, here we go. Rush said that there have been no injuries in the field for decades, adding, it's obscenely safe because they all have these regulations, but it also hasn't innovated or grown because they all have these regulations. What the fuck do you mean? Before people complain about it being controlled by a Logitech controller, they almost definitely had backups, and controllers are used for a lot of scientific and military systems such as drones, submarine periscopes because of their ergonomic and intuitive design. The design sucked for many reasons, such as the under-engineered window and lack of escape hatch. That's another thing of prerequisite knowledge here. I saw this all over Twitter, so I had to look this up at least a little bit because so many people were arguing. It was controlled by I think it was a $20 Logitech gamepad, which is apparently industry norm in military equipment and other high-value vessels. That's not uncommon. So that's not a... It's a little goofy to read about, but it's apparently industry standard. Yep, this is from 2 months ago. The US military will fight the next big war with an Xbox-style video game controller, and it's just literally using Xbox controllers. They legitimately use these for very high-tech shit. Why not a PS4 controller? I don't know, brother. You're asking the wrong guy. I also wonder if third-party controllers can give you like a boost if you have like the extra little toggles on the back that used to be illegal in professional Call of Duty. Like little paddle shifters or something. The Xbox controllers have better aim assist. Yeah, I suppose so. While it is bigger than competitors, passengers are required to sit on the floor with limited room to move around. Yeah, that's the scariest part of submarines in general. I think there's almost nowhere more miserable to be in the entire universe than in a fucking submarine. You can't go anywhere. It's very cramped. Much of the interior, the company admits, consists of several pieces of off-the-shelf technology, which it says help to streamline the construction and makes it simple to operate and replace parts in the field. I don't know. To me, that doesn't sound like extremely nice. Like, that wouldn't build confidence for me. I'd like to hear that these parts came directly from, like, the finest forges in Mordor or something. Like, something really strong sounding as opposed to off the shelf. Mr. Rush, speaking to CBS News last year, said piloting the sub shouldn't take a lot of skill. Why? I feel like it absolutely should. There's people's lives at stake there. Like 10,000 leagues under the sea. You should have a very skilled pilot behind the controller of that puppy. Give me a goddamn esports pro or something. Don't just give me anybody. Oh man, God, this is fucking terrifying. OceanGate says it's an experimental vessel and told CBS Travel on board correspondent he had to sign a waiver to accept it has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. I understand waivers are pretty standard, but the regulatory body thing is actually surprising to me that anyone can build, or any company rather, can build a sub and just take people under the sea without any level of, like, safety inspection. That's a little surprising. Oh, yikes. Okay. The company explained why the Titan had not been classed by an independent body. Bringing an outside entity up to speed on every innovation before it is put into real-world testing is an anathema to rapid innovation. This guy fucking hates inspectors and safety. Why? Oh my god. Yeah, we don't get it inspected or approved by any kind of, knowledgeable people. I said it's good enough, so that's probably enough. Crew searching for the Titan submersible heard banging sounds every 30 minutes, and for 4 hours later, after additional sonar devices were deployed, banging was still heard according to an internal U.S. government memo. It was unclear what the bang. I mean, it sounds like they're alive. Like, I don't think that banging is Davy Jones or anything. Like, I mean, it sounds like they're probably still alive. Yeah, but if they're freaking out, they're going to be using a lot more oxygen. These are, from what I understand, these are like just rich people, not fucking hardened super soldiers. Of course they're going to be freaking out in the face of death on a submarine at the bottom of the fucking ocean. So I think they're already working under the assumption that they're consuming more oxygen than normal. No, it's just too deep for that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like a fucking nautical engineer, but I feel like, aren't most of these things like tethered to the ships? Like, I know when you do, what's that deep sea tour? Another rich people thing? I can't remember the name of it. But they have like a giant rope that tethers it to that ship. But I guess maybe it doesn't go as deep. It's just not possible at 13,000 feet. Okay, fair enough. How OceanGate built improvised submersible from camping kit and video game controller. Again, the video game controller is kind of industry standard, but what do they mean built from a camping kit?
The minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button, that's it. It should be like an elevator. You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
What the fuck? Those pictures don't do it justice. Oh my god, this looks miserable. Holy shit. And just a single button on board like an elevator. That does not inspire confidence. I want this shit to look like the Starship Enterprise, with 1,000 different ways of controlling it. $250,000 in your crisscross applesauce in like a car trunk. Yeah, there's like a small, like bathroom area. I read it in the article. So there is like a small place to relieve yourself, but he recommends that you change your diet to reduce the chance of that, of you needing to use it. Look at that. What? What? How? I can't believe anyone would go on this. $250,000, I show up and I see this, I'm just leaving. And I'm asking for my money back ASAP. Holy shit. Actual just tape and Sharpie here.
These off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World. We run
the
whole thing with this game controller.
Come on!
Oh, he's even got nipples on it. What does this even really help with? Why would you even bother putting the nipples on it?
As we'll show you a little later on Sunday morning.
Where things have to be.
I feel like that window at that depth is just an absolute recipe for disaster.
Archaeologist Rob Mather
Again, I'm not an expert. Let me see it here at the bottom.
Look at that, though, how it just kind of emerges out.
That thing is like fucking pathetic to look at. I'll just say it. Like, oh my god. Actually, tape and Sharpie, Camping World supplies. Oh my god. The porthole window is rated for 1,300 meters, and they dove to 4,000 meters. Well, you know. Simple miscalculation. Okay. Sunday night, it lost contact with a support ship. About an hour and 45 after submerging. Jesus, so like almost instantly. Because it's like an 8-hour journey. So that happening at an hour 45 is pretty much right off rip. It went tits up immediately. Jim Bellingham, a Johns Hopkins University expert on deep sea operations, told USA Today there's 3 possible locations for the submersible. One possibility is that it could be floating on the ocean's surface after an electrical failure or some other mishap. Another is that it's drifting in the water column anywhere between the surface and the bottom because it became buoyantly neutral. Or it could be on the sea floor, perhaps tangled with something that won't let it float to the top. The first one is by far the best position, Bellingham said, because even though it would be difficult to spot the 21-foot-long Titan amidst the waves, the Coast Guard is just awesome at this. They have amazing capability to see something pretty small in the ocean. Yeah, I think he's probably right on the money. The best case scenario is that they are floating somewhere out in the surface. Anything else is a little rough. God, that's so fucking terrifying, because if it is actually on the seabed, like, how are they supposed to save it? Like, how are you supposed to rescue them? Like, let's say, so the update from CNN 9 minutes ago was that they heard banging, which I think sounds like good news. It leads me to believe that they might still be alive. So they were hearing, like, banging on the equipment. How are you supposed to save them if they're on the seafloor? 13, like, are you supposed to send another Titan vessel down there? Like, you're gonna, like, put one together with more Camping World equipment? Like, how are you supposed to save them? So even if you do locate them, you can do nothing to really help. A magnet like Breaking Bad. Oh my god, sign this man up to NASA. What if you get a huge magnet and you just start putting it over the ocean and see if it starts bringing him to the top? This man's thinking with galaxy brain. Project Azorian was a U.S. Central Intelligence Agency project to recover a Soviet submarine, a K-129, from the Pacific Ocean floor using a purpose-built Hughes Glomar Explorer. This just sounds fucking awesome. What? The ship recovered a portion of the K-129, but a mechanical failure in the grapple caused 2/3 of the recovered section to break off during recovery. So it basically worked up until it didn't. Very interesting. So this was fundamentally like a giant crane that would be precisely lowered and lifting it up. So realistically, if we still had the Hughes Glomar Explorer here with this equipment, they could just call that bitch up right now and actually stand a chance if they could locate them. James Cameron about to come out of retirement to rescue him. I mean, legitimately, do they have that? James Cameron has, what, the second deepest manned mission in the sea, I think? Yep. Pretty scary situation. Here's hoping they somehow get saved. That would be a fucking miracle. You all know I'm not a big believer in the paranormal. All that hocus pocus and all that mumbo jumbo about ghosts and goblins and ghouls and gnomes and Santa Claus. It's all a bunch of hooey. The only metaphysical conundrum that I believe in is the mystery of why I'm stuck at 5'6". But aside from that, not much else. Though today we're going to be talking about something that's got me scratching at my chinny chin chin here in curiosity, because there is a TikTok time traveler who made a few predictions, and they actually kind of blew up on TikTok. So much so that we had someone come out to the warehouse about 2.5 weeks ago to help fix the air conditioning that was broken, and before leaving he mentioned to Matt that we need to make sure that we really hunker down, board everything up, and prepare for a Category 6 hurricane that was blowing in about 2 weeks. And Matt was stunned. So Matt sat there like he had just been hit with a fucking flashbang and tear gas at the same time. His brain literally blue screened upon hearing this. A Category 6 is not real. That's never... Category 5 is the highest it goes. So this goes above and beyond. It's going fucking plus ultra. And this guy is claiming that there's one on the way, even though there was no information about that anywhere. So Matt poked a little bit to see where he got it from. And he said a time traveler on TikTok said it. And that's when the light bulb went off in Matt's head. Eureka! He knew it was time to take this seriously now. There was a lot of weight behind this claim. So this is the video that was floating around and actually gaining a lot of steam online. Yes, I am a real time traveler. Here are all of the events to come in the final months of 2023, September. This isn't unusual for TikTok. Every single goofball with a phone likes to pretend that there's some kind of time traveler giving us warnings, and they just make like a ton of fucking outrageous claims. And this one said on September 4th, the first ever Category 6 hurricane occurs. It runs up almost the entire US East Coast, but it mainly affects Florida and both the Carolinas. Now, when Matt told me, I had already told him I knew that, because I am very in touch with the goofy shit that happens online. I had actually already made fun of this video on stream as well. When Matt told me about this, I giggled quite hard. I nearly spit up on myself. I still can't believe that real human beings in the real world will see some shit like that on TikTok and not give an iota of thought to it, and never even have the idea that it could be a lie cross their mind. This is a complete stranger on TikTok claiming to be a time traveler, making outrageous claims, and then some people just pog out to it and take it at face value, believing it. Like, holy shit, a Category 6 is rolling in, we gotta get fucking prepped. John Titor on TikTok said so. John Connor, Johnny Silverhand, the TikTok time traveler, this asshole said a Category 6 is coming, so it must be true. It's amazing. But the reason that I mentioned this was 2 weeks ago is because fast forward to now, and we had Hurricane Lee forming, and it was a very quick Category 5 and only getting stronger, threatening the East Coast. And a couple days ago, Matt told me, Charles, if this turns out to be right, we're gonna feel real fucking silly for making fun of this. He tried to warn us, but we didn't believe him. And I was actually starting to panic a little bit, thinking the universe around me was crumbling. My understanding of this very dimension we inhabit was starting to be called into question here. Maybe this was the one asshole telling the truth and is somehow an actual time traveler trying to get the message across, and I spit on it. But then it turns out, no, he was completely wrong. He not only predicted the wrong date, but he made like 5 other predictions that are just ridiculous, and also Hurricane Lee has lost most of its strength. It's still a Category 3 hurricane as of right now, and it's also not going to Florida like the time traveler predicted. I also want to show you the other predictions they made in the same video. They said on September 10th, 20 people are chosen to see the afterlife to know what it is like when you pass. What does that even mean? Does God hold some kind of reality show competition to choose 20 people to take a peek at heaven? Like, what is this? A deal or no deal situation? 20 people get to take a vacation to the afterlife? Do they come back? Because if not, this is just 20 people dying. And if that's the case, the bigger news on September 10th would have been that only 20 people in the world died. Because I've got news for the time traveler here. There's far more than 20 people seeing what the afterlife is like every single day. So this one, I just don't fucking understand at all. They then say, this makes the entire population to focus on finding a way to live much longer, as less than 5% are happy after. So I guess whatever time that this guy traveled from, they lost the ability to write in proper syntax. This is broken. I can't even deduce what the claim is. So after 20 people take a visit to the afterlife, less than 5% are happy after, and the population focuses on ways to live longer? You mean like what they're doing every single day? Science is constantly striving for ways for people to live longer. And that's without the 20 chosen afterlife spectators. And again, do the people that go to the afterlife come back to tell us about it? Like, what the fuck? Now, the next one is still upcoming, so this one still remains to be seen. But on September 18th, they claim that an invisible wall is put down to surround Mexico and Guatemala. It was put there by a hostile alien species to try and weaken us when they attack. Why? Why would they be putting an invisible wall there? Did they just play a ton of Starfield and see how effective invisible walls were or something? And if they have that kind of technology, Why not just put an invisible wall around, like, pretty much everywhere? Cut everyone off. And also, why even use that in the first place? They also just fucking attack. If they're here, they'll probably beat our ass in an all-out war. The final claim from the time traveler for September of 2023 is on September 23rd, a Spirit Airlines plane crashes in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It actually went through a wormhole where it is 2 seconds to them, 6 years to us, and they return in 2029. Call me crazy, but I highly doubt that last one's happening. But who knows? It still remains to be seen. I really think that this was probably made by a teenager. That whole last section there just feels like it was a piece of his creative writing course for, like, his English class or something. Which is fine. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. But somehow, we met a person, a real living, breathing human being outside of the internet that believed this shit. Like with the upcoming Category 6 hurricane. So much so that they were trying to tell us that we need to prep for it. I'm assuming they had already started stockpiling like doomsday preppers getting ready for it. And that is tragic. That we've reached the point where people will actually believe anything. Not that I'm surprised. I'm not surprised by it. We see this all the time on Twitter, where people will believe the most outrageous shit without even a single morsel of evidence to support it. But I've just never seen it in the real world. I thought that was mainly brain rot internet brain, but no. This was a seemingly completely normal guy and just happened to really buy into this hype that there was a Category fucking 6 hurricane that was coming in like 2 weeks. But you know what? I'm putting the carriage before the horse here. You know, there's still time for some of his other predictions to see if those come true or not. You know, he got a couple of them wrong, sure, but you know, who isn't wrong sometimes? But anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. I'm almost embarrassed to admit this given how popular it is right now, but I had no idea what Stanley Cups were. I had only ever known the Stanley Cup as the hockey championship trophy, and I also only knew it as what Matt called his water cup. And I thought he was just being quirky because he likes hockey, he's a huge hockey fan, so I thought he was just being a little zany by calling his cup the Stanley. But apparently it's a massive cultural phenomenon right now with people flocking and fighting over getting the newest limited edition Stanley Cup drops. Now, I'd also known Stanley as a company that makes a bunch of tools, but I assume that was totally separate from the company that's making these cups. It's not. It's the same company, and they struck gold with this cup. So I'm sure you've seen a lot of the videos that have flooded TikTok and Twitter about people camping out outside at Target at like 4 a.m. waiting like 10 hours and whatever, just for the chance at getting a Stanley Cup from the limited edition drop here. Just the opportunity to try. And there's also been someone that like hopped over the counter to steal some Stanleys. The reselling on these cups is outrageous. Some of them are going for $200+ online right now. It's the most important item on the planet right now. If you had to choose between getting a life-saving surgery or spending that money on a Stanley, you're better off getting the Stanley, because if you're caught without one, you might as well be dead. Everyone loves this cup right now. If you flexed a Rolex at someone, like flashed a massive Rolex at someone, they'd be like, yeah, whatever, where's your Stanley, brokey? It's on a whole nother level. I haven't seen this kind of consumerism hype since Supreme Madness like 5, 6, 7 years ago, however long ago that was. But anyway, let me just go ahead and show you some of the clips that have been floating around. Stanley Cup reselling is so crazy. The Stanley Cup trend is so crazy to me. I had no idea these things were so popular. So Matt's had one for a while, and he kept calling it his Stanley. I thought that was just some kind of like cute pet name he gave it or something for some reason. I had no idea this was like a massive brand. But it's more than that. It's like a whole phenomenon. And it's just a fucking cup. Like, it's not even like a special cup or anything. But like, I saw some of the reselling is like $200 or $300 earlier. It's wild. Like, it blows my mind. Like, I get a lot of the other collector's things that people go crazy for and wait outside like for 6 hours for. I get it, I guess. But not a cup. It's $1,000 for the Valentine's one on StockX. I'm not even surprised anymore. But I was watching some of the videos. So basically right now, the reason it's such a big thing is because Target just had their own limited edition Stanley. And there was also a Starbucks one. Or wait. Is it this? Are they the same one? I thought they were two different ones. The release of the limited edition pink version of the viral 40-ounce Stanley Quencher drinking cup designed with Starbucks led to chaos at multiple Target locations. Oh. Well, whatever. This Target one has got people acting up, acting a fool here. Like, look at how long they stay in these, like, giant lines camping out. It's just fanatical consumerism over a goddamn cup. So right now there's a limit of 2 Stanleys per person. This lady documented the whole process. 4:40 a.m. outside at Target waiting for the Stanleys to be stocked in the morning. I just can't imagine getting that excited seeing this. Peeking in like some kind of stalker, a peeping Tom or something, over some Stanley cups. So I don't really know why. I don't know what makes them so popular or why they caught on like wildfire so quickly. I'm guessing it's just one of those things that got big on TikTok, so then everyone wanted them as like a status symbol. That's my only guess. Kind of like what Supreme used to have. That had like a stranglehold on the nuts of culture for a while, waiting in line for Supreme items and all of that. And I guess that's become this? I don't really know. It's probably because of that car fire video. What does that mean? Did the Stanley survive like a car fire or something? Like, was that part of the viral marketing campaign? Watch us blow up this truck, but the Stanley will be fine? Yeah, no, it's exactly that. Oh. Okay, I mean, that's cool. Doesn't make me want to go out and get a Stanley. Having a cup that can survive a car fire, I guess, is nifty, but I wouldn't require it of my drinking apparatus, nor would I wait 6 hours for it.
It's pink. It's so cute.
It's almost the biggest moment of their lives. The Stanleys are gonna be released. Holy shit. No trampling. This is actually pretty well mannered as far as stampedes for consumer products go. Pokemon usually has a couple dead bodies in the wake.
If you're getting one.
So if I can fish out one compliment for the intellectuals here at the Stanley opening, at least they didn't kill each other getting them. They politely walked in, got their 2 Stanleys paid, and got out. So that's good. No slit throats or no foul play. I work at Dick's Sporting Goods and people have been going crazy over them for a year. It starts with teens, then spreads to FOMO adults that'll buy them. Oh, probably scalpers then. I guess that makes sense. Like, they're going for so much on the secondary market. I guess that's probably what it is for adults.
I just want a video. This is funny.
Oh, these poor cups over here getting no love. Should have been a Stanley, loser. Rough. This brand's probably crying right now into their hands seeing this footage. Completely untouched. There was a fight and someone... Oh, I didn't see this part. I guess there was a fight. Never mind. The Stanley consumer base is no different than the rest of us. Like how people used to fight over Pokemon cards in Target. Oh, God. And the authorities had to show up to enforce order. Perhaps pandemonium did break out. Story goes, a car caught on fire and the cup survived, so they bought the person a new car. That's actually a really sweet move from the Stanley company then. This Target, I guess, passed out tickets for it, like it was Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. That's kind of cool. Oh god, I hate that fucking song. So that guy jumped the counter for some Stanleys and got the fuck out. Knocked over a trash can. Alright. Jesus. Projected to top 750 million for 2023. Goodness gracious. They do work though. Yeah, so does like every other cup. This fucking works. I can use this. That IKEA cup that everyone in the world has, that's gotten me through the last, 15 years of drinking. It's supposed to keep your stuff cold. Oh, it's an insulated cup? Is that its big selling point? Is it like the best insulated cup ever or something? I guess. I don't use an insulated cup, so I guess I can't speak on what's better. I'm only just now learning that Stanley is a brand and not just what Matt called his cup. So I clearly don't know anything about it and how good it actually is. A moist global tumbler cup win? Oh, should directly compete with Stanley. Oh, that'd be so smart. Just get like a cheap beater car, set that shit on fire with a moist global Stanley bootleg in there, try and make magic happen twice. Or we can ramp it up. We'll take it to a monster jam or something and have that shit like destroyed by a monster truck, but our Stanley is still fine. Actually, no, that'd be stupid if we did a monster jam. We need it to hit with like the young teen girl audience, I think. I don't know how many of them are into monster trucks. So maybe the Carfire would be best actually, since that's the one that worked for Stanley. We can try and just emulate. Hydro Flask was in for a bit, but Stanley took advantage and started doing SE and collabs. That's the way to do it. So they dethroned. I remember Hydro Flask. I remember that was huge, actually. What is it with, like, water cups that pop so hard? Yeah, that's a great point. I remember Hydro Flask was everywhere. That's like the item I would least expect to be a super popular thing, because that's just such a normal item. Like, I don't view it as like a luxury status symbol. It's just like a cup for a beverage. I would never think that would be what would catch on in culture. Stanley should start doing some like anime collabs or something. Break into a whole new market. Stanley collaboration with Gamer Sups. You get a titty milk at Stanley. That would probably go hard. Have you seen the Scentbird CEO? She does a podcast with her eyes closed to talk to spirits and said Hitler wasn't bad. What? The Scentbird CEO does this. Wait. I know Scentbird. Yeah, wait, you're right. The Scentbird CEO claims to be a spiritual medium. Or, sorry, not a spiritual medium, a spiritual guru. The co-founder of the Netflix for Fragrance, Mariah Nuraslamova, has been moonlighting as a spiritual influencer. Comments on extraterrestrials, The Matrix, and Hitler have recently attracted negative attention. Your teeth are not randomly crooked, there is a spiritual meaning. Every little aspect of the tooth is a map, right? This sounds beautifully unhinged. You see they found a cave on the moon? Oh, we got moon troglodytes now? That's pretty cool. This is I can't find the clips anywhere else right now, so right now, completely reliant on the YouTubers here to bless me with this info. I want to see these readings.
Version of the Matrix will be the default one. The 5th version of the Matrix is actively being incubated, and according to Maria, it's showing really good signs and is looking promising.
Now there is a new version of the Matrix that's being currently incubated. The 5th version of the Matrix.
Matrix 5?
That one is showing signs of really good promise, so...
Maria mentions having a direct...
Wait a minute, I need to go to our website. There's a Matrix 5 dropping? This is Maria. She is the CEO of Scentbird, which I think many of you have probably seen through YouTube sponsors. They were pretty big on influencer marketing, from what I recall.
So when you are inviting black into your body, you're not inviting demons, God forbid. You're not inviting evil into your body. You are inviting this moldable substance that contains all life inside, that contains all light inside, that contains the entire spectrum of everything.
Okay, she's about to cast a hollow purple. I don't really care about that. Where did she do like the spiritual readings, like where she talks about Hitler and everything? I don't need to know about her curse technique.
I mean, I'm in the presence of an architect, of the Great Architects Council of Light, but sadly
that is big.
Isn't the case.
That is
that
big.
You're automatically crushed while listening to your guided meditation for an ultimate womb detox.
Whoa, an ultimate womb detox? Whoa, hey, hold on, I can use that.
Hello, my darlings, and welcome to Our Sacred Universe, a podcast where we meditate together.
I'm ready.
Today I wanted to offer you a womb healing practice.
Thank you.
Our womb space is where we deposit a lot of our hurt, a lot of our pain, a lot of our suffering. But a womb space, or if you will, our sacral space,
I have
something that everyone has.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
You If you haven't checked out my book yet,
No, hold
it's
on. I don't need the hashtag ads here. Just give me my womb needs a little bit of assistance here.
Keep breathing in and out.
Imagine I just have a full
Using
body
the
orgasm
power
from
of
this.
your breath to ground and center yourself. Invite the healing vibrations of the universe to enter the sacred space of your womb.
How do
through your breath.
See, like, we skip a step. How do I invite the healing vibrations of the universe to fuck my womb or whatever? Like, what do I do? Like, how do I send out the distress signal? That's where these guided meditations always fall apart for me. Like, they make it sound like it's so easy that I can just call upon healing vibrations. Like, I'm not a shaman. Like, can you call it for me? Thanks, membership, Oz. Book a reservation. Yeah, what availability do the healing vibrations have in the universe? I imagine they're probably pretty booked up. Why are you detoxing your womb? It sounded helpful. If you're just tuning in, to give you context, this individual, Maria, is the CEO of Scentbird, which is actually a pretty big company, or at least it was. I don't know if it still is. And according to Chatter, the Scentbird CEO has found herself into some controversy because of this line of work, where apparently she was saying that Hitler wasn't bad through her spiritual guru sessions. And I'm trying to locate that, but I'm getting all, like, sidetracked here, going through these alternate branching paths in the visual novel. So I'm still looking for that, but it's such an interesting tangent. Big thanks to OperaGX for sponsoring this video. OperaGX is the browser you see me use every single night on stream. It's just my go-to browser, and it has so many features that I just really have come to know and love. Obviously, the one that I always preach about, because it's the one I'm most enthusiastic about, is the fact that OperaGX is not a resource hog like Chrome and other browsers. It is so lightweight but so powerful, and the GX mods that it offers are super fun, so you can really customize it to make it feel like your own and make it feel super unique. There's just so many things you can change and tinker around with. There's so many different ways of integrating extensions that you're already used to in other browsers to seamlessly transition them into Opera. They have the GX store. They just have so many features. The hot tabs killer, forcing things to go from flashbang into forced dark mode, so you don't have to go to a new website and then just get blinded by a bright light. It's just the best browser, in my opinion. So, big thanks to OperaGX for sponsoring this. You can download Opera right now for free by clicking the link in the description. The dark truth about coffee, it is a toxin that darkens your aura? What? Coffee is bad for your aura?
It also darkens our aura as it does. As it does so, as it works with our body. So it's almost like when coffee gets into your aura, it creates these little anchors or these little dots of itself. It's almost like it gives an energetic imprint into your body.
What?
And though that energetic imprint is kind of what causes an addiction, because it's gonna.
The energetic imprint is what causes an addiction, and it darkens our aura through that. How the fuck does it touch my aura?
When you evolve.
Okay.
Over time, what ends up happening to your soul is you accumulate more and more light in your body. So you grow and expand, and you grow and expand by accumulating more light and kind of releasing darkness, if that makes sense. Over here,
it makes so much sense,
a lot of
actually.
things in your life are dependent on how much light you can hold within your body, especially if you're on spiritual path. For people that are able to hold on a lot of light in their auric fields, their spiritual gifts open up. Their abundance channels open up. Their
abundance
talents open
channels?
up. Essentially, like their higher selves come through, and then the body is considered clean. So your higher self is willing to inhabit more of your physical body.
What is happening?
And therefore, you will always have connected. You become a channel.
That's a lot to process. She's blowing the lid wide open on what it means to be alive. Your higher self gave you this name for a reason. I mean, it's my dad's name. Is that the reason my higher self gave it to me? These are so interesting. I'm never going to find the video where she's apparently talking about Hitler. I'm just going to keep going down these wacky fucking titles. Why did my higher self name me Charles?
Hello, my darlings.
I feel like it's because it's my dad's
This
name.
is Maria. The topic for today, Maria.com.
All right, the mystery of the name. This is kind of a fun topic.
It's not a mystery.
That is
It's
what
just
we're
not a
diving
mystery
into.
for like most people.
I don't think it would be vowels and the consonants in the name, through the letters in the name, connects you to certain aspects of universal flow, universal energy, if you will.
Huh?
And because you're so attached, in a good way, to your name, you have a claim over those energies.
Okay, I claim all of the energies of C, H, A, R, L, E, and S. No one else can have them. That's my domain now, and I'm kicking everyone else out. Eliminate pain and heal a specific organ or part of your body. Teaching you how to use the Force. Are you a star seed? Yes. One thing that did come up, though, is called the Karma of Atlantis. It's time to release it. Here's how you can do it right now. Like, raise Atlantis myself? I can do that?
Favorite YouTubers have promoted a brand that normally wouldn't show up on my scam/problematic radar scanner.
Scentbird.
Scentbird
Yeah, I
is
told you it was a big
huge
thing. Told you that.
subscription company that at least outwardly, because the CEO of Scentbird, Maria Nurislamova, stinks.
Our bodies choose to miscarry children.
Oh.
It's not an accident that happens, it's a choice. If people were to align with their life purpose, we would see a lot less cancer on planet Earth. You could heal yourself from any disease. I don't care if it's cancer. I don't care if it's AIDS. It could be whatever. But you could heal yourself in the span of under 7 days.
We're going to talk about the spiritual reasons for being overweight.
Like, look at Hitler, who's one of the poster children for like being an evil person. Do you know how many millions of souls benefited from learning from the experience that he has created? So is he evil? Not really. I don't think so.
Wow, Maria. Those spiritual sessions are sending you down the loony path.
A lot of hidden agendas by the powers that be. And those hidden agendas remain hidden because there is not enough heart space energy in humanity to be able to bring them to light. The heart energy is always the energy of light. The heart energy is always the energy that essentially you emanate your energy from the heart. The heart is one of those energies that if your heart is activated internally, you can heal your whole body in a matter.
I will say, if your heart isn't activated, you're probably not watching this video in the first place. You are dead. Most likely. Bearing some, like, very fringe cases.
That is the power of the heart. It changes your internal ecosystem and it changes your external ecosystem. It just does. It is meant to. It is.
Well, who knew? Who knew? It's like breathing techniques from Demon Slayer, but for your heart. It can do anything. It's just like a bunch of gobbledygook. This is like, there's nothing that binds these statements together. It's just like a random assortment of words that have no real meaning. This is the problem when I'm looking through pages like this. I get so distracted by so many cool titles. She has one here called Babies Control How Long Their Birth Is. Like, this is unhinged. God damn it.
That's why certain births take so long, is in a state of resistance. If the baby's in a state of fear, if the baby doesn't want to access their masculine energies, the birth process is going to take longer. That's why someone...
Wait, what? The baby doesn't want to tap into its masculine energies, so it doesn't want to be birthed? What the fuck? The baby comes out like scoops of, like, creatine. What in the world? Shit's not even born in amniotic fluid, it's just like a bunch of, like, trin. What is this? What is she talking about? This isn't even spiritual.
I have a hard time answering the question about evil because there is such a big gap between how humanity perceives good versus evil and how, you know, even beings in the seventh dimension perceive.
The seventh dimension? Who's in the seventh dimension?
Higher self perceives.
Glorbus? Like,
how source
who are you communicating with in the seventh fucking dimension?
Stepping back. Let's say your higher self wants to understand murder.
Should be easy
It's just
to understand.
a fascinating subject for your higher self.
Okay.
If it wants to understand murder,
Jesus Christ.
Angle. So your higher self may choose to come as a victim, as the mother of the victim, as the father of the victim.
Why?
As the teacher of the victim.
Why would it want to? So, based on what I've gathered, very limited exposure to her spiritual guru benevolence, it seems like she believes you are the product of your higher self wanting to be experimental. So when something bad happens, it's because your higher self is trying to learn about it. So here, she's using murder as an example. So if you are someone who gets murdered or associated with the victim of a murder, it's because your higher self wanted to be in that position. It was all predestined because your higher self wanted to be present for it, to learn about it. Which is the dumbest idea ever. That's actually the stupidest fucking idea.
And by the way, like, look at Hitler. He's one of the poster children for, like, being an evil person. Do you know how many millions of souls benefited from learning from the experience that he has created? So
the
here,
world serpent has awakened.
You know,
Like Tier
like,
1
look
Hell
at
and Goldie.
a character like him and be like, oh, he's completely evil. And upstairs, his experience was the greatest, one of the greater, you know, sources of knowledge of, you know, of 3D planet Earth warfare.
3D planet Earth warfare.
And that is benefiting
What?
so many different souls on their.
This is a very interesting take, Maria. So, there's a lot to unpack there, Maria. There's a lot to process. The healing vibrations of the universe have not been kind to her frontal lobe. Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Evolutionary path. So is he evil? Not really. I don't think so.
So interesting. So just it means that some higher selves choose to take this path, and it seems like it's maybe a bit less desirable than other ones because we don't have that many murderers and mass murderers especially, right? But they still choose to do so for their own development. Like,
Well, do you want me to give you an even better example?
yeah.
That was an incredible
Do you
example,
think playing
Maria.
World of Warcraft is evil because you're killing things?
Like in a computer game,
Yeah.
people don't think it's evil, yes.
I know. Same logic. It's a computer game from higher self level. Like, fine. Like, I don't know. Any of those
Same logic. Yeah, killing goblins in World of Warcraft is the same as Hitler for the Holocaust. You hypocrites. What an interesting character she is. Her higher self has very much done her a great justice. Her enlightenment is astounding. She's trolling. I don't know, she has a whole career based out of this, and apparently you can even pay for these sessions privately. But her main hustle is Scentbird, which, again, is a pretty popular product, or at least it was for a little while. She's the CEO of it. Or at least was.
RPG games, I think RPG is what they're called, right? Like, where you, like, go and, like, murder, you know, all kinds of beings.
They're not
which way for
beings.
Sunday,
They're
with all kinds
pixels.
of weapons, and you're like, I need this strength, and I need this skill, and let me have this gun, and I want a bigger gun, and even more bullets, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, you go in, you may have murdered 1,000 beings.
They're not
on the
beings.
screen,
They're not real.
And then you go on your merry way, and nobody's pointing a finger at you at work and being like, this is a mass murderer. But how is that any different? So that's what I'm
That's
saying.
so
Like,
good.
What we perceive as
Oh
evil
my god.
is not the same experience. Now, you as an avatar, right? You as a person who chooses to play a game, you choose what game you want to play, right? Like, you may go and play Candy Crush. You may go.
She's so fascinating. Like she's dangerously stupid. Like, actually stupid to a level where it could be harmful to people around her. Like, there's nothing wrong with being, like, harmlessly dumb, but when you start to cross the threshold, the event horizon that she is, she's to the point where, like, she is actually probably a threat to the safety of those around her. Yeah, like, even her co-host is laughing at that. Alright, we don't have to continue down this rabbit hole. I'll stop. This kind of shit, though, is always just so interesting to me. The co-host is her husband, who is also co-founder and CPO of Scentbird. That must be a great relationship. Honey, I'm gonna have a cup of coffee. And Maria comes out, no! Slaps the coffee mug out of his hands. It's gonna darken your aura! Remember what happened when you killed that level 6 thug in World of Warcraft? You're just like Hitler! As they say, you can't spell diarrhea without EA. And EA decided to throw their hat in the ring during this turmoil in the video game space, with so many major companies coming forward and all collectively doing their best Cybertron cosplay and just imploding on themselves with these ridiculous decisions with their games and how they want to manage those services. They're all just putting their ass in their asshole and looking like fools in doing so. Most recently Xbox, before them Sony, before them Escape from Tarkov. Like, it continues to happen. And I guess EA was feeling real lonely, just isolated on like the weird kids lunch table, like, hey, we haven't done anything super stupid in like a couple weeks. It's our turn. Check this out. And their CEO comes forward honking his nose and pulling ribbon from his mouth and says, hey, we can't wait to ramp up generative AI in our games. Thinking that somehow this was like a slam dunk, like this is a good thing. Proud about putting AI in their games, which will inevitably lead to the loss of many jobs there. It's something that people have been warning about for a long time, and it looks like we're starting to reach that point. And their CEO isn't even bother. He's not even giving a single iota of a fuck about trying to hide the fact that they are going hog wild into AI to start making their games. That is scary. And not only that, he wasn't satisfied with just that statement. He actually went to double tap our ass with another statement, this time about Battlefield, where he said that Battlefield is going to be another tremendous live service game. He is so disconnected from reality, he's using the worst two words you can ever use in gaming. These are cardinal sins. This is like using Voldemort's name. He's using AI proudly and live service proudly. Live service is almost like a slur in gaming at this point with how negative that connotation is. According to this article, Andrew Wilson is saying that this is the largest Battlefield team in franchise history, with DICE, Criterion, Ripple Effect, and now Motive all working on it. And he said that Battlefield 2042 players made it clear they wanted an even deeper experience, and that a few weeks ago I was visiting with the teams and I couldn't be more excited about what they showed and what we were able to play. I'm going to take a quick pause real quick. This is a picture of Andrew Wilson. Does this look like a guy who plays games? This looks like a fucking android from Detroit Become Human. This guy looks like a video game character, not like an actual person who plays the games. This is the biggest corpo suit I've ever seen. I know you didn't play Battlefield or anything like that. This is a bunch of hullabaloo nonsense. Anyway, back to the article. Later on in the earnings call, Wilson slightly expanded on this with an amusing encapsulation of what they were going for. I've just spent a whole bunch of time with the collective Battlefield team, playing with their building, and it is going to be another tremendous live service. Another? Where was the first one? You don't have a tremendous live service. Battlefield 2042 was a joke at launch, and it is still one of my more shameful moist meters because I was very generous with it, assuming that it was going to be fixed quickly. It didn't get fixed for a long time. I know it's in a much better state now, but that doesn't forgive the extremely long period of time where it was just fundamentally broken and barren. It was a fucking tragedy and a stain on the Battlefield legacy. You don't have a tremendous live service record to pull from here, Andrew. So I don't know why you're saying another as if you just can't stop making hits out here like the Beatles. It's ridiculous. It's a fucking ridiculous statement. And no one likes live service games right now because they are so bad most of the time with their monetization and also just how long it takes for anything to actually get added to them. The only live service game that's been crushing it in recent memory is Helldivers 2. But anyway, I won't fixate too much on this Andrew Wilson statement about Battlefield. Instead, I want to focus on the generative AI statement, because that one is extraordinarily alarming for the entire video game industry. He apparently wants it as quickly as possible, so it's coming. Brace yourself. And if you work in the industry, my heart is breaking for you. EA is not even being shy about it. Andrew Wilson thinks AI could be the holy grail for at least half of EA's development process. AKA, can't wait to start laying people off and saving money. Yeah, I think the second EA starts making all of their games have this huge AI integration in their development process and laying people off is the day that I will pirate every single EA game forever. Does EA honestly think people will support this? I think he is so disconnected from reality, Andrew Wilson probably thought that this was a major PR win. AI! Kids are gonna love that shit, it's so new!
oh my god, it's like when Joe Biden and Trump argue with each other on TikTok with AI. People love it. They're gonna love it in our games.
So despite the games industry's mixed feelings about generative AI, EA CEO Andrew Wilson is anxious to apply it wherever he can. In a call with investors on Tuesday, Wilson said he's working to implement generative AI as quickly as possible throughout the development process. He thinks the technology could unlock EA's holy grail, which is to build bigger, more innovative, more creative, more fun games more quickly. And at half the cost, because you're getting rid of all of your actual workers on it. I mean, that's the big thing. I don't know why he's being coy about it. It's no secret that Wilson is a fan of artificial intelligence. In March, the executive bragged that EA was AI native, and that some of its games players' runs had already been augmented by AI. He added that because of how large today's games tend to be, AI could help expedite the game development process. Strangely, Wilson also rattled off an idea involving an EA AI platform which could see 3 billion players around the world creating personal content and expanding and enhancing the universes that EA creates. What in the fuck is that? What kind of lunacy? Can someone take my man off the crack pipe? Now they want us to develop the game? Fuck that. Isn't that a cool idea? We're gonna build an EA AI platform where players can build their own games that we can monetize. So then we don't even need to hire developers. We can just have the gamers do it for us. Genius! Andrew Wilson is in the laboratory concocting something quite foul. Fortnite approach? Kind of. The difference with the Fortnite approach, though, is that it's not AI. Like, it's still players building games. And Fortnite gives them a massive cut of the profits. They do a really good profit split with the Fortnite custom community. As far as everyday game development goes, Wilson thinks AI is nearly ready to positively impact at least 50% of EA's processes. That's based on an early assessment of EA's entire development pipeline, according to Wilson's investor call comments on Tuesday. As we think about the first pillar of generative AI for us, we're really looking at how it can make us more efficient, how it can give our developers more power, how it can give them back more time and allow them to get to the fun more quickly. And we've got teams across the company really looking to execute that. That's not how it's going to be used, Andrew. Don't you ever lie to me again. I've said this before. I think AI can be a really good tool, especially in game development, for some of the grunt work that they just put people on for the sake of having them do something, but no one really likes doing it. So like random world NPCs coming up with just throwaway dialogue lines, you can just delegate that to an AI to just spit those out endlessly. Things like that, like actual tedium grunt work that they don't even really hire people for, they just put people from other positions on. I think if you just give that to AI, that's a positive use. But that is not how EA is going to use it. Not at all. That is not what they're going to use it for. Like I mentioned on stream, there is actual good usage for AI in game development if you give it as a tool to the developers themselves as opposed to replacing them with it, which I think is the long-term goal for companies like EA. I think a developer can use AI to help ease the burden of some of the more tedious processes, like I mentioned with like throwaway dialogue and NPCs, or lip syncing. So I didn't know this until Stream mentioned it, but apparently Final Fantasy VII Rebirth used AI to help with lip syncing. That is another positive use I can see for it, because at that point it is a tool being used by the developers to help in their art. It's not taking away any jobs, because it's not like they were going to bring on a lip syncing specialist. It was going to still be the exact same team, with many of them just having to bite down and just fucking grit their teeth and just do the tedious lip syncing chores. Whereas with AI, they can just give that grunt work to the AI. It doesn't take away any jobs, it doesn't step on any creative toes or anything at all. It is literally just being used by the creatives to help in their vision and help them focus on the bigger things with their art. I think that is another good use of AI, but I don't see a company like EA using AI for these purposes. EA is a company that would be putting nicotine in your controllers if it was able to make you more hooked on their products and spend more in their games with their monetization models. They are not a company that is going to be using AI to just help their employees. It's going to be used to try and phase them out over time so they can save money on those salaries. 100%. That is the goal with it. They'll be able to churn out more games faster with less work behind them, like less salaried work behind them, and I think to them, that's the holy grail that Andrew Wilson is referring to. So it's just a really grim future for games once they start integrating AI into it, and EA isn't being shy at all. He is coming out and saying they can't wait to ramp up their AI. And that shit sucks. That is just classic EA garbage right there. And I just had to talk about this. It's another big video games industry misfire here. Like, I don't understand how so many of these companies keep doing this all so quickly back to back to back to back to back. I'm curious to see how many more are going to come forward and do something like this as well. That's really about it. So yeah. There's a story that's kind of blown up over the last few days about a remote tribe that got access to the internet and then immediately addicted to porn. And I learned about it on stream a little bit, but the more research I've done on it, the more it seems like that's a load of horseradish. That's a bunch of fiddlesticks here. While it is true that this remote tribe got internet access and porn did become somewhat prevalent in their culture as a result, it's actually far different than a lot of the mainstream articles are having you believe. It's a really disingenuous spin on a really interesting story. The way mainstream media covers this story, they'd have you believe that this tribe got internet access and the first thing they did, the first order of business, was to Google butt play, rubber fist, spit roast, bukkake, until all of them became hypnotized, porn-addicted zombies unable to function. Like they start their day with a goon sesh and then hunting. They like just drooling, foaming at the mouth, scratching at their neck for more porn for their fix. When in reality, that's not at all the truth of the situation here. So, I want to show you the story that mainstream media is telling, the one that I learned about on stream. Then I'd like to come in and give you the truth of it. Now, like I mentioned, since they got internet access and since porn is so big online now, they were exposed to it, and it is becoming somewhat of a problem in the culture, as it is across the globe with porn addiction. Did you hear about the Amazon tribe that got addicted to porn because of Starlink? Hold on a second. That's kind of a dangerous search on stream, but now I'm very curious. Remote Amazon tribe finally connects to the internet only to wind up hooked on porn. Damn! A reclusive tribe in the Amazon finally got hooked up to the internet thanks to Elon Musk, only to be torn apart by social media and pornography addiction. Brazil's 2,000-member Marubo tribe has been left bitterly divided by the arrival of the Tesla Starlink service 9 months ago, which connected the remote rainforest community along the Itui River to the web for the first time. When it arrived, everyone was happy, Sainama Marubo, who's 73, told New York Times. But now things have gotten worse. Young people have gotten lazy because of the internet. They're learning the ways of the white people. The Marubo are a chaste tribe who even frown upon kissing in public. But Alfredo Marubo, all Marubo use the same last name, said he's anxious that the arrival of the service, which delivers super fast internet to far-flung corners of the planet and has been billed as a game changer, could open up standards of decorum. Alfredo said many young Marubo men have been sharing porn videos in group chats, and he's already observed more aggressive sexual behavior in some of them. We're worried young people are going to want to try it, he said of kinky sex acts. Everyone is so concerned that sometimes they don't even talk to their family. Is this real? Am I reading a joke article? This comes from a real source, though. I feel like if you've never seen porn before, and you get exposed to it, I feel like you're probably going to be startled first and foremost. Like, that's a lot to take in all at once. Think about this. The average person right now sees more tits, dick, pussy, and ass than any, member of your ancestral history combined. I feel like that's such an overwhelming amount to take in all at once if you've never seen anything like that before. The most you've experienced is fucking missionary. I feel like you'd probably be startled. I can't imagine you immediately getting hooked on it, but I know porn addiction is rampant. And clearly it looks like it's just, no matter what, people are just susceptible to it. Tribespeople became so addicted that Marubo leaders, fearing that history and culture, which was passed down orally, could be lost forever, they have now limited access to the internet for 2 hours each morning, 5 hours each evening, and all day Sunday. But parents are still worrying the damage may already be done. How did they find the porn in the first place? You don't find the porn. The porn finds you on the modern internet. Go on Twitter for 3 seconds, click on any innocent tweet, and you're going to see Goatsy immediately underneath that. 15 OnlyFans bots saying, you could fuck me if you want. And you see that as just like a remote tribe. You're like, pardon? just click this, and then just like fucking jacking into Cerebro. That's based on your settings, though. No, it's not. If you go to any popular tweet on Twitter, like go on there without an account, look at a popular tweet, make an account, click on that, and you're immediately getting porn. It floats to the top thanks to the system with paying for verification. All the porn bots float to the top. It's not algorithmically driven. Now, the person who broke this story, his name is Jack. And once this really started to blow up, he even went on Twitter to set the record straight, saying that he never made the claim that they were addicted to porn, stop sharing that lie. And he actually posted a video kind of going over like the bullet points about what he's found from studying this with this tribe getting access to high-speed internet. So I want to play a little bit of that video here, but when you read the original article here, it really doesn't make any claims about, you know, porn is fucking tearing the Marubo apart or anything like that. You know, young men start their morning by Googling boob no clothes please, like they're trying to order off of a porn menu. God forbid though, if they do have access to Twitter, all hope is already lost. You won't be able to avoid the porn. It's like trying to dodge rain in a thunderstorm. No matter where you go on that godforsaken wasteland, it will lead to spread asshole, spread eagle, spready Kruger, fucking soliciting pussy pics, bots spamming advertisements for OnlyFans, non-bot accounts making sponsored posts for porn that they're paid to promote covertly. Like, it's ludicrous. So if they do have that, like if they're on Twitter, then yeah, I can definitely see that being a big issue. But the article isn't focused on just the porn aspect of the internet. It talks about the good that the tribe has experienced with the internet that they really appreciate, with, you know, having access to medical information or having access to emergency hotlines in case of a medical emergency, being able to contact people outside the tribe, having access to just general information outside of the tribe, to all of the negatives that come with it. Scams, misinformation, porn, stuff like that. And it's just talking about what the tribe is going through having this newfound high-speed internet access. But it's important to realize, and if you read the article, you'll know, this tribe wasn't completely cut off from the outside world, and internet just kind of sprung up like it was a wish from Cosmo and Wanda and the Fairly Odd Parents. Like, they actually already were familiar with this kind of technology. They had phones before they had high-speed internet. So it's not like they were completely isolated from this kind of technology. They just got this new boost, like up the technological tree here with high-speed internet. So let me play you a little bit of this video.
I've been reporting on the arrival of high-speed Starlink internet in remote indigenous villages in the Amazon rainforest. Myself and our photographer Victor Moriyama, we ended up hiking in total about 50 miles in order to reach villages of the Marubo people, which are an indigenous tribe that has lived for hundreds of years, if not longer, in one of the most isolated stretches of the Amazon rainforest.
He starts by describing the journey to even reach the tribe, and then he goes into the contrast with their traditional way of life with their newfound technological integration to that traditional way of life. And he talks about the contrast between these two things.
And that meant, you know, seeing people hunched over on their phones, typing away, sending voice notes, watching, video clip. The Marubo are not a fully isolated tribe. Many of the Marubo actually already had smartphones, and they were using them to communicate when they were in the city or to take photos in the forest.
Even though mainstream media wants you to believe that they've been cut off from the rest of the world for, 1,000 years or whatever, like the Avatar frozen in a block of ice, that's just not the reality here. They have some technology. They have had technology. They have smartphones. They have been able to communicate outside of the tribe. What's new is the high-speed internet, which was introduced in September of 2023 with Starlink.
The Starlink antennas, they satellite internet service from SpaceX, the private space company owned by Elon Musk, arrived in the Marubo villages in September 2023. Right away, the internet was a huge hit and people were on it all the time, so much that it became a problem for the hunting and the farming that are necessary for their way of life. But at the same time, I saw the Marubo people dealing with misinformation and scams, to pornography, to addictive social networks, to violent video games.
He goes on to say that a big difference here is that society's had decades to acclimate to the internet and kind of grow with it, to figure out its place in society. Whereas the Marubo are dealing with it all at once because they got all of it at once, whereas we gradually grew with the internet until it became what it is today. So he's talking about the things that he saw that were leading to problems in the tribe, which was, you know, people are starting to get lazier because they don't want to hunt as much, they'd rather watch some videos, or they're procrastinating on farming occasionally because they'd rather be, you know, just perusing the World Wide Web, or playing a game, maybe watching porn. Like, he just talks about the whole host of things that we as a society have already been dealing with, and now they are as well. It's not like this tribe got internet access and immediately overnight, like that, became a whole tribe of gooners. That's just not at all what happened, despite what the headlines lead you to believe. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that. Now he does go on to mention that some of the elders are concerned about like the longevity of the tribe going forward now with all this internet access, because naturally younger members of the tribe get more curious about the outside world, and they want to potentially leave the tribe, which would eventually lead to the destruction of the whole culture as they all branch out to the outside world thanks to this newfound interest in it and access to it. Overall, it's a really interesting story that I think just got a very clickbaity twist on it, where every outlet wanted to just focus on porn addiction, when that is not at all what he was talking about when he wrote this article. At least, I don't think so, and he doesn't seem to think so either. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I do find it fascinating. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, the new Dwayne Wade statue I want to talk about. Many of you know this. Dwayne Wade is one of my favorite basketball players of all time. Allen Iverson is my number 1, but Dwayne Wade is in my top 5. And they revealed a statue today, which I'll show you the hype reveal of that. And it's already being compared to one of the great statues, up there with some of Michelangelo's best work. It was the Cristiano Ronaldo statue. It might even be the same sculptor. So this one was iconic for how dog shit it was. Here, I'll pull it over. So that was the Ronaldo statue that, when it was revealed, obviously went viral because of its goofy face. Yeah! Woo! Oh, God. It must be so hard for Dwayne Wade to sit there and just be like, oh, I can't show that this bothers me how bad it is. Like, everything's good except the face. I don't know what happened here. The face looks like it's still loading. Like in a cutscene. Like the textures aren't there yet, so it's just kind of blocked out. Like, they aged him by like 50 years. I feel like there's just pain behind those eyes right now. He's just holding it in the best he can to stay professional. It's such a super meaningful and special gesture to have a fucking statue made after you, only for them to butcher your face like that. Like, it looks like he's melting. Not as bad as the Ronaldo face. The Ronaldo face is still worse. Like I said, I think this is almost on par. The Ronaldo face is iconic in how shitty it is. This one is just... it's not even the same guy. Ronaldo looks like if I did the statue, like the portrait of my father. There's also this angle too, which is pretty cool. Woohoo! Yeah! He looks like he's in pain. Like he's about to transform or something. Looks like they did a 2K face scan of him. Looks like he was frozen in carbonite like Han Solo. Isn't the face like the most important part? Oh, absolutely is, yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's not like the whole thing is trash. It's not like this was some amateur that did this. It was just whoever did this, I don't think had ever seen Dwayne Wade in their life. Like, maybe they played NBA 2K14 or something, and they just looked at the graphics and said, oh, so that's what Dwayne Wade looks like. Amrani, his Kobe statue is pretty trash also. Oh, well, it's not as bad, but that's not good. Is there no one else that makes big fucking statues anymore? He's just not really able to do faces very well. Like, this statue looks exhausted. This looks like the statue just played fucking 82 games. Bro, malnourished. That's true, they did make him look a little malnourished. I'm guessing there's just not a lot of people that do statues like this. He's got the market cornered. Have you seen the David Beckham one? No, how many... Goddamn, how many, like, bronze statues have they made? Let's see. Is it the same studio? This is fucking awesome. What? This can't be real. This has to be edited. No way, right? No way, right? That's some Toe Jam and Earl shit right there. This was a prank James Corden did? This or this? Because these are two different ones. This one definitely has to be a prank. And I can't believe I just giggled at something James Corden might have had a hand in doing. Blast! The most infamous statue, Cristiano Ronaldo, right? Yeah, that's still the most infamous for sure. By far. And that one's not a prank. At least I don't think so. It's been a while now. There's no way the Ronaldo one was a prank, right? I'm pretty sure, because they like took that down and redid it. Yeah. There's even an article about it. The Ronaldo statue sculptor Emmanuel Santos takes another shot. Yeah, so that was real. That one wasn't a prank. Defending his work, he said, "I'm not what the media made me look like." I mean, if you don't know Ronaldo and they just tell you, hey, can you make a statue, and you look up like one Google image, you're going to get a result like this. I mean, I'd have the same problem. Statue of Walter Johnson. In 2009, a bronze statue of Walter Johnson created by Omri Amrani was installed outside Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Where's a picture? Holy. What is that? For a second here, I thought it was that pitch that hit a bird and blew it to pieces, but that wasn't Walter Johnson that threw that pitch. That was Randy Johnson, I think. Right? Is that what... Is this the bird getting obliterated by the pitch? No, it can't. Oh, I see. It's his arm moving through a pitch. I see. Now, from this angle, now it all makes sense. And then his leg is being deatomized. I guess it was, like, really hot, so it started to... I don't know, get, like, trapped to the floor somehow. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's pretty abstract. I definitely thought that was a little wiener there in this in this image. I don't know what that is. I think they just probably would have been better off not getting super wacky with it, with the after image of his arm. I also just now noticed his eyes. He looks so sad. He looks really sad. He didn't want to throw that pitch. This one's cool. Wait, no, this one's not bad at all. This one's like really pretty badass, actually. Look at this. This is probably the best one we've seen so far. That looks like a Magic the Gathering card. I also don't know who Andy Murray is. This one does look bad, though. I'm assuming the real Andy Murray is standing next to it in this picture. They made him look like one of the Queen's Guard from, like, the medieval times. He looks like Bilbo Baggins in leather armor. Who made this one? If this one turns out to be Amray again, I'm gonna fucking squeal. Why did they, like, 3x the size of his head? Artistic effect, I don't really know. They 3x'd everything on him. They set it to Wumbo. Like, look at his arms. It really does look like he's wearing samurai armor. Check out the first Witcher statue CD Projekt Red commissioned and did not use because it was so bad. Statue of Geralt commissioned by CD Projekt Red in 06. Holy. That's definitely a cursed item right there. That's some Annabelle shit. Looks like Tommy Wiseau. Kinda. A little bit. Kate Moss and Brittany are so bad. I'll check it out. Supermodel... What the fuck am I even looking at? The Golden Kate Moss statue. This looks like something you'd find in an Egyptian tomb. What the fuck is this? Cool. Very awesome statue. I don't get it. Why is she a pretzel in that statue? Maybe a contortionist or something? I don't think this is real. This, I can't tell. I don't even think I can pull it up on stream. She's got her boobies out. Why would that be the Britney Spears statue? That makes no sense. Yeah, I know you're staring at the blueberry stain on my white shirt. What's the big deal? It's called being human. What, and you're so perfect? You've never made a little whoops-a-daisy, a little accident on your shirt while eating some blueberries? What are you, the berry brigadier or something? Never spills? Wow, I'm so proud. How impressive. Just get over it, tough guy. Anyway, though, what I want to talk about today, but not in too much detail for fear of some kind of legal repercussions for talking about it, what I'd like to cover briefly, vaguely, is the Game Freak hack that just happened. Probably one of the biggest leaks I've seen since the Insomniac moment, where pretty much everything Insomniac is and has been working on came to light. Something similar, not quite to that level, just happened with Game Freak. And since I've been gnawing on Nintendo's teats for a little bit here, baring my fangs, letting them know that I'm not happy with Nintendo's recent behavior, a lot of people are wondering why I haven't been talking about this more, because I've been on Nintendo like fart on poop, and I haven't talked much about these leaks. The reason's pretty obvious. I don't mind poking the sleeping bear occasionally playing, like Pokemon mods for TCG Simulator, or making fun of and insulting this company for their greed and downright nefarious evil practices. But when it comes to leaks, it's a little bit different. I've covered leaks in the past, like when Suicide Squad Board the Justice League Kill the Franchise came out. There were some leaks before it where it showed like UI as well as a little bit of gameplay. And I talked about that on stream and even had like a little clip in a video. Both those pieces of content got blasted. So I had to redo the video and take down that stream to get rid of that stuff. It wasn't a strike or anything, they just got taken down. They got blocked. So it is something that is taken seriously, and that was for Suicide Squad. That doesn't hold nearly the same amount of water that Pokemon does. And Nintendo is litigious and petty, and they are always out for blood, just hunting for any excuse to fuck someone in the face. It doesn't matter, like how tiny or trivial something may appear, Nintendo will go hog wild with it. They would probably go perform a vasectomy on a man if they found out he posted deviant art that was unflattering of Princess Peach, just out of spite. They protect their IP with an iron fist, and they have no qualms about doing some dirty deeds to keep it under their paws. So a breach like this, a hack, a leak like this, is a huge deal and something they're taking very seriously. And I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about or show from this, because I don't know how vengeful Nintendo will be. So I'm going to try and tiptoe around like specifics and instead just talk about the basics, because it's huge. Not only did they get all kinds of like top secret projects that are being worked on and code names, they got real names of employees and tons of information about the actual people that work there. It is a huge breach. And the biggest thing that's spinning from this that I'm sure a lot of people have heard of now is there was some lore, which is a term I'm using very loosey-goosey for this, lore around some Pokemon they found. And the biggest one that had people raising an eyebrow wondering what kind of fishy business is going on at Nintendo for this was around Typhlosion. There were other stories with other Pokemon that not even Tumblr's weirdest fanfic writers would have ever even thought of, because they're just so fucking odd. Like, a couple of them revolved around Pokemon impregnating humans. I don't understand what they thought they were cooking with that. That shit is foul. Like, not even deviant art would have made something to that level. Like in one of them I was reading, I don't want to get into specifics because I don't know how Nintendo's going to respond to this whole thing, but in one of them, a girl gets pregnant from a Pokemon. The Pokemon ends up getting stabbed by her friends and thrown into a lake, and then she throws herself into the lake, and as a result, her friends and everyone starts treating that Pokemon better they stop stabbing and killing that Pokemon. But like, why are these Pokemon impregnating humans? So the Typhlosion one is probably the weirdest one. Like, that's why this one has become, like, the breakout of all of these, because it is peculiar. I've just gotta take you through this story, though, at least the basics of it. So it begins with this, verbatim. A long time ago, when the boundary between Pokemon and humans was unclear. What do you mean? How was there ever an unclear boundary between human and Pokemon? You can see where this is going, and it's fucking weird. Like, how was there ever any uncertainty? I know it became a big meme online with smash or pass Pokemon shit, but you have to keep in mind, this is the official Nintendo stamp of approval as something they were almost going to use as an idea. Like, in the leaks, there's a bunch of concept art and shit that never got actually used, and this is one of those components where this was something they were ideating on. This idea that there was a period in time where humans were fucking Pokemon. That is baffling. Anyway, though, the rest of the Typhlosion story goes that Typhlosion was a shapeshifter, it kidnapped a girl, kept going out to get berries, they'd eat berries and fall asleep together, and eventually they had a child together. And one of the quotes is, "Your father's looking for you, but you are my wife, I will have to fight him." So the Typhlosions gaslit this girl into staying with him and having a child together, and then the girl's like, "Don't kill my father. If you kill my father, how could I stay with you? You're a good person. Don't kill him." Eventually, Typhlosion's like, "Okay." And then the girl's like, "You need to let yourself be killed by my father." And he's like, "Okay, goodbye," and dies. He gets killed by the father. And the half Pokemon, half human child that the girl carries from the Typhlosion is subject to ridicule and disgust from the village that she's from. Eventually, after being teased for so long, her and the child vanish into the forest, and the story concludes with, "And so people came to understand that Typhlosions are half human beings." Wow. That's one of those moments where the fucking Twilight Zone theme plays right there at the end, or like the Saw theme right at the end with the crazy twist moment. It is bizarre. And that's only like the smallest piece of these leaks. That's just the one that I know a lot of people have latched onto because of how weird and wacky it is, but the leaks are huge. The amount of information that they got from Game Freak through this hack is crazy. I have no doubt whoever instigated this, whoever actually like orchestrated this hack, will be found dead soon. Nintendo will not leave them breathing. Nintendo, of course, is very litigious, like I mentioned, but in a case like this, I feel like they are going to go the extra mile and actually execute this person publicly. They will probably put this person and broadcast it on every platform. They have a fucking special Pokemon Unite season event for it where they kill the hacker. Like, they are probably so mad and trying to explore the most extreme options to get this person. I am super curious to see how the rest of this plays out, because it is a big leak. I haven't talked about the big stuff, but if you've read up on the leak, you've already seen some of it. So, you know, I did want to at least speak on it a little bit. I'd love to be able to talk more on it, but I don't want to get in trouble with Nintendo, because I think they're probably fuming right now, and they might just start lashing out at anybody even loosely covering the leaks. So that's really about it. So yeah. I've been more into lawsuits than Saul Goodman recently. I've become such a huge lawsuit enthusiast over the last, 6 or so months. Not me, issuing lawsuits, I've still never done that. Though, with all the stories I've read, that could be a very interesting branch of content, just frivolously filing lawsuits to see how it goes, I guess. Because apparently no one ever gets punished for doing that. Best example is the classic, silly Billy Mitchell, the video game player of the century who files a new lawsuit anytime someone makes a joke about him being a cheater. And I'm not using the word allegedly, Billy. You are a scumbag cheater, and I hope you lose all of your ongoing lawsuits, brother. But anyway, enough bravado here and lat spreading on Billy Mitchell, celebrating every single L that he keeps taking, and will most likely continue to keep taking. Let's focus on what I want to talk about. I have really enjoyed diving into the most outrageous, most unhinged lawsuits imaginable. And last night, I found the magnum opus. This is the craziest lawsuit I've ever even been made aware of. There was a lawsuit I covered a couple years ago where there was a Twitch viewer who was suing Twitch because they were showing him female streamers and he couldn't stop jerking off, so he was suing for like millions of dollars worth of damages, claiming like it's immoral that Twitch would have these, you know, female streamers doing suggestive things and it forces him to masturbate or whatever. And that, to me, for a while, was probably one of the most entertainingly awful lawsuits I'd read about. But what I read last night actually beats it. A man in Australia filed a lawsuit against a hospital for $1 billion Australian dollars, which converts to about 643 million freedom bucks. And the reason he was suing this hospital is because he watched his wife give birth. He believed that what he had witnessed there was basically a war crime, like a violation of his human rights and a complete failure on that hospital's duty of care to him to make sure that he didn't see that. He was upset because the hospital not only allowed him to watch his wife's birth via C-section, but also encouraged it. Which to me doesn't sound like anything weird from the hospital. I mean, they call it the miracle of childbirth for a reason. Plus, if he wasn't allowed to watch it, I feel like that would be a huge problem. Being denied access to your wife during like the most important moment of your relationship, I imagine would actually be grounds for a lawsuit. Most people, I would imagine, would want to be there with their partner to you know, comfort and, you know, be able to take part in the gift of life, I guess. But this guy believed that they should have like shielded his eyes and plugged his ears or something, and the fact that they didn't caused him psychotic illness, and he believes he's entitled to at least $1 billion Australian dollars in damages. Did you hear about the man suing a hospital for $642 million after watching his wife's C-section and said it gave him a psychotic illness? You've got my attention. You undersold this. He's actually suing the hospital for $643 million. Man tries to sue a hospital for $643 million after he was encouraged to watch his wife's C-section. A man in Australia accused a hospital in Melbourne of causing him to develop a psychotic illness after he watched his wife undergo a cesarean section. Interesting. 643 million clams. Anil Coppola tried to sue the Royal Women's Hospital for letting him watch his wife's birth via C-section in 2018. He unsuccessfully sought 1 billion Australian dollars, which is 643 million. A judgment on the lawsuit filed in the Supreme Court of Victoria in Melbourne last week shows. How could this have not worked? What went wrong? Mr. Coppola's wife that day had a healthy baby delivered by cesarean section. Mr. Coppola alleges that he was encouraged or permitted to observe the delivery, that in the course of doing so he saw his wife's internal organs and blood, and that the experience caused the onset of a psychotic illness. He says the hospital breached the duty of care it owed to him and is liable to pay him damages. The hospital admits that it owed to him a duty of care, but denied that it breached it and does not accept that he suffered any injury. In his amended statement of the claim on October 22nd, Mr. Coppola, who is self-represented, that sounds about right. That tracks. Assessed his damages for psychological injury at $1 billion. Isn't this so cringe? The human body is so cringe that C-sections are pretty common because we're not developed enough, we haven't evolved enough to make birthing efficient. So oftentimes they have to deliver the baby through the stomach. Evolution just is... It's got to catch up. We've got to redefine the meta. Birthing should be like the most efficient thing humans are good at. It's like the whole purpose of being an organism. To reproduce. I was just talking to my mom about that. That is an interesting conversation to have with your mom, but yeah, it is a fascinating anomaly why we haven't evolved to be better at it. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, 32.1% of all baby deliveries in the U.S. in 2021 were cesarean section. Wow. Coppola filed the lawsuit several years after the operation, saying it caused the onset of a psychotic illness that led to a breakdown of his marriage. Yeah, that was the reason. The reason me and my wife broke up is because I had to watch her get a C-section and I've never been the same. I couldn't look at her the same way. She grossed me out. It was so fucking yucky. I hated her for it. And I hated the hospital for making me see her like that. I've seen her inside and out. Yeah, stared into the abyss. Coppola chose to represent himself in court where Justice James Gorton dismissed the suit and deemed the claim an abuse of process. I would agree with that. Did he give him like a big speech like, listen, goofball, this is ridiculous. Go home. Get out of my court. If men could birth, would you rather birth an NFL football out of your brown eye or a U.S. quarter out of your one eye? What a philosophical inquiry. I don't know. If I could, if I had to give birth right now and I got to choose, I'd probably try and do it like Majin Buu. So I'd like vomit up the creature. I'd really rather not tear my whole ass out or anything like that. That's Piccolo. No, Majin Buu did that too, right? When he vomited out into Super Buu? Or am I misremembering? The trial proceedings included a medical examination of Coppola with the panel concluding the degree of psychiatric impairment did not satisfy the threshold level, according to the judgment. Lawsuits that are seeking damage for non-economic losses such as this one require that an injury is significant, the judgment said. With regards to the medical panel's conclusion, Coppola said he disagreed with it, though the judgment said he was unable to agitate the correctness of it. I can't believe he didn't get $1 billion out of this because he watched his wife's C-section and then they got a divorce 3 years later. I want to see if this was televised. I'd love to see how he defended himself. Unfortunately, no footage exists of how this panned out, but man, I would really like to hear some of his arguments. No, listen, Your Honor, you don't understand. A baby came out from her tummy. I can't sleep anymore. I can't even look at her anymore. It's why our marriage fell apart, damn it. It's the hospital's fault for letting me see such a thing. I also love the confidence and delusion to ask for $1 billion from this. Our marriage was so good, Your Honor, you don't understand. It was worth at least $1 billion in order to make up for all of this hardship. I can't believe this. How could they be so cruel to let me see my child being born? No, damn you. Now, obviously, I think this is one of those cases where someone knows that it's ridiculous, but they try anyway and hope to settle out of court. So they go for like this alarmingly huge number and then try and like negotiate behind closed doors to just squash it. But with something this outlandish, that was never even in the cards. This is such a bogus baloney claim that it never even made it anywhere and never stood a chance either. I think there is a 0% chance that this guy is permanently scarred for life after watching his wife give birth. I understand C-sections are a little scary. I know what they are. Now, granted, I've never seen one in person, so maybe it's different in the Thunderdome. Maybe I'd see it and also just have a full-blown breakdown, my universe crumbles around me and it fucks me up for life. But even in that case, I still don't think I'd ever win a case for $1 billion because of that. I think that's a hard sell right there. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this one a little bit because this one had me giggling. This is probably this has to be among the largest asks for a lawsuit based on legitimately nothing. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So yeah. It doesn't matter how stupid a scam might sound to you. I got your nose. Like, even that might have just sent someone into a panic. Doesn't matter how dumb it is, people fall for these kind of scams every single day. The most absurd, most unbelievable things that you ask yourself, who could possibly be that moronic to actually fall victim to it? Well, people do every single day. The reason why these scams exist is because they are successful. And today we're going to talk about one that just happened in my own backyard, Florida. More specifically, Bradenton, which is pretty close to Tampa. I could probably piss into the wind and have a golden shower hit this scammer here while he's mowing his lawn. Now, it's not just one scam either. This actually has quite a few layers. It's a deep onion of scams, and it's all the most unbelievable shit where you ask yourself, who could fall for it? And you're about to find out who. So the perpetrator here, the scammer, is a gentleman who looks like an unholy fusion dance between Larry the Cable Guy and Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Well, what started with a friend request turned into months of talking, and a woman in Frisco, Texas thought she'd hit the jackpot with her new friend, Elon Musk. He'd promised her a huge return for investing with him.
And as Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon reports, the person behind the keyboard was not Elon Musk, but a man from Bradenton, who police say was ripping her off.
This is actually the oldest trick in the book. I'm pretty sure this scam predates the birth of Jesus Christ. And it is a scam that a lot of elderly people fall victim to constantly. Which is always sad, of course, and it's a scam that's existed for as long as communication has, with people lying to get money out of them, saying like, hey, give me money and I'll give you money in return. They pretend to be something that they're not with some kind of phony baloney nonsense. But with the internet, they've been able to like crank that shit up. They're going plus ultra on that scam, and it's been significantly more effective, which is very surprising to me just how drastically the sentiment around online activity has changed in the older generation. Because when I was growing up, my parents and grandparents put the fear of God in me about like, don't post anything online that would be like an identifier, like don't post anything private online, don't trust anything or anyone that you meet online. Whereas nowadays, that notion is completely extinct. The older generation looks at you like you're weird if you don't have your fucking phone number posted on your Twitter account or something. Like they're going hog wild, believing everything and everyone, ripping their shirt off, twirling it over their head like, yeah, Queef Wellington's revealing the truth. There is plutonium in the toilet paper. We have to go back to using leaves, raw leaves and poison ivy to clean ourselves. It's like, hey, well, let's pump the brakes a little bit. It just seems totally different, but maybe now it's just the access to information. You see more of it. Maybe this has always been happening, but man, it really does just seem like every 70-year-old is just waiting for a random Facebook friend request so they can send that stranger all of their money for no fucking reason.
For a 74-year-old woman, a friend request sent and accepted on Facebook brought on a new and seemingly powerful friendship.
She would communicate on a daily basis with him.
She believes she was talking with Elon Musk, and he told her he had a plan for her future.
A common misconception is that only old people fall for this kind of scam. Like, oh, you gotta be geriatric and senile to think that Elon Musk would contact you and say that he has a plan and that you should give him money. That's just complete fucking barnacles right there. Only, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe even less, and it still goes on today, there was that massive YouTube scam stream that got started up with a looped Elon Musk video that had a link to a Bitcoin wallet that was asking everyone watching the stream to send Bitcoin to that wallet and he would double it. And so many people fell victim to that. And you know 74-year-olds aren't using Bitcoin 2-3 years ago. So the main people that were victims to that were younger people. And that scam, the Elon Musk doubling crypto scam, still goes on to this day to wild degrees of success. You see the streams all over YouTube right now too. I guarantee you can probably find 5 of those bitches live at this moment, and there are people falling for them every single day. Not just old people. So this scam of, I'm Elon Musk and I need money so that way you can make money, I'm here for you, doesn't just work on a 74-year-old woman.
You give us $500,000, I can make you $55 million.
She jumped at the opportunity.
Without her husband's knowledge, she started investing with Elon Musk.
It's kind of heartbreaking to see how trusting people are in a situation like this, where this 74-year-old woman receives a friend request from someone she believes is Elon Musk, and she thinks he's there to try and help her. He just needs a little bit of cash for that. He just needs, you know, a few tiddlywinks of doubloons. Maybe $500,000, $500,000. Those wacky little numbers on the back of the credit card. That's all Elon needs in order for her to get fucking $55 million return. And she believes it. Somehow she knows who Elon Musk is, knows that he's worth billions of dollars, wealthiest man in the world, and she thinks that, oh, this is actually Elon reaching out on a random fucking Tuesday through Facebook to a random 74-year-old woman that he's never met. Like, I bet she was so excited she probably went and put some cookies in the oven for him, baked him a fucking pie or something to thank him.
But Detective Jim Carula with the Bradenton Police Department's Elder Fraud Unit says the woman transferred $250,000 to bank accounts not belonging to Elon Musk, but to this man.
Grant that to me.
An imposter, according to police. 56-year-old Jeffrey Moynihan Jr. of Bradenton.
This guy looks like the bad guy in every 90s Christmas film. Like, he looks like that business guy that's like, bah humbug, there is no Santa Claus. Like, he just has like this distinct look about him where it's like evolution knew he was going to be a scammer piece of shit. So it like molded his whole being into that caricature. It's shocking just how closely he imagines what I picture in my head every scammer to look like.
We have an arrest warrant for your arrest.
Detective Karula says the woman's husband says she gave Elon Musk, aka Moynihan, $600,000. He's continuing to track down where the other money went.
What and who you see is not who's typing back at you. And I think these people, you have to realize that.
Which should be a pretty obvious lesson that's becoming more and more rare for people to have learned. And I can't believe it's something you even need to learn. It should just be something you know. Anybody can make a Facebook account with a profile pic of Elon Musk. There's probably a billion of those fucking things floating around right now. You can see them all over Twitter too. But just because it reaches out to you and it has the name Elon Musk, it doesn't mean that it is. There are 1,000 things you can do to avoid getting scammed like this, yet so many people just don't do it because they are either in a desperate situation or they hear something that just sounds like this is life-changing. I need to at least try. So then they fall victim to a scam like this. And in this case, she was so trusting, and what Elon Musk was saying was so good that she went behind her husband's back and sent 600,000 clams to a random Facebook account.
But here's where things take a turn. It appears Moynihan may have been the target of a romance scam as well.
Mr. Moynihan stating that his girlfriend is the mastermind behind it and that he had no involvement. He is stating he's never actually even met his girlfriend.
Bang! I bet you didn't expect that. So the scammer who was pulling off the impersonation Elon Musk doubling money RuneScape scam is actually, potentially, the victim of a romance scam himself. He is the victim of the same scam he is doing to the 74-year-old woman without recognizing that. I think is the angle he's trying to play with that. I'm a little confused with the way that it's stated here because I think what's also possible is that Jeffrey is claiming that his girlfriend is the one that did this to the 74-year-old woman and he was totally hands-off. It must have been her. Yet it was his bank account that got all of the money. So that doesn't really make sense unless he was the victim of a romance scam here, gave her his bank account info, and then she used it on the 74-year-old woman, and he didn't know anything about it, and now he's bringing it up here. Or the way that I initially interpreted it is that he has this mysterious girlfriend, this supermodel, superstar, 3-breast mega milkers that he hasn't met before, but she wanted him to talk to the 74-year-old woman as if he was Elon Musk to get money from her. So like that's the way I initially interpreted it, that he is right now talking to this imaginary girlfriend that is telling him to do this. So he's saying, like, I'm kind of blameless. It was my girlfriend who was making me do it. That's the way that it initially came across to me. Mind-boggling. Romance scams are becoming increasingly common as well, where somebody pretends to be, this hot, big-tittied goth chick that wants your meat, but she can't quite get out to you because she's in, like, a bad financial spot. So you got to be sending her money so that way she can eventually come be with you, be your wife, because she loves you. Like, it's love. And what, are you going to deny love? I don't think so. So this douchebag, this stupid asshole is like, okay, well, my girlfriend is telling me that if I don't have the money to pay her, maybe I should try getting it by pretending to be someone I'm not to get money from this lady. And he doesn't connect the dots in his rotted noodle that he is also right now being scammed. It's a beautiful disaster. Now, I do think the most likely explanation is that this guy is desperately making this up, just pulling it out of his ass. Like, oh, no, that couldn't have been me. It must have been my girlfriend. Yeah, my girlfriend, super hot. You wouldn't know her. She goes to a different college. But yeah, she must have, logged on to my account and used all my bank account information in order to receive money from the 74-year-old woman that she was scamming, pretending to be Elon Musk on all of my accounts. That's likely what it was. So he could just be doing this to try and like lessen his sentence by saying like, oh no, it wasn't me, it was this person, and I don't know who that person is, but it's definitely not me, it's my girlfriend. Don't know her, never met her, but it's her. Like, you might as well just blame it on, like, fucking Sasquatch at that point.
As BPD continues their investigation, neighbors of Moynihan remain in disbelief.
It's shocking. It's just surprising.
In Bradenton, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
I decided to leave that little scene in there where they talk to the neighbors because I always find that to just be, like, pretty useless most of the time, where the news will just, like, knock on neighbors' doors and be like, hey, what do you think about your neighbor getting arrested? 9 times out of 10, they're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And in this case, the guy's just like, shocking. Like, it's not like they're going to have a deep insight on that. Like, what's this guy going to do? But like, oh no, actually, this doesn't surprise me even a little bit. This doesn't even have me raise an eyebrow, because actually one time, Jeffrey came over knocking on my door with a voice changer, pretending to be Marilyn Monroe. So, like, I always knew he was capable of impersonating someone. It was just a matter of time before he found a sucker to give him money. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, why even leave that part in? Like, here's what the neighbors had to say. Whoa. All right, anyway, back to you.
Grand theft of what?
What's that?
Grand theft of what?
I'm not the one that wrote the warrant. When the detective comes out here, he'll explain it for you.
Just wanted to show you a wee bit more of the body cam footage here, where he plays dumb. I mean, he is dumb, but like where he pretends he doesn't know why they'd be there. And he doesn't have a shirt on, which had me giggling a little bit because this man got interrupted like 15 beers deep by this and didn't even get the chance to put a shirt on in time, so he's just walking around with cold hard nipples in the police station. And anyway, hopefully the victim gets her money back from this. Hopefully they're able to track all that down and give her money back. That's really about it. So yeah. Wow. Zoinks. Goodness gracious. Jinkies. We may be in the midst of one of the wackiest moments in internet content creation history. If these reports are accurate, and I can't speak to the authenticity myself, I haven't had my team of analysts really dive into the weeds of it and get down into the meat here, but there are reports that XQC just signed a 2-year, $100 million streaming deal with Kick, and it's not even exclusive to Kick. If that number is accurate, that would make it the 12th largest sports contract ever signed. Now, of course, you'd have to be huffing some very serious glue to try and conflate streaming with professional athletes, but it just goes to show you the value of the contract here and just how many doubloons we're talking. I came into this world as a little baby kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers, and now I'm kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers all over again because I can't believe what we're seeing here. I have been tapped into the mainframe of internet wackiness for over a decade now. I'm like Charles Xavier in this throne here, in Cerebro, just looking at all of the goofiness happening across the web. And I've been doing that for so long, and I could have never foreseen something like this happening. A 9-figure deal for a streamer to stream on a different platform. And not even exclusively, mind you. This is a non-exclusive contract for 2 years, meaning XQC gets to have his cake, eat it too, and fuck the baker. So he can stream on Kick and then still stream on Twitch all the same. He did make a Twitch stream earlier today, kind of to go over the announcement as well as the plan going forward. He's saying he's going to be streaming on Kick quite a bit, obviously, but he can still have the freedom to stream on Twitch when he wants to. I'm going to go ahead and rip the band-aid off and throw a little cold water in the face of all the juicers here that are under the impression he'll probably still be active on Twitch. I don't think he will. He legitimately has no incentive to stream on Twitch. Twitch is a platform that has banned XQC like 5 times. It is also a platform that has no real contracts for top streamers anymore, as well as the lowest sub-revenue split among any streaming platform available. Whereas Kick has the highest sub-revenue split, a 95.5. And I would swear on a stack of Bibles with a high level of confidence that XQC not only has that $100 million for 2 years, but also gets to keep 100% of the sub-revenue he earns, which is 95.5 split. So why the fuck would he stream on Twitch often at all? He'll probably use it as just a booster, a signal booster to get the juicers on Twitch over to Kick, letting them know like, hey, this was a fun stream on Twitch for the last 20 minutes. I'm going to finish the rest on Kick. I'll see you there. Just to, filter viewers over to Kick. That's my guess. But again, I'm just a dumb little fucking caveman here speculating from the armchair. Now, if you ask me, this is bad news for Twitch. This just drove a wooden stake right through the vampire's heart and then shoved garlic in its face. This is a big poach here. Now, I've mentioned this a few times in the past, but Twitch is a very top-heavy site where the top 1% of streamers on the platform account for a very large chunk of the overall watch time on the platform. So when you take the biggest streamer off of the site, you do make an impact on Twitch as a whole, really. And over the last year or so, Twitch has been continuously hurting itself in confusion. It has been making horrible decision after horrible decision over and over and over again, and it's been hemorrhaging users. A lot of streamers have been going elsewhere, whether it's YouTube or Kick or even Rumble some streamers have been going to. It is taking streamers from Twitch and going elsewhere. The 50-50 sub split on Twitch isn't enough to be competitive anymore. The over-reliance on intrusive ads isn't enough to keep small streamers on there because it's ruining the experience for their communities, which makes it hard for them to continue to thrive on the platform, so they go elsewhere like YouTube. Plus, the exclusivity on Twitch makes it hard for streamers to want to stay when they could stream on other platforms not exclusive. So they could do a stream on YouTube and then a stream on Kick or, this and that. Twitch has just been a platform that has been struggling to maintain its, dominance on the streaming space because it's been constantly losing its footing through bad decisions. Now, yesterday, Twitch did announce that it's taking the tiniest little baby step in the right direction. They announced that they're offering the Partner Plus program where if you reach a certain threshold, which is like 350 reoccurring subs, so not gift subs or anything, that's tier 1s, 2s, and 3s. If you reach that threshold, you unlock 70-30 sub split for a year. And that's like the tiniest little step in the right direction, them walking back their hardline stance on only 50-50 forever, no more 70-30. They must be starting to panic and realizing that streamers have other options. But this covers up to 100k, then goes back to 50-50, and it only lasts for a year if you don't maintain, I believe. So it's also very strict. 350 reoccurring paid subs, no gift subs or anything like that, is not an easy number to hit. That is a lot. That is a ton. So this isn't exactly super helpful for smaller streamers. And even a lot of medium streamers don't have that level of sub engagement. That's still a ton. So it really is, once again, just like the smallest boost for the bigger streamers on the platform, only up to a certain level. It's not amazing. Like, this is like the weakest possible implementation of a decent idea you could do. Like, it is, like I said, a very, very small baby step in the right direction of a good change. Twitch is a victim of its own hubris here. It got complacent at the top and it got greedy. So it is crumbling its own empire from its greed. That's why all of these other streaming platforms are growing so quickly and why so many people are abandoning the sinking ship of Twitch. That's just the reality of it. They are out of touch. They lost direction on what to do with the platform, so they just keep rolling out bad choices. And even when they do have a good idea, they're too afraid to actually just commit to a good idea. So yeah, it's very frustrating. Now, I've seen the obvious comparison being drawn with Mixer because you might remember Mixer actually was able to steal away Ninja from Twitch back when Mixer still existed. And I'm sure all of you have forgotten that name. That's like an ancient relic on the internet, even though it hasn't been that long in the grand scheme of things. But it died so quickly and with such like a sad wet fart of a swan song that most people have forgotten it ever even existed. Mixer stole Ninja. They paid a ton of money. They shelled out many clams to get Ninja, as well as Shroud and King Ithalian, but Ninja was the #1 streamer on Twitch, and Mixer got him. And it didn't work for them. The site still inevitably crumbled, and it never got popular. It always remained kind of this pitiful little joke of a service. However, I don't really think Kick is following that same blueprint. I don't think its fate is set in stone the same way Mixer's was. I made a video about this on my second channel talking about the streaming wars. Kick is accomplishing something that Mixer never did. It's having people organically sign up and choose to stream there as a first option. I read a report the other day, take it with a grain of salt, I don't know how accurate these numbers are, but only a week ago, Kick had an influx of 1.2 million users sign up to the platform. Mixer probably never even saw 1.2 million people go to their site across the entire time it was alive. That was 1.2 million users signing up to the platform, according to the reports. So Kick is actually just getting users to go there, which is something Mixer never had happen. That was a pipe dream for that platform. Now, Kick blew up because it kind of got the reputation of like the detention class, right? Like all of the banned streamers went to Kick. Like Aiden Ross, which immediately blasted the platform off and a lot of other like controversial streamers went to Kick after they were banned on Twitch and shit like that. And then a lot of controversial things happened, like the whole streaming of the Super Bowl and all that shit. So it really had a very bad reputation, and still does for many reasons, but it's started to shake that a little bit because a lot of streamers that aren't banned on Twitch have decided to move over to Kick even without a contract, just because the sub split is so much better than the 50-50 you get on Twitch. You don't need as many viewers on Kick to make a living because you don't need as many subs to make a living. So a 95-5 split is very appealing to a lot of streamers. So there's recently been a lot of new creators there trying out the Kick space, which has led to a lot of new users on the site. So even when the big players on Kick aren't online, it's not a barren, empty wasteland. There's still quite a few users through quite a few different categories. So that, I do think, sets it apart from Mixer. I don't know if that necessarily means it's going to succeed or anything. I don't have a fucking crystal ball. I can't predict the future. But I will say that it does seem to be doing a lot better than Mixer did, even before the XQC signing. Now, I do want to... yucky. I do want to talk about something that a lot of people talk about, and I do think is a very important talking point. Kick is backed by Stake, which is a crypto gambling casino. It's why their pocketbook is so big. And obviously, a lot of people aren't too thrilled about gambling being so prominent on Kick. As of right now, the slots and casinos category on Kick is their biggest, and it's really not even close. So that leaves a pretty bad taste in most people's mouths, mine included. I've been very outspoken about sponsored gambling not being great. You're just selling your audience on an addiction. You're trying to get them to sign up for crypto casinos and shit like that. And a lot of times they're not even using their own money, they're using house money. That is something I very much think is a load of dog shit. I think that is awful. Now, when it comes to Kick, I did extensive research on this out of curiosity because I kept hearing that Kick was mainly a front to get people addicted to Stake gambling because Stake owns it. Through everything I've read, and from every stream that I've watched on Kick, there hasn't been a single Stake advertisement or any gambling advertisement that I've seen, unless I've somehow missed them. And I haven't read reports from other users or any other publications that are reporting on gambling ads being run across any of the Kick categories outside of slots and casinos. The only place where gambling sponsors or Stake itself appear is in the slots category for Stake sponsors and shit like that. So I guess kind of like what Twitch used to be before the gambling ban last year, where all of the gambling ads and sponsors existed in that one category. That appears to be how it operates on Kick as of this moment. I haven't seen anything that pushes to Stake or any gambling site outside of Stake-sponsored streamers in the slots and casinos category. Now, again, maybe I've missed it, maybe there just hasn't been enough information about it in articles, but as of right now, that's the impression that I've been getting. And also from what I've been reading, it seems that Stake wants to separate itself from Kick. It wants to be two very separate entities that don't really feed off of each other. They want it to be completely separate. And I guess that's what they're going for here. I don't know how successful it is as of right now. Again, no matter how you spin it, pumping gambling is just bad. Now, I do think it's always worth mentioning that Twitch isn't squeaky clean either. It's backed by Amazon. Amazon is no saint of a corporation either. Amazon isn't a company of angels and high morals. That is also a pretty evil corporation that backs Twitch. So, both of the big players in streaming, and YouTube as well, being backed by Google, Google's done so much shady shit as well. None of these corporations are exactly benevolent overlords worthy of celebration. They're all bad and evil in their own right. It's just a matter of which platform you as a user or you as a streamer feel most comfortable on, I think, at the end of the day. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly because that is something that is inevitably always going to be discussed when Kick is in the conversation. And of course, it's completely understandable why. So this whole thing has been really wild to watch unfold. I actually would have never envisioned a world where Twitch would be in the position it's in today. For the last year, the writing's been on the wall. If you go back 8 months, I made a video called Twitch is Dying, and that was kind of right on the money. Twitch has been continuously going downhill, and now all of the competitors are being elevated substantially because of it. And it's all Twitch's fault. It is entirely Twitch's fault. So it's wild to watch a business sink itself when it had a complete stranglehold on the market. Twitch was the streaming platform. Now it's becoming the joke. So just wanted to talk about this because obviously this is the biggest content creator deal I've ever seen. I think it's probably the biggest content creator deal ever, hands down, like in general. So yeah, I definitely wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. I just watched a crazy video from Code Blue Cam about a drunk driver, and really, drunk is not the proper nomenclature. That doesn't really tell the whole story. He is cartoonishly inebriated, to the point where I was half expecting him to start burping up bubbles like a character out of Tom and Jerry when they drink a root beer. So this goober was driving the wrong way and actually almost hit Kamala Harris head on. So he starts getting interviewed by the Secret Service at the scene as well.
But as her motorcade made its way to the airport along I-94, a vehicle driving in the wrong direction approached, narrowly missing the convoy by just feet. After passing 29 vehicles involved in the escort, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy at the rear of the motorcade quickly stopped the vehicle, identifying the driver as 55-year-old Wayne Wacker.
Could there be a better name? Wayne Wacker sounds like a superhero who jerks off villains at dangerously high velocities till they give up. Wayne Wacker. It's like a name I would make up for a Dark Souls character.
An open Miller Lite beer can was clearly visible in the center console.
They should have slapped an additional charge on this DUI for his beer of choice being a Miller Lite. I've been saying it for like 8 years now. Miller Lite is the actual worst piss water ever made. Full stop. I can't stand that. If you serve me Miller Lite, I'm leaving. Like, that's a sure, like, you would get me out of an establishment faster by handing me a Miller Lite than you would by telling me it was on fire.
You guys ID and everything? I didn't get anything yet. You got your ID on you, sir? What? You got your ID on you? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need that. Is it in here? Your ID's in here? I don't think so. Where are you coming from tonight, my boss? You don't know? Clearly a little too much to drink, even with your Miller Lite here, huh? Doesn't matter. It sure does.
This man is so lost, truly discombobulated, acting like Robin Williams when he popped out of Jumanji for the first time, wondering what year it is. He is in a trance. He is so drunk he doesn't know what's happening. When the officer picked up the Miller Lite and took it away from Wayne Wacker, I thought he was gonna jump at him like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare to get it back. Like, he looked upset that the Miller Lite was moving out of arm's reach.
Why do you keep pointing at that? I didn't need your ID. I don't care what's in there. Oh, no, still not it.
They get caught in this cutscene here with Wayne having a whack attack. Like, he doesn't know where the ID is, so instead he just, like, slowly moves around like one of the tree imps in Lord of the Rings and, like, just cannot, like, grasp what's going on. He's in a totally different dimension.
Hop on out now. Hop on out of the car. Hop out of the car. We're talking to my partner.
No, let's get him out first. Let's get him out. That's fine. So unbuckle your seatbelt, sir.
They eventually just decided to skip this cutscene because Wayne was making no progress locating that ID. We'd probably find Atlantis before Mr. Wacker would stumble across his ID.
Down south. Down south? You know you could have killed somebody, right? Going the wrong way in traffic, man. A very busy highway here. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you had to drink today?
Couple beers.
Couple beers? How long ago?
For this wrong way, I had to start a new car over there. Tonight.
Tonight? Okay. What's your name, man?
Wayne.
Wayne? Wayne what?
Wacker.
Wacker.
It's a very serious situation. I've made this clear many times over the years. I have literally zero respect for drunk drivers. But even in a situation like this, hearing someone say that their name is Wayne Wacker, I don't know if I'd be able to stop myself from laughing. Like, I don't know how I wouldn't giggle at that name.
U.S. Secret Service agents responded to the traffic stop to speak with Wayne.
Where were you? Like, where were you headed from? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Down a gay bar down in...
A gay bar downtown, or like where?
Yeah.
Now we're getting a little exposition here and some background on the character. They're starting to flesh out the lore of Wayne Wacker. So they lean him against that median because couldn't really stand super well. So they have him leaning there and he just starts like posting up, fucking taking a chill pill. Like he's about to overdose on chill pills while he's intoxicated. So he's just leaning against there and they're just asking him some like basic questions like, do you remember where you're coming from? And he said that he's coming from a gay bar downtown.
Was it in the center console or where was it at?
It's there.
It's there? Okay.
Out of traffic in the Gore with State Patrol.
Sir, Secret Service.
Got me.
See the motorcade go by?
What?
See a bunch of cars go by when they're going the wrong way?
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
I am close by. Take that.
Wayne is gripping that like it's a roller coaster ride. He is holding on for dear life there. So the Secret Service comes over to get some answers to some questions to see if this guy was like trying to perform an assassination attempt here. And Wayne, he doesn't even know what's going on. Going the wrong way, doesn't see any of the 29 cars that passed him. He doesn't know what is happening. He is so fucking drunk. In the way that he speaks, it sounds like he's got like peanut butter in his mouth. Like it sounds like he is actually talking in a dream. Like, you know, like when you're in a dream and everything feels like really slow and like odd, like especially throwing a punch. Like that is how he is talking.
Where are you coming from? Car? Home? Alright. How much did you have to drink?
2 beers. Take a suspicious 979-1260.
Did any idea that Kamala Harris was in town?
Well, I guess I did.
Is that the reason you're going the wrong way on the highway?
No.
Why are we going the wrong way on the highway? Because you're drunk? What?
Drunk.
He admits to being drunk, yet he still says he only drank 2 beers. Usually that whole "I've only had 2 drinks" line from drunk drivers is a tactic employed by those that are trying to convince the others that they're not drunk. Wayne is just like, "I'm drunk. Drunk." Speaking like a caveman with like one word. Drunk. I don't even really see the point of why he's lying about how much alcohol he's consumed. Or maybe he's just a super lightweight somehow and he really did only have 2 beers and he ended up that fucking hammered. Though I find that pretty unlikely.
Do you remember what entrance you came up on?
What?
Do you know what entrance ramp you came up on? The right way? You don't remember any of that?
There's no idea other than his yes employee.
What?
Passport?
I didn't. No.
Do you have a passport? No?
No?
Okay.
What's your height and weight?
I'm fat.
Now the officers can't contain their laughter anymore. He is so fucking inebriated that when asked questions like what's your height and weight, all he can say is fat. And they found his public school ID. Turns out Wayne Wacker is a teacher. And you can clearly see Professor Wacker isn't taking this super seriously. He doesn't understand just how dangerous this was.
Are you motivated by any kind of extremism group? No. Are you involved or associated with any kind of groups?
No.
Like a military group or like anything like that? Are you a gun holder?
A what?
A gun holder. Like, do you have a concealed carry? Do you own weapons at home?
No.
Anything like that? You don't have any guns at home?
Yeah, I do.
What do you got?
Pretty much the entire time Wayne is smiling, like he has like a perpetual smile as his eyes are almost fully closed. So he almost seems flattered with how many officers and Secret Service agents showed up. He even asked if all of them were there for him, and they said, "Yeah, you're driving the wrong way down a very busy road." And he goes, "Really?" Like it looked like it was the happiest fucking moment of his life. Like he just went downstairs on Christmas morning and saw the bicycle he's always wanted under the tree from Santa.
Yeah, what school? What the hell is it called? No, I'm asking. It's called,
Where's it located, Wayne?
No, it's called,
Alright.
No, wait. Art means you teach, or what do you do? Yeah,
I'm 100% sure that Wayne was going to try and make up a school name so that way he didn't risk his job with all this. Because I think he was able to process that, oh, cops, drunk, this might not be a good look for the school, and now they know I'm a teacher. I'll try and throw him off the trail with a made-up name. But he was too fucked up, he couldn't think of any other name. But I really thought, like, when they asked him, you know, where is it? I thought he was going to reach into his pocket and give him one of these or something. Or hit him with, like, a really stupid name for a school. Like, Education Academy or something. But he just wasn't able to put it all together, so instead he just keeps, like, stalling. Like, he just keeps throwing in, like, filler words. Or maybe he truly is so drunk he just can't even remember where he teaches every day. Also possible, I suppose.
What's the deal?
All right, remember what I told you, Wayne? We're going to do some field sobriety tests to make sure that you're okay to drive, okay? So my
Well, I'm not driving.
Well, you were.
I want you to keep your head straight, but I want you to follow it with just your eyes, okay? Remember what I was saying, Wayne?
Am I doing it right?
Nope. So remember what I was saying? Just keep your head straight, okay? And just follow it with just your eyes.
Oh, just my eyes.
Just your eyes, okay? So you're still keeping your head. All right, you're
For so many decades, people have criticized Superman Clark Kent, the disguise, being really lackluster because Clark Kent is just Superman with a pair of glasses on and nothing else. How would people not connect the dots that Clark Kent is Superman? Like, the glasses wouldn't be enough for the disguise. But I totally get it now. When Wayne Wacker took off his glasses, he immediately polymorphed into Alex Jones. Like, he instantly just shape-shifted into Alex Jones. It was like a totally different looking guy. His fucking facial expressions remind me of Super Mario 64 when you start up the game and you can take the little hand and move his nose around and move his mouth around and everything and shake his head around. That is what Wayne Wacker is doing here for the Follow the Light field sobriety test.
3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, you all done, Wayne?
Yeah.
All right, one more test for you, okay?
As graceful as a ballerina and as elegant as a butterfly. Wayne, you've outdone yourself with that one. I half expected him to go up on his tippy toes and then hit us with a curtsy at the very end of that.
1, 2. 1. Hold on. I'm joking.
That's all right. Just do the best you can.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, we'll move on, Wayne, to the... We got one more test, okay?
He agreed to the PBT, which resulted in 0.252.
And blow. Keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing.
I did good.
All right, you know what the legal limit to drive in the state of Wisconsin is, Wayne?
No.
Okay, so it's 0.08, okay?
I passed.
All right, so you're at a 0.252, okay? So that's more than 3 times the legal limit. Wayne, you're going to be placed on arrest for OWI tonight, okay?
I can't believe it turned out he was actually drunk. I thought with how well he was doing in those field sobriety tests, it may have been a misunderstanding. Maybe he just got confused with the, where he was going on the road, the ramp threw him for a loop-de-loop and pull type maneuver. But I guess he was actually intoxicated. I'm as stunned as you are.
In the end, Wayne was only charged with felony second-degree recklessly endangering safety and received over $2,700 in traffic citations, including one for operating while intoxicated. Since his last OWI conviction occurred more than 10 years ago, it is being treated as a first offense.
Yeah, so that's how the story of Wayne Wacker and the Miller Lite wraps itself up there. I just had to talk about this a little bit. It was one of the weirder drunk driving body cam videos I've seen from Code Blue Cam or any of the other body cam channels. It was quite a ride. That's really about it. So yeah, I'm sure you've noticed I'm wearing the same outfit, same clothes, because it's been over 24 hours since my last shower. I've been busy. What are you going to do about it? Call the stink police? Get the odor officers out here? I'll shower here shortly. Today, we're doing something we haven't done in a long time. We're looking at an apology video. This one I could not resist talking about. It is a shockingly bad apology videos, even when you consider all of the classics we've seen come out over the decade. It's a TikTok creator named Michael Duvall. To summarize a lot of the lore, just dropping you some tidbits on it, Michael Duvall was a preschool teacher who produced OnlyFans content at the preschool he worked at. You'll hear it come directly from his mouth in a moment, but occasionally he would take nude photos of himself in the bathroom and even had a video of him masturbating and ejaculating onto the toilet seat, which apparently had like a training seat on it, like for kids to learn how to use the bathroom. It's fucking gross.
I guess let's just start from the very beginning. In 2020 is when I made my OnlyFans. 21 about is when I met my ex-fiance and we got engaged in 2022. And we also broke up in 2022. But I would say that this whole OnlyFans story starts from when we were still together.
He spends the first like 3 minutes here talking about his previous relationship and how it kind of got him back into doing OnlyFans content. He said it was a bad relationship, a lot of bad things happened, felt like he was being forced to do things on OnlyFans. Eventually the relationship ends, and then all of this stuff with the preschool happens. So to me it really feels like it's kind of not relevant to the matter at hand here, how you got back into the OnlyFans content, when what's actually being discussed here with the preschool stuff was choices you made by yourself way after that horrible relationship ended. So it feels to me kind of like he's mentioning this past relationship as a way of like kind of subtly pushing the blame onto his ex for how things got to where they were. It just doesn't seem like it was a good opener here for something that's supposed to be about taking accountability, because it feels like he's immediately like avoiding it. Like it really does seem like he's just serving up a yappy meal, and we don't even get a cool Minecraft Steve toy with it.
Now, growing up how I did, it's no shock that I was really excited seeing all this money that was coming in. And so I tried really hard. I posted hundreds, if not thousands of times a day in so many Reddit pages, on my OnlyFans, on my Twitter, just stuff like that. And as you know, I was working as a preschool teacher, technically pre-K, pre-kindergarten. And so I had a lot of free time at work where I would post on those apps.
Posting thousands of times per day is unhinged. Not even those rage bait Twitter accounts that drool on that platform day and night trying to engagement farm for $15 at the end of the week get that many posts per day. That is a crazy amount, especially while at work. How would you possibly, as a pre-kindergarten teacher, think that it's appropriate to just be posting all day on these platforms, and for that kind of content too? That's a fucking disgusting thought process where you'd go from like, all right kids, nap time, go to sleep. All right, perfect. Now I can make my 300th post a day about spreading my chocolate starfish on this Reddit page, and then I've got to check my OnlyFans to see if anyone's requested me to do a little sounding. Like, that is lunacy. He mentions that he had a ton of free time at work here. I can't imagine there was that much free time to make hundreds, if not thousands, of posts on these platforms. Like, when were you ever even doing your job of teaching pre-kindergarten?
I did go to the bathroom a few times and snap a nude. A lot of the reason why I did that was because I was getting paid by people, and now when I said that, people thought I was getting paid by like I don't know if you can say this word, PDF files, you know what I'm trying to say. People thought I was catering to them, and now with some of those Reddit groups I was in, I should not have been in. They were definitely like dad, son, trans girls. I got kicked out of a lot of groups for like not even fitting the criteria, and it was definitely weird. But when you're in sex work, I don't know. I was just too blinded by the money that was coming in. I know that's no excuse.
Here comes the cold water. It was pedophiles that were paying you to do those things. He keeps denying that, saying that it was, you know, just people wanting to see him do it. It had nothing to do with the location or anything like that. But here comes the truth, like a fucking boxing glove out of a wall, the sock in the jaw. That is exactly who it was, and a lot of people were no doubt paying him because it was in a preschool and shit. He took photos in the fucking preschool classroom he taught at, too. They weren't bare butt-cheek photos and nudes or anything, but he would take photos in his actual preschool classroom with his ass sticking out towards the camera. How are you going to say that you weren't selling these to pedophiles? They clearly knew you were in a child environment doing these sexual things.
So then fast forward to the day I took my first nude at work. I honestly don't remember it, but I do remember that I would get paid like say $45 to take a picture. They'd say go take it, and I would. Now I never did any of this while clocked in. I wasn't allowed to have bathroom breaks like that unless it was an emergency, of course. So when I was in the bathroom, I was upstairs, classrooms were downstairs, I was far away from everyone, in the teacher's bathroom that was locked. That's another thing people are confused about, because they see that the toilets had like little training seats on it, and there was 2 toilets in the bathroom, which was kind of weird. And I think like originally a long time ago, those were kids' bathrooms and we would use them in an emergency, but for the most part, those were for the teachers.
Like a suitcase, there is a lot to unpack here in just this small section, so let's start at chapter 1 here. He claims he never went dicko mode while on the clock at work. He said that when he took those nudes, it was when he was off the clock. Now let's flex our neurons here for a moment, activating 100% of our brain power for a little Jimmy Neutron blast. If you are off the clock, why would you not just go home and take those photos then? Why do them at that preschool? My thought process is the reason he would take the photos there at that preschool is because he knew that that's what people wanted from him. He likes to claim that they weren't pedophiles and he wasn't catering to these fucking freaks. Yet, if he was off the clock while doing this, why wouldn't he have just gone home if the location truly didn't matter? Food for thought. Now moving on to the next piece of this fucking gross puzzle. He says that the bathroom that he would take those nudes in or film the masturbating videos in was the teacher's restroom, which is far removed from the children's restroom. It's on, the upper level and it was locked, so that way kids couldn't access it. This was the teacher's only commode. Yet, he calls attention to the fact that there is a children's training toilet seat on there, as well as another toilet, like a tiny toilet for kids. And he even does mention that sometimes this still was used by kids in an emergency. He blows his wad, fucking dumps a load onto the children's toilet seat in this restroom. Even if he's telling the truth about it being not during work hours, off the clock, and it is separated from the other children's bathroom, this is still an incredibly fucked up thing to do, and it's very clearly in a restroom that does have child things in it.
I'm not excusing anything I did. There's definitely no excuse, but I do just want to say that it would have happened at that time at any job I worked at. If I was working at the movie theater, still would have happened there instead. It just so happened to be at the daycare, which makes everything so much more worse.
No excuses whatsoever, except for the excuse he's making right now. He's speaking about this like it was some kind of natural disaster, like an unavoidable calamity, like an asteroid hitting the Earth. He's talking like Thanos. This was inevitable. I was going to be stroking my shit till it shot yogurt ropes on a toilet seat for OnlyFans content. It was just a matter of when and where. Could have been a movie theater. Could have been your grandpappy's outhouse. But damn it, it happened to be this daycare that I worked at. Like, what the fuck, man? The audacity for him to try and compare what he did at that daycare to it happening to him at a movie theater, if he happened to work in a movie theater, is a crazy leap. You were a preschool teacher. People were sending their kids to you under the assumption that you were going to educate them and those kids would be safe. And in that environment, you were making explicit content. You were making sexual posts. You were making pornography in the fucking bathrooms, man. That is not even in the same ballpark as if you went into a movie theater bathroom and ejaculated on the toilet seat. It's also crazy that he's trying to say, like, it just so happened to be at that daycare. Goober, you chose that location. You made the conscious decision to film that content and take those photos at the daycare. It wasn't just some random chance where you happened to spawn in at the daycare and had to film it right then and there, or else you would have fucking died or something. You made the choice to film it there. You could have just waited until you went home and did it at your house in privacy, as opposed to doing it at your job at a daycare where children go. Like, I don't know why he's trying to make it sound like, oh, it was just completely, like, it just happened to be there. He did that on purpose.
There's no reason or excuse I shouldn't have waited till I got home. I guess I was just too focused on the money, and at that time I hadn't started my social media career, or maybe I just started it, but I was really focused on the success I was getting on OnlyFans and all the money I was earning, and I used that money to start my shopping vlogs, and that's how I got started on social media full time.
He finally mentions that he could have just went home and did it. He has no reason why he couldn't have just gone home and done it. However, I truly think that he knew what he was making and for whom he was making it for. That's what I believe. There is a reason why these fucking weirdos were requesting him to take these nudes and make this sexual content during his time at the preschool. They wanted him to be at that location for that content. And I really think that Michael Duvall knew that and was probably concerned that if he tried to fulfill those requests outside of the daycare, he would lose their business. He would stop making as much money as he was currently making from them. Now, he does say that it was 4 or 5 posts that people had pointed out, and he has taken down since and is no longer earning any money off of them. But the fact he did this at all in any capacity, even one time, is still just inexcusable.
Being successful on social media. Should I have done it? No. It was gross. It doesn't excuse anything, but at the same time, I hate when people call me names when I know it's not true, or people assume that I was doing stuff that I wasn't doing just because it was at a daycare. Where it was had nothing to do with what I was doing or what I was putting out or the people I was talking to. Those people did not know where I worked. Those people did not care where I work. I remember I did post in some of those groups before, like, I'm a teacher. I was trying to have that shock factor. I was trying to have that thing that makes me kind of different.
A broken record. He keeps harping on this point that the location didn't matter, but he immediately contradicts that by saying that he would even advertise that he's a teacher to these clients as like a shock thing to stand out. So wouldn't you think that since you have said you are a teacher and they are requesting and paying you to take these photos, that the location does matter? It's not like these people saw you were a teacher and then started paying you to take photos building a rocket ship with assless chaps on. They were asking you to take these photos at the daycare. Like, I really think it should be pretty clear that the location did matter to them. At least, that's what I think. I think that's pretty obvious. That's my opinion on it. I don't know why he's trying to deny that the location was, like, a selling point to these people when he is actively saying that he would tell them that he is a teacher.
And I know my full story, I know the truth, but that does not excuse what I did at the preschool, and that does not excuse... I also have racist tweets, which I know if I address this, people will bring that up.
Now, this is where his apology takes a crazy turn I haven't seen before. He is breaking new ground, a pioneer in the apology meta. While addressing the current subject, he then gives something else here that nobody was talking about until he brought it up. In the middle of this discussion, he then says, oh, also I have racist tweets. I have racist tweets as well. And it's like, whoa, wait, where did that come from?
Tweets from like 2014 where I said the most insane things. I said things about animals I shouldn't have said, like abusive, not sexual. And I said things about people, groups of people, black people, Asian people. I was very much unhinged and kind of wild as a kid, and I don't want to use the house I lived in as an excuse. There really is no excuse.
This tiny little section here comes in like a surprise post-credits scene. I don't know where this came from out of nowhere. He just brings this shit in out of left field about his racist tweets in the past. And like some things he said about animals in the past. Very odd.
I was also doing a lot of drugs, and I know I said I didn't want to bring up any excuses, but that's just partially why I don't really remember everything. And so seeing it come to light, it's almost like me seeing it for the first time because I've completely shut it out of my mind, blocked it out.
What? So now you're saying you were doing a lot of drugs at the time, so you don't even remember a lot of these things? Little confused here on the plot. Were you doing drugs while working as a pre-kindergarten teacher? Like you were showing up to work high, and because you had done so many drugs, it led you to think it was okay to make that content? Or are you saying you were doing so many drugs at the time that you did that content sober, but then the drugs blocked it out of your mind, like clouded it? I'm a little lost now on what this claim is about the drugs and not even remembering doing a lot of it.
And to tell you the truth from my mouth, because I know hearing it from rumors, it can sound a lot worse than it was. I promise you no kids were ever involved. What I did in that bathroom had nothing to do about the building I was in. I know I let a lot of people down, and the people I let down the most is mothers and people with kids and people who thought they could trust me and knew who I was. I just want to say I'm truly sorry. I never meant to make anyone question the type of person I was. I never meant to hurt anyone. I never meant to make those mistakes.
Kind of nuts to me how he says that it sounds a lot worse than it was. Buddy, it was that bad. Like, even all the things that he shed some light on only served to confirm everything that had come out about it. Like, he doesn't really, offer any kind of other explanation that makes it not as bad as people thought. It really is just as bad as people thought. The rest of the video, though, is spent with him saying that he's sorry to mothers and people that he let down with all of this, and he does keep mentioning that the building didn't matter, which, again, he contradicted himself earlier when he said that he advertised himself as, like, a teacher to these people, so I think it did matter. Like, they were requesting that. Like, I think it very much did matter. He doesn't want to admit it here, but I really do believe that he knew that it mattered. Anyway, though, the apology itself is still just not very good. It is a very interesting strategy to also throw in like the racist tweets out of nowhere that he decided to mention on his own accord. And even though he said multiple times that he's not making any excuses, he does then immediately try and make excuses throughout the apology. Overall, not the strongest apology. That's about it. So yeah. Yeah, I'm late to this one, but I finally learned what labubus were on stream a little bit ago. And now, since I watched a couple videos on the lore breakdown explaining labubus to a Neanderthal, I've been inundated with labubu-focused content. Now, if you were like me, living under a rock like Patrick Star and had no idea what labubus were, you thought this was some kind of like spin-off of Beabadoobie, like some kind of new artist hitting the scene, well, I'll give you the cliff notes. In a nutshell, labubus are just like a collectible toy. They're like a tiny little monster guy. Well, I guess there's a mini type of labubu, so it's not just like one, because there's like a bunch of different ones. And what you do is you pay a lot of money for it and then attach it like a keychain to your designer bags. Or, I guess you don't have to. You don't have to accessorize with it. You can also just worship it or flex it. In my personal opinion, the reason it got so big is because of the gacha mechanics. It's a loot box, fundamentally. They have blind boxes of labubis, and what you do is you buy the labubu. You don't know what's inside of it, so as EA would say, you get the surprise mechanics of opening it and getting whatever RNG decided you would get, whatever fate blessed or cursed you with, whether it was the one you wanted or a lump of dog shit, a whole fucking cow pie. That's kind of the main business strategy of it. Labubu. What the fuck is labubu? I keep seeing that name. They're like stuffed animals, right? Oh, here. What is labubu?
So if you're ready to explore the magic behind these irresistible collectibles, let's get started. My name's Doyle.
It looks like the thing from Where the Wild Things Are. Does it have like a deep lore or something? Like a TV show associated with it? Like a Hello Kitty or something?
And welcome to a huge interest in collectible figurines. And that decision totally paid off. Wang Ning is now a billionaire.
It's crazy how huge that industry is.
Globally, with queues wrapping around. One big reason is their use of blind boxes. If you haven't seen them before, blind boxes are packages with no indication of which figure is inside.
God, everything has been gotchified. Everything is like a loot box and gotcha mechanics these days. I see. That's absolutely a huge contributing factor for why this is so fucking big then. Unbelievable how big gambling is. It's crazy. Like trading cards. It's like trading cards if you only buy singles and only want one of those cards. I guess you could make the comparison. So like it's like me wanting to make a deck and I need a specific card, so then I buy the mystery singles hoping I get that card.
Fun fact, labubu is a girl. You'll have seen the TikTok frenzy of people bathing, gluing braces to its teeth, and even giving it facials. From classic designs to collaborations and limited...
Why? What the fuck? Well, you know what? At least they're using it. That's cool, I guess. I mean, it gets a use, as opposed to like my statues that just fucking sit here and I like stare at them. I mean, I guess that's cool. Multi-purpose.
Why did labubu get so popular? First, labubu has a unique look that stands out. It's not your typical cute kawaii character. It has an edgy, mysterious feel that makes it kawaii, mischievous, and freaking adorable.
I don't know about edgy.
It would be crazy to forget to mention one person, Lalisa from Blackpink, the K-pop group. Her unboxings and wild love for labubus follow her everywhere, from concerts.
Okay, now it makes sense. Question answered, I get it now. Okay, now it checks out. You have gotcha mechanics, the mystery box, plus a K-pop idol rocking one. Yep, that was always going to take off. I see. Rabbit hole goes deep. I just found a video about Australia's Labubu King.
Global sales peaked at around $21 billion, with the Australian market making up $260 million of that, as social media continues to drive hype around collectibles.
Oh, okay. It was collectibles in general. I thought it was 21 billion for just labubus. I was going to say they're going to beat Pokemon. Okay, that makes much more sense. Jesus Christ.
We get a lot of slack on Instagram, but because of how much stock we have, oh, you took all our stock, we're collectors and we want the box and you're triple the price and this and that. But unfortunately, people don't understand how a business model works. You know,
No. People perfectly understand how the business model works. You try and squat on as much inventory as possible so there's scarcity, and then people have FOMO, so they want to make sure they get it, so they'll pay the extra markup that you just drive the price to the fucking roof.
They came and shopped with me 2 weeks ago, bought labubus for the kids. Someone stole her labubu from her bag.
You're kidding.
Yes, at school.
Tough.
And then I speak to my daughter.
Labubu robbery.
My daughter's got 7
Capital
on her name.
punishment
She's
required.
got every generation.
You're stealing off kids.
Bro, it's not normal. Not normal. So yeah, I told her to take all the labubus.
Unfortunately, it is very normal now. It's super fucking normal now. This exact same thing happens in Pokemon. People literally fighting each other over Pokemon restocks at GameStop and Costco and Best Buy. I didn't know it was also happening for Labubu. This is news to me. So I think it's pretty clear. We have tons and tons of evidence to support that the #1 strategy you can use for making a business successful, like the DNA that you're going to want to splice into your product, is gambling. Gambling is the chemical X to the Powerpuff Girls recipe here. That is how you find explosive growth. By adding gambling, it took Labubus from just like a normal collectible toy to the thing. It's a pattern repeated in every industry. Like right now, the most profitable games are gacha games. Gacha mechanics, they're the new hotness. And adding like mystery elements and gambling to all kinds of products has been a tried and true formula for a long time. I don't need to give you the countless examples there. I'm sure you can think of about 1,000 off the top of your head. But now it's being introduced into collectible toys like Labubus, and it has worked extremely well. So well, in fact, that just like the Pokemon craze we're experiencing, people are fighting over it, getting into big brawls, piling up corpses to get their grubby paws on some Labubu.
Oh my days. All for Labubus.
No shit, it's for Labubus. Is there a better cause to die for? This is like the most noble thing to sacrifice your life for. Your country and Labubus. That's it, really. And it is far from the only brawl I've seen. It's pretty interesting. And it's gotten so bad that now people are giving like warnings to other people that might be trying to get their hands on some because apparently it's just kind of dangerous now.
There was even a fight, like an actual fight. What the fuck? Would not recommend. Literally, there's people in balaclavas running to the front, apparently like just surrounded the workers to grab all the tickets. So yeah, I didn't get tickets. That was a waste in getting up early.
Goddamn, they got Cobra Commander out there with his henchmen in the balaclavas going to steal all the Labubu from everyone else. It's pandemonium. Labubu are huge right now. I don't know how long this obsession will last, or like this fixation on Labubu. I think by adding so much like gambling to it, it probably has more staying power, especially in this age of social media where people just continue to endlessly fuel hype around things like this. I feel like it probably will go for quite a while with people just trying to like flex their Labubu and do like blind box openings and shit for it. But who knows, maybe it dwindles and dies real quick and people are left holding the bag, a whole closet full of Labubu that they can't sell and can't flex anymore because it'll be viewed as lame. Couldn't tell you. All I know is I finally learned about what this shit is. That's about it. See ya. Hello, I just wanted to give you all an actual update on the P.Diddy trial in the midst of this flood of nonsense that's spreading around about it. Those AI videos making garbage claims like, a new key witness was called to the stand. It's David Copperfield, who dropped a bombshell about his secret MySpace page that told all. This nonsense is just going insano style, so I wanted to tap in here real quick and give you a brief, real update on something very important that just happened in the trial in regards to Kid Cudi's testimony. Now, so far, there have been quite a few very powerful testimonies that are strengthening the case against him, I would say, and Kid Cudi's is the most recent, and also the one that's had a lot of buzz and a lot of incorrect information about. Now, for those that aren't familiar with the lore here, the reason Kid Cudi would be called here is because he and Cassie had a relationship. And according to Cassie, in her civil suits, when P. Diddy found out about it, he was enraged and took action against Kid Cudi. Also, there are tons and tons of claims that have multiple supporting witnesses about the physical abuse that he inflicted upon Cassie. But in regards to Kid Cudi on the stand, it was focused on what P. Diddy allegedly did to him in retaliation, finding out that he had a relationship with Cassie. So Kid Cudi went up there and started to corroborate pretty much everything. So one thing that he recalls is that he had received a phone call from Sean Combs' former assistant, Capricorn Clark. Now, Sean Combs, that's the real name of P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Puffy Flavor Camp Headmaster, aka Bubba Baby Oil Big Boy. And this phone call that he received from Capricorn Clark was letting him know P. Diddy was inside of his house, and then Kid Cudi started driving home, called P. Diddy, and said that he sounded calm and responded that he was waiting for him to arrive so they could speak. Kid Cudi also said that Clark sounded very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Kid Cudi said ultimately no one was inside, but his dog was locked in a bathroom, whereas he normally lets his dog roam around the house freely, and some of the gifts he received from Chanel had also been opened. That's why you're seeing headlines like this pop up, by the way, about P. Diddy breaking into his home and unwrapping his fucking Christmas presents. It's referring to those Chanel gifts. Anyway, apparently after unboxing those gifts, the Grinch was no longer there, but Kid Cudi told the court that he had planned on confronting and fighting P. Diddy for this, but eventually decided against it because he didn't know like how serious it would be, didn't know who P. Diddy was with, so he ultimately called the police and made a report instead. He then also made a mention that his dog's behavior, he claims, changed and became more jittery and on edge all the time. I found this little tidbit kind of interesting, where that statement about the dog is something that was actually kind of contentious here for the defense attorneys, saying that they didn't want Kid Cudi to testify about his dog being traumatized by the experience because he did not want dog lovers on the jury to be swayed. So the judge said Kid Cudi could only talk about the immediate impact on his dog, not any long-term consequences. Now, the big thing, the major thing that a lot of people remember is the claim that P. Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car. So on that, Kid Cudi does say that he believes P. Diddy was behind the Molotov cocktail attack on his car in January 2012. He said he got a call from his dog sitter that his car was on fire, and at the time by the time he had returned home, law enforcement officers were already on the scene, and he saw a Molotov cocktail and major damage to the vehicle, and then provided a lot of photos of the damage. He also mentioned that after the car incident, the two met at a hotel in 2012 and said that Sean Combs was standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. And then they discussed the relationship he had with Cassie. We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, to what it was, to how it ended. He said that P. Diddy apologized for all the bullshit and it helped Kid Cudi find some peace with it. And then he also mentions that he remembered Cassie talking about relationship problems all the way back into 2010, and that when they started dating in 2011, Cassie told him that there had been physical abuse in their relationship, but didn't mention sexual abuse at the time. Another quick thing to mention is that Kid Cudi agreed with the defense that he felt he had been played by Cassie in regards to love, like their relationship there. And another thing is, he mentioned that he knew P. Diddy was violent, is what he said. So overall, it was a really big testimony, and a lot of what came from this corroborated the claims from Cassie about a lot of these things. This is obviously a really huge testimony here, but it's far from the only one. A lot of the testimonies that we've been hearing have been very big, at least in my opinion. Even ones like this, which are here just to demonstrate a pattern of P. Diddy's conduct, I think are huge. So, hotel executive Frederick Zamore took this stand in order to talk about the internal notes that hotel staff kept regarding his behavior. So his customer profile had several notes to staff, including one that warned he always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil. Everyone already knows this fucking freak is the Primark of dildos and baby oil. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines. This hotel executive comes in here once again to solidify in court this pattern of conduct, like this behavior from him and how common and widespreading it is. Like, there have been a ton of big testimonies, but the reason I want to focus on Kid Cudi's is because his has become very controversial. Online, there was a big debate about him snitching and people calling him a rat. Young Thug had even made a tweet saying, like, damn, he's a rat, which I thought was fake. I thought that was a fake tweet. It was deleted shortly after he made it, but I was really shocked to see the response to Kid Cudi's testimony here. First of all, he was subpoenaed. Second of all, he's a fucking civilian. It's not like he's out there abiding by street code or anything. He is doing exactly what he should here, testifying against a monster. This is p.diddy. He has been called the Epstein of the music industry. The evidence against this guy and all of his crimes dates back decades of overwhelming evidence and degeneracy to some of the most abhorrent crimes you could think of for a guy like this. Like testifying against P. Diddy is something people should applaud. I'm very surprised so many people had an issue with Kid Cudi coming out here and spilling the beans on Puff Daddy. It's just crazy to me. But I guess I shouldn't be that surprised because right now there is actually a very big free Diddy movement. I shit you not. It is as pathetic as it sounds. There's a lot of people that, some of them have been paid. It has been proven that P. Diddy's associates have paid people to try and shill to, like, support his innocence. But there are some people that are so brain-rotted and poisoned mentally that they'll get mad at the people that are bringing this evidence forward. Evidence which, by the way, you yourself can look at. There is video footage that P. Diddy himself has also acknowledged. There is so much documented evidence for his crimes for years that you can easily get access to if you want. And it's just crazy to me that anyone's having a big hoopla and making a big stink about people coming forward, corroborating that and talking about it here. Like, I think that's extremely important. I don't know why anyone would be trying to, like, vilify people that are doing their best to hold an absolute fucking villain, like an evil piece of shit like P. Diddy, finally hold them accountable to face justice. Now, of course, he is still going through the justice system. He is still going through the legal process, so he hasn't been found guilty or anything yet. But for people to come forward and just say things like, free Diddy, he's done absolutely nothing wrong, Kid Cudi's a piece of shit for snitching, like, that is so unhinged. That lunacy is diabolical, really. So anyway, I wanted to give you, like, a little update to the P. Diddy trial and where it's at. There has been so much going on with it, but the Kid Cudi one, I think, is probably the biggest so far. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. A delusional psychopath tried swatting someone. What happens next will shock you. Dusting off the old Darman reference here for this one. So some miserable, horrible lady tried to swat someone. I'm sure I don't need to explain what swatting is. It's a horrible, bad thing that'll land you permanently on Santa Claus's naughty list. And this lady looks and sounds like she's one glass of wine away from passing out face first into her copy of 50 Shades of Grey, but in between bouts of consciousness, she decided to commit a huge crime of swatting. And boy howdy, the shoe went on the other foot real quick. They actually found her, and when they brought her into custody, she started launching sonic-based attacks at the officers. It's a wild ride that I can't wait to take you on, thanks to Code Blue Cam here providing all of the footage. We get a POV of what it's like to encounter a real-world banshee. But before we even see her, let's go ahead and get brought up to speed with the lore, the call, the emergency that she phoned in.
Hi, there's a man with a gun, shooting with a gun. Can you spell the street, ma'am? I can't understand you. Do you have me on speakerphone? He's shooting with a gun. I understand that, and I'm going to send help, but I need to understand the street name. Okay, and who is shooting with a gun? There's a man. He lives there. Okay, what is the man's name? I have no idea. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my God, he's out there with a gun shooting rabbits. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my God, because I can see him. He's shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. Answer my questions. How do you know this is going on?
No doubt she's a classically trained actress. That is a very convincing performance. Those acting chops could bring a tear to the eyes of even Margot Robbie. And she is using it for evil, nefarious purposes. So she's talking about a man who's shooting. He's shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. And refuses to give any, like, real info. And then, like, pauses after the operator's asking her how she even knows this is going on. She doesn't answer and then just hangs up.
Based on the nature of the call, all on-duty Brookfield police officers responded to the area immediately.
Bravo 521, I'm 23. There's nothing going on here. This is most likely a swatting call.
Dispatch later informed that the female caller had reached out again, stating she could see the man on her cameras and that he was still firing his weapon.
They sent out the whole kit and caboodle like they were about to bring down Cobra Commander. They got there, found nothing, but then the mysterious caller reaches out again, saying the same thing, that this maniac is out there firing his weapon. There's a maniac on the loose and we gotta get him. Only the officers were there. There was no gunshots. They even searched the area for casings, found nothing. They asked the homeowner nearby, nothing. So they were pretty confident it was a swatting call.
While clearing the scene, the female continued to call 911 repeatedly from an unknown number. A sergeant instructed the clerks to forward all her calls to his desk phone.
She called them again and again and again, repeatedly just spinning this fraudulent fairy tale, this gobbledygook horseradish. I don't know what she was even fucking thinking at this point. She's like the Riddler, but 50 times as stupid. She's the shittler. So she's over there just spewing this shit. They are at the scene, so they know it's not real, and they just start forwarding those calls to Ace Detective Phoenix Wright's personal desk phone, and he happens to recognize her voice from previous interactions. Let that sink in for a moment. Marinate on that thought. A police officer interacts with so many people, and most of those interactions, I imagine, aren't overly positive. Do you know how annoying you have to be to have an officer remember your voice? That you were such a fucking nuisance that your voice left an imprint in their brain that even just audibly hearing you can activate a Winter Soldier moment for them where they remember your name and everything. All because you stained them with how annoying you were.
When she called again, he recognized her voice from previous interactions. A quick in-house database check soon revealed her identity as 36-year-old Ashley Corbin.
Is that consistent with what you say you're observing?
Yeah.
Okay, we have gone to the area where you have claimed this has been happening 3 times tonight.
Yeah.
Yep, you've seen us there?
Yeah.
So he got asshole Ashley on the horn here in order to corroborate these reports, saying that you've called 10 times now all about this, we've been out there and have seen nothing, and she's just like a broken record saying, yeah, yep, yes. Like, she is a malfunctioning NPC. All she can say is, yeah. And he's just pressing her like, hey, we didn't see anything, you know, what's going on? She eventually says that the guy shooting is on camera, so the officer says, well, we'd love to see that footage. Shocker, she's got no footage to show.
I would love to see the video footage if that's something that you could provide for us, because we have been unable to locate him. And I sent an officer to look at that with you.
No, we want him to be stopped.
What's going to happen moving forward, we're going to be conducting an investigation for swatting. Are you familiar with that term?
I hope so. I hope that you guys are going to take him, his property into custody, and investigate his whole property. I pray to God.
Well, her body is screaming for water, but the only thing it's getting is more and more wine. She is plastered. You can clearly hear it. She is not able to process at all what's happening here. He's even telling her to her face that they are investigating her for swatting, and she's like, oh, thank heavens. Goodness gracious, it's about time you guys do your job. He's an absolute menace out there. He's shooting, and you need to go investigate his property. You need to take his property. I pray to God you go take his property. This and that. She doesn't realize what is happening here at all. Like, swatting is a very serious thing. Again, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but people die from swatting. So it's something that's taken super seriously here, and she is not able to wrangle that fact at all.
Well, we're worried about our kids.
Yep, you've said that a couple times, ma'am. If you were so worried about your kids, I think you'd be willing to talk to an officer about it.
Are you kidding me? Do you really want to want to go there?
We're going to pull the phone records from the phone company. We'll write the subpoena. Have you had any drinks tonight, ma'am?
Are you crazy?
No, ma'am. I'm trying to conduct this investigation for you.
Are you a crazy person?
Nope.
He's been shooting rabbits and doing all kinds of stuff.
He started to sniff out that she might be intoxicated, but Ashley's putting on a strong show of sobriety to throw him off the trail. Drunk? Me? No. You crazy? You a crazy person? Is that what's going on here?
So, we're going to end this. He's going to pay us $1,500.
Oh, that's good for you.
Yeah, sure is.
Her neurons started to desperately fire as the realization must have started to sink in that they're not buying her story, so she starts to panic a little bit and tries to write a conclusion to the fanfic about how they just shook hands with $1,500 and everything's hunky-dory now, no need to send any pesky officers out there to check anything out because it's all squared away now, huh? Job well done.
Ashley Corbin, I remember her.
That's who I think it is. I think it's Ashley. Hello?
Holy.
Is this Ashley?
Yeah, no, this is not Ashley.
Okay. This is Sergeant Griebling with the Brookfield Police Department. You called us?
Who is Ashley?
I thought this was Ashley.
Why would you think that?
The tables turn, the officers are pretty sure it's Ashley, so they call her this time to try and confirm those suspicions. And I think it's pretty obvious from the second she answers the phone, they got her. But she's trying to play it cool. Ashley? No, this is not Ashley. What makes you think it's Ashley? My name is Born. I'm actually surprised she answered this call with her normal inebriated voice instead of trying to fool them, throw a monkey wrench into their hypothesis by answering the phone with an accent or something. Top of the morning to ya! You know, something like that, and they'd be like, oh, well, clearly it can't be Ashley. This caller wasn't Irish, so we got the wrong person.
Guess what? My name's Lindsay. You can stop calling me Ashley. Thank you.
Okay. You should probably slow down on the drinking tonight, ma'am.
You should probably fucking stop being a fucking bitch.
Okay.
How about that?
The call starts to devolve into her treating this call like it's an Xbox Live lobby, so she just keeps calling him a bitch. It really gets very interesting. It's like a League of Legends chat at this point.
It was also revealed that Ashley had an active felony warrant and had repeatedly called another police agency earlier that day using vulgar and profane language.
Sorry. Oh. Whoa! Breathe! Come on, get treat, Chris. Get treat, Chris. No.
Come on, let's go, bud.
Come on.
We get some more lore on Ashley, and the deeper it gets, the more confused I become at how someone can end up like Ashley. She was apparently calling another police agency that day as well to spew some mumbo-jumbo, and then they eventually find her outside with her dog, and then she's yanking on the dog's leash, which eventually pops the leash off of the dog, and then she has to go on the side quest to get the dog back to get it inside. It's quite a journey.
I want my attorney present.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. So I'm not going to talk to anybody without my attorney present.
Very well. I will pass on the Brookfield, and we'll see what they say.
After a lengthy mission, they do finally get the dog, and the way she's holding him, she's holding it like it's a bioweapon. I've never seen someone hold a dog like that in my fucking life. She's got the dog's wiener pointed at the officers. I think she was hoping that he'd start peeing or something as a distraction so she could make a run for it. I don't know. But she's like holding the dog almost like it's the fucking Heisman Trophy or something. Like, I don't get what she's doing, like, with that dog. I feel terrible for the dog. Honestly, the best thing that could have happened is the dog gets off the leash and finds a new owner. Because she seems remarkably fucking lost and beyond off her gourd.
So, no, I'm not doing a swatting thing with a Brookfield. Are you kidding me?
I wouldn't joke about that.
That is a serious joke. Ken is a psycho.
I don't even know who Ken is.
The guy?
We honestly don't know much of what's going on.
We were told here to come pick you up, that you have a warrant, and Brookfield wants to talk, has
I date a Brookfield officer, okay?
Who?
My man is an officer, okay? I'm not going to say because I don't want to...
You just said Singleton.
It's pretty clear that this woman is a pathological liar, and it only gets worse. She throws out some really heinous accusations in a bit. So right now, she's talking about how she wasn't behind the swatting. That's a very serious joke. That's not a knee slapper or a gut buster that you make gags out of. She would never do such a thing like that. And then she's talking about how she actually dates an officer. Won't name his name, but she dates an officer, and he probably wouldn't like what's happening here. He probably wouldn't like it. So her whole idea here, I think, was to try and, like, I don't know, say, like, hey, I date an officer, so I shouldn't be arrested, you know? I think that was the plan. It doesn't work, but I think that's what she was going for.
You need to go?
No, you're good. Whoa, we got
Can you please come out?
Hey, be respectful.
No, you can take it.
I was trying to go to the basement. I didn't know I was going to.
It's actually incredible how unlikable this woman is. A just normal person coming out of the elevator doing normal activities, and she yells at them to get out. Like, what the fuck? How can someone possibly be this much of an insufferable piece of shit? It's actually impressive.
That was kind of rude.
I am rude. I'm sorry.
That lady did nothing to you.
I'm a surgeon.
What?
I'm a surgeon. I am. So I'm very particular. So
What does that have to do with yelling at a lady?
I'm sorry.
Now she's saying that she's a surgeon. She just randomly blurts out that she's a surgeon. It's like a child when they're like making up a story when playing pretend, like SpongeBob and SquarePants in that box of imagination. That's her whole brain. I'm spitting. I'm actually spitting. That's how disgusted this woman makes me. She can't stop lying for even a second, and she can't stop being a piece of shit to people around her. And like the officer's even telling her, like, that was rude. Like, this was just a person using this elevator, and now you're yelling at them. And she's like, I'm a surgeon! I'm a surgeon! I'm a surgeon! I like things to be particular. And I'm like, what? What? What does that have to do with anything?
I do stuff very particular. Like I do brain surgery.
Okay, let's take a left.
So it's very particular.
So does that mean you can be an asshole to people?
I don't deal with people. So it's like I deal with digging in people's brains and digging in. I'm sorry. That's what I do. You dig in, you go and deep 5, and that's it.
Brain surgeon.
I like how she almost tried to drop some kind of scientific terms like, well, brain surgery, you see, it's actually very complicated, and it's why I'm a little particular about things. I don't deal with people, I'm dealing with brains. You know, you have to go D5. D5. You know, knight to D5. You know, you saw it in Harry Potter when they're playing wizard's chess, like, you guys wouldn't get it. I won't bore you with the jargon that you couldn't possibly understand with your tiny, feeble minds. Just know that because I'm a brain surgeon, it gives me the right to yell at people. And it gives me the right to call police departments 20 times a night reporting false crimes because, well, it's what I like to do as a brain surgeon.
You're lying, and you use me as a scapegoat under the bridge. You guys were harassing me under the bridge, and there was no cameras under there, and you guys were harassing me and me under the bridge.
She also left like a big bag of beer in front of someone's door and...
What's up?
You guys me in the elevator.
Okay.
Yep.
We have body cameras.
And I have marks.
We have body cameras, and if you want to...
And so do I.
If you want to file a false police report, we can go down that road.
You're lying!
Her next series of lies isn't nearly as humorous as her brain surgeon storyline, where, you know, she received a lobotomy, thus she thinks she's a brain surgeon now or whatever. This one, she starts to try and spin a false rape accusation about how they were raping her on the elevator and under a bridge.
And what they did to me, how they raped me.
Nobody's gonna... We were setting the exit the car.
Yep, and how they raped me.
Nelly, let's go.
Yep, and how he raped me and how this guy raped me. And this guy raped me. What is your name? Stop! I'm talking too loud, you raped me! I'm talking too loud, you raped me!
Ashley.
You raped me! He raped me! He raped me! He did! This guy! This guy raped me!
She now embarks on the Screaming Gambit. This is a pretty advanced maneuver you don't see executed super often, never to any degree of success, where the person just then starts screeching and squealing. And it's what she does for the rest of the video. So she's still screaming that they raped her when there is body cam footage to prove that did not happen. That is a blatant lie. All she does is endlessly lie. It's craziness. And that is a awful thing to be lying about. And she's screaming it, and I think the idea was to try and like incite anger, to have like maybe people come in and like, I don't know, push over the officers to save her or something. I don't know what she's even trying to do with that accusation when there's clearly evidence that proves contrary. I think it's to try and like get out of the arrest. I don't really know, but it is unhinged lunacy.
Ashley, turn back around. Ashley, get back on the bench. Ashley, you need to sit on the bench right now.
When she eventually does get to the station, she lets out her best Joker laugh that she can muster. And to her credit, It's a pretty maniacal, cartoonishly evil laugh that she pulled off. It's pretty impressive.
Stand up.
Ow! Now you broke my arm!
Sit.
Now you broke my arm!
Ashley, you need to sit down.
You broke my arm!
Ashley, you need to sit up.
Lord have mercy on all the poor souls that were watching this with headphones on. They're no longer with us. So she's now claiming they broke her arm when they went over to try and get her to sit up. They didn't actually even lift her, by the way. The second they, like, touched her, then she started saying that they broke her arm. Another bogus baloney fib here. Liar, liar, plants for hire. Holy cannoli. And now she is absolutely wailing. She is sounding like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. She sounds like if Toucan Sam ate a ghost pepper.
No, you broke my arm! You broke my arm! You did it! You broke my arm!
I did not break your
You
arm.
broke my arm! Why are you hurting me?
If you sit forward, I
Don't
won't touch you.
touch me!
Do you have an NCIC for swatting?
Oh God. Swatting. You guys are so fucking stupid.
What?
Swatting. Ow!
Ashley, you need to sit up.
She goes on and on and on and on and on. It sounds like the screaming goat meme. So that's kind of where that concludes, but she did receive some charges for it, but really got let off super easy. She, I think, only spent like 6 months in jail for blatant swatting, and she should be counting her lucky stars that they didn't try and pursue some kind of false rape accusation charges as well. I don't know if that's something they even could do, but I'm surprised they didn't try. Like, this really could have been a lot worse for Ashley. Swatting is something that is extremely serious. So she got let off very easily. And man, what a fucking nuisance she is. Holy. That's really about it. So yeah. A few nights ago on stream, I watched a little bit of a video called I Got Divorced Over Yu-Gi-Oh! And I went into it, you know, like lollipop and spinny hat, thinking it was going to be like good, silly fun. Like I thought it was like an exaggeratory title where he was telling a story about how his wife walked in like Seto Kaiba and ripped his blue eyes, and then he said, "Enough is enough. We'll play a shadow game to decide the fate of our marriage," and then they divorced or something. But the reality is, it's a very honest and open look at an unhealthy relationship, and it's one that I went back and finished the video for and have been thinking about since. So in a nutshell, this guy had a YouTube channel that was dedicated to Yu-Gi-Oh! And he was actually paying his bills through the content he was making. So it's not like this was a hobby that was destructive to him. You know, he wasn't going out on the streets and selling his butt for Yu-Gi-Oh! Briefcases of cards. Like, he was making a living through Yu-Gi-Oh! And his YouTube channel, but his wife didn't really like it. She didn't have any respect for it, and it basically boiled down to he married, like, his #1 hater. And she eventually wore him down enough to the point where he did abandon the hobby and his YouTube channel, because she just thought it was kind of cringe, I guess. Like, I'm not saying in every healthy relationship your partner has to, you know, get into whatever hobby you're into, but at the very least, the bare minimum is being understanding and supportive of it. Like, I'm not saying she had to go out there and get a tier 0 deck or learn how to pendulum summon so she could start banishing assholes to the Shadow Realm, but maybe don't be constantly spitting and shitting on your husband for something that he's clearly passionate about and something that is actively making him money. I got divorced over Yu-Gi-Oh!
I need to say this. Let me just say it straight out the way. I am no longer married, and I'm divorced.
More time for Yu-Gi-Oh! You can grind. YCS pretty soon, I think. Can't remember when the next YCS is. But you got so much time now.
When I met this woman, and I told her about my Yu-Gi-Oh! stuff, she hated it. She didn't like it. She said that, hey, you could do something better with your life. You should go back to school.
Alright, I hate that. Man, just let someone have hobbies. Like, who cares? It's not hurting anyone, not hurting you. It's nerdy, sure, who cares? It's a hobby. I bet she had stupid hobbies too. Everyone does.
I said, you know what? Maybe she's right. And you know what I did? I sold all my equipment. I sold my YouTube channel.
Whoa.
I sold all my camera stuff. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. Maybe it's time for me to do something better with my life. Not knowing that at that time, what I had was very special. At that time, something that I chose to do, YouTube, I gave it up because someone said, hey, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. You got to do something better with your life.
There are times where someone's hobby is detrimental to them, whether it's financially draining or mentally draining. Like, that is a problem, and that's where you'd come in and say, like, hey, maybe it's time we look for something else, try a different path, and move on to something else. But that's not the case here. This guy had a channel, and his YouTube and Yu-Gi-Oh hobby were helping sustain him and pay bills. So her coming in there, fee-fi-fo-fumming around, marching up to him, saying, like, you gotta move on, makes no fucking sense. Like, that's so stupid. Just basically saying it's time to grow up. You know, this is a children's card game. We don't do this as adults. It's time you be a real man, a real adult, and start doing crypto scams. Like, it's just silly.
And she's no longer here. And this problem persists. She told me at that time, hey, you want to meet my mother? You need a car. Because I didn't have a car at the time. I was doing YouTube. I was working from home. I didn't need to drive anywhere.
Chasing the dream.
Yes, YouTube is what I did for a living. It's how I paid my bills. And I was street performing also. How did I street perform? I just catch the bus 20 minutes down the street, played my horn, went home. I never needed a car. Even though I explained to her, this is what I chose to do.
Why did she even come into your life then? It sounds like she didn't respect your hobbies. She didn't respect your drive, your passion, or anything. Why the fuck was she even here? Just to completely change you? That's sad. There's definitely a limit too. Like, if you're obsessed with a hobby and it's actually a detriment on your life, which it doesn't sound like it was for him, then I can understand someone coming in and be like, all right, look, maybe we need to reevaluate this. You know, maybe, collecting fucking, I don't know, jelly beans and putting all your money into antique jelly beans is, taking its toll. Maybe we should look at other things so you can get out of the house. You can start, finding something else. I get it. But it doesn't sound like it was to that point here. This is just sad. I imagine the channel was generating income. He just said he was paying his bills through YouTube and street performing. So he was making money. He was perfectly sustaining himself. At least that's the impression I get. She was probably embarrassed to tell her friends what he does for a living. Well, then don't be with him. If you're embarrassed of your significant other, why are you with them in the first place? That's on you if you don't respect them. Don't be with them. It's bad for both you and the partner. I feel like this probably happens a lot, although I've only seen it happen to one of my friends once, where he got with a girl that just really didn't like anything about him. Well, like, what are you doing there? Why are you choosing to be with this person if the goal is to change everything about them, to turn them into a blank canvas for you to paint on? That this doesn't make sense. Find someone that's more compatible with the things you like at that point. Like in this case, she comes in and she just doesn't like any of it. You're going to flush Yu-Gi-Oh down the shitter. You're going to go back to school. Honestly, it sounds like a mom that's trying to discipline their kid. Like, all right, no more Xbox. We're unplugging the Xbox and you're going to go to school twice as much now. Somehow. We're going to find extra school for you to go to. It's just so fucking toxic. This guy was doing just fine. He was providing for himself through his passion, through his ambition, his hobbies. But it didn't fit what she thought was acceptable. So she goes in there and tries to force him to do all of it, and unfortunately succeeds, where he does abandon his hobbies and his passion for her, for this relationship. And that just shouldn't have been a sacrifice that he was forced to make for the sake of the relationship. He didn't need to tribute summon his hobby in order to get his wife's appreciation for what she believes is an acceptable idea for an adult hobby. It was making money, it was paying his bills, and it's something he loved doing. Why change that? There's really no good argument I can think of for it. Sounds like she just hated Yu-Gi-Oh! She must have been more of a Digimon gal.
So, she hated those cards. She literally cried because of those cards. And people say, hey, priorities, man. It's your wife, or, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
You tell me your wife was crying about Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
But then I'll be back at that point where I'm giving up things that I like, things that's a part of my life for someone else to feel happy. And I feel miserable in the process. I love that. I miss that. Why can't she come along with my journey instead of scrutinizing me? And then that's money gone from me. It's not about the money, but that was money gone from me.
That was his career. Man, what a disaster. What a shame. Imagine your Yu-Gi-Oh passion being so epic it makes your wife cry. My husband has mastered the shadow games. Damn! Fuck! I'd want nothing more than my partner loving their job, man. I'd cry tears of joy. I imagine that's how it works in most healthy relationships, brother. I feel like it's kind of important to have, like, respect. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's kind of basic. He triggered her trap card of divorce. Now, another thing I was thinking about when I went back and watched the whole video is that there is a time where a hobby becomes too consuming, where it starts straining the relationship. Like, maybe he was always fiddling around with those Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you know, by candlelight in like a dark room, and, you know, scratching at his neck for more Yu-Gi-Oh cards and ignoring his wife and letting the relationship start to crumble around him because it's always Yu-Gi-Oh all the time. But I don't think that was the case here. And you'll see why I think that in a moment, the more he explains about how it got to that point. And it's not all about Yu-Gi-Oh! He does talk about how a big part of his life has always been music and street performing, and even that wasn't acceptable to her or her parents, really.
I met the parents. They asked me, hey, what do you do for a living? I had to tell them I am a musician. I couldn't tell them I was a street musician. I am a musician. Then they said, hey, you have a degree? I said, I don't have a degree. My ex-wife parents did not speak to me for 2 years and told her not to marry me because I don't have a degree.
That's fucking brutal, and to me, it blows my little noodle because this guy was doing so fine on his own. He was paying all of his bills. He was living just fine with the money he was making through Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube content and street performing music. And he'll talk about it in a moment, he was making enough money where he could provide for both himself and his wife through those passions. Yet, they wanted him to just burn it all to the ground, fucking salt the earth, so he could restart with what they think is acceptable, which was going back to school to get a degree and getting a 9-to-5 job. Both things that he did do. Well, he got the 9-to-5 job and attempted school, but school wasn't working out super well for him. But he did everything for that relationship to try and make her happy and be like an acceptable partner in his ex-wife's parents' eyes.
So I give up this YouTube thing. I give up my entrepreneurial things. I try to do something that's not innately a part of my strengths at all, because I'm thinking I'm in love to do something for somebody, to prove something. So when we got married and we moved out to Baltimore to somewhere else that I didn't want to be, she said, hey, how come you're not paying the bills? And I was like, what? I have a job. I have a 9-to-5 job. I don't make enough from this 9-to-5 job to pay all these bills. Before then, I could street performing in YouTube. I made enough money off of that to pay the bills. Now I'm working 9-to-5 all day long, and that's not a complaint, because there are people who do that. But I had something that most people wish they had.
He's right. He had the dream job. He literally had the wet dream most people wish they had, which is their hobby, their passion, being able to sustain them. So they don't have to do something that makes them miserable just to survive. And he says, like, he gave all of that up for her and this relationship, and that new shiny 9-to-5 that he got, all to please his wife, because she believed that that was the only real way to grow up and, you know, move on from Yu-Gi-Oh! And street performing music. Well, that 9-to-5 couldn't pay the bills for both of them. And that's the unfortunate reality of where America is right now. I've talked about this a lot. The normal salary you make at like a 9 to 5, you can't fucking live off of that in like a 2-person household. That just, it's impossible. Things are way too expensive, especially in certain locations. It's just not happening. It's an absolute shame. It's a fucking crime. I'm not going to just rant about that. I've done that plenty on stream. He had a job that could do that. Like, he had a job people kill over. And she just didn't like it. Found it cringe, I guess. Wasn't proud of his hobby and that job that was making him money. So forced is the wrong word, because he mentions as well, he made the choice. He ultimately chose to get rid of all of that for her, but she was pushing him to do it, and now he's miserable with this 9 to 5, and she's not happy because that 9 to 5 isn't able to pay all of the bills.
She says, hey, you need to find a hobby. I'm like, oh, let me play Yu-Gi-Oh again. So, last December, last year, I start my channel up again. I buy my channel back from Java. Like, oh, she gave me the okay to go into a hobby. You know what she said? You're spending too much time playing those cards. She says, why are you into those cards so much? I said, hey, I need to make a video about something.
After selling everything and starting over, he does eventually get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! To a certain extent, where he picks up the hobby again, but his wife still just hates that the hobby he picked up was Yu-Gi-Oh! And YouTube. So he goes on to say how she just really didn't like it. That's when he gets into saying how she would like actually cry over Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's where I was saying, like, if it was completely consuming his whole life, where he was ignoring her and everything in the relationship was starting to just dwindle because he was too preoccupied with Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'd understand it. But from what I'm seeing and like going back to his channel, it doesn't seem like that was really the case. He was talking about how, since he'd been away from the game for an extended period of time, he needed to relearn it. He needed to catch up on all the new things with Yu-Gi-Oh! So he could make content around it. So he'd be able to be knowledgeable on it, which is perfectly understandable, I'd say. And it doesn't seem like he took it to an excessive degree. It's his passion, it's his hobby, it's what he wanted to do, and it's what he was doing, so he wanted to get back to it. He recognized just how much of a gift being able to do that and make money off of it was, and he wanted that back. So he was getting back into the hobby. She still really hated it. One thing led to another, and now they're no longer together. And it seems like the big reason is because of Yu-Gi-Oh! The deeper issue is that she had absolutely no respect for his passion, and she wasn't supportive and seemed like was embarrassed of him. So it's two people that should have never been together in the first place. He gave up everything he loved to try and make her happy, but she was never really happy with the man that he actually is. So it's just very incompatible, and they tried to make it work, and it didn't work. And both people, I think, were not happy as a result of the relationship. Hopefully going forward, they both find better partners. Hopefully this guy starting over on his YouTube channel, luckily he was able to buy it back. Hopefully he is able to find that success that he once had. And yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about it because I just found it to be one of the more honest videos I've seen on the platform about a subject like this. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Last night on stream, we spent like 45 minutes going over all of the drone sightings in New Jersey, and now the drones have spread out beyond New Jersey like locusts. It's like this plague that's sweeping through with all of these unidentified drones, and all of like government officials are kind of talking around it and saying things that like they don't know what it is, and no one's like giving any real information, so it just keeps like festering, like more and more like paranoia is brewing about all of these drones. And this is a real thing. This isn't like some kind of like made up nonsense mumbo jumbo about some crackpot conspiracy cooked up by a galaxy gas addicted weirdo who's talking about how they know for sure that leprechauns are real and they just spotted 5 gnomes that ran across the interstate on their commute to work. This is a real thing. Tons and tons of residents are reporting drone sightings, and tons of videos exist of all of these weird aircraft that are floating overhead. Now, there are so many videos that are being talked about that are claimed to be like these mysterious drones that are actually just airplanes. Like, I read a story about how some people shined the laser at a FedEx flight thinking that it was a drone, and then they're still saying like they lasered a drone. It's like a lot of it is planes. Full stop. We're starting to regress right now, like, you know, uncontacted tribes when a helicopter flies overhead and, like, everyone's, like, really confused and, like, wondering what the fuck is going on. That right now is happening to a lot of people in New Jersey. Anytime, like, a plane is overhead, they start freaking out, like, wondering what's going on with the sky gods up there. But it stemmed from a real thing, and is still a real thing with all of these fucking drone sightings. So I'll play some clips from the stream, and I also contacted some experts about it that have, like, real understanding of this kind of subject, so I got them on the horn to kind of get their perspective on it too, but I'll start with the stream clips. So what's up with the drones? Brother, I actually don't know. There's so many drone... evidence is the wrong word, because, like, there's videos and stuff, but then there's also equal parts reporting that people are, like, shining lasers at FedEx flights. So, like, people are now just confusing drones with, like, actual planes and shit. So it's so weird. But they are everywhere in Jersey, apparently.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? All right, this is going right over us
Man
right
Drake.
now. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? A drone? Welcome to the New Jersey
Thanks,
suburbs,
humongous.
where big
Yeah, of
mysterious
course, one.
flying machines appear over our heads at night. All we know is they weren't all there before. They're loud. It is just nuts. They've been going in different directions. What are these aircraft?
That's just a plane.
A mystery.
See, this is what I'm fucking saying. Like, there are some real ones like drones, but then some of these are just a fucking plane. This is the problem. Like, there are, like, real things like this that then start just muddying everything, so people just get so fucking paranoid that everything becomes that thing, right? Like, everyone knows planes. We've all grown up knowing planes. But because of, like, one weird thing, well, it was actually a few weird things with the drones and the lights, now all of a sudden, anytime there's something in the air with lights, people are like, oh, more fucking government surveillance, drones, and aliens.
Craft. It continues to be a mystery. State and federal officials are investigating and say they don't
Pretty much,
pose
Kaz.
a credible threat. But
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness.
And then this from a Pentagon spokeswoman.
At this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary.
So no, we don't know what they are. But I do know a bit about them after spotting them, talking to residents and experts.
I'm so curious.
Yes, some of the videos show aircraft that look like planes.
Yes,
and some
most
of them
of them.
definitely are regular planes.
Yep.
But experts who have seen the reported drone footage categorize it into two buckets.
Exactly.
Quadcopters and fixed-winged aircraft.
Exactly.
I didn't see one of the quadcopters. What I saw did not look
Shoot one down. So here's the thing. There was one of these bitches that crashed, and I think it was the authorities said that you're not allowed to go to the crash site. You have to call it in so that they can go handle it. So it just adds to the mystery. So that's why people get, like, so lost in the hysteria that all of a sudden now they're shining lasers at just airplanes. I'm in New Jersey, and they are VTOL UAVs within Transwing Technology Pterodynamics. What the fuck was that sentence? They have a contract with the Navy and are testing out of Philly and Maryland since November. I don't think it's aliens or anything. I think it's very weird, though. Because you could absolutely just come out and say something about it, that it's military testing exercises. Like, that was like the standard protocol for old UFO shit. But the fact that they're not just continues to let this snowball, and people are getting more and more fucking paranoid about it. Like, pretty soon they're gonna have people, like, fully converting to, like, gang stalking.
At a New Jersey briefing on Wednesday, officials said the drones fly for 6 to 7 hours at night. They believe they're coming in from over the water.
These are apparently very, as I understand it, very sophisticated. The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark.
With all the attention
No, they
in the
really
city,
don't,
many
though.
have
Like,
taken-
everyone's still getting tons and tons of eyes on them. Look up the Pterodynamics XP4 drone. They're saying drones are like normal quadcopter configuration during hover, then transform into winged aircraft. The XP4 has this exact same patented technology called transwing. Let me see. XP4. The XP4 from Pterodynamics. Wait, oh my god, wait, what? Hold on. This is the perfect still image to stop on because look at this. The very first drone on their website is literally that drone. That is 100% the same aircraft. So who is Terra Dynamics then, Poke? You seem to be pretty knowledgeable on this company. What are they? It's an alien front company. Yeah, they're testing their new drones on our planet. What if one of those drone racers chased one and initiated a high-speed drones... That's a good point. Why haven't anyone, like, tried to chase him down? Cops tried chasing them down with their own drones, but these outran them. Oh, really? So that's already happened? Is there... Do we have a dash cam of that, perhaps? Does your dad have any good theories about the drones? Interestingly enough, my mom is the one who's more intrigued with the drones. She actually just texted me tonight and said... Hold on, where is it? She said, those drones, ... Have you seen what's going on? Exclamation point. It's weird. There are so many different theories for the true nature of the drones and all kinds of conflicting information sometimes about the drones. So it is messy right now trying to get like an actual real explanation for what's going on here. And that's because none of the government officials are talking about it, and the ones that do address it are saying they don't know. So you can't really pin the tail on this donkey here, so all you can do is really speculate. Which is why I decided to call up the experts here like I'm fucking Rick from Pawn Stars. I got the most knowledgeable people I know about this subject on the horn in order to kind of weigh in on the New Jersey drones. My parents. So what do you think about all the drones?
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that, number one, it's obviously not aliens, okay? Either shoot the fuckers down or find out what the hell they are.
Well, what do you think they are?
I don't know what they are. I don't know, but I gotta tell you what, I'm so glad they're not here because I think they're freaking freaky.
Well, I mean, they're spreading out. Apparently, they're going to more places than just Jersey. They might be here.
They could be here. If you see them up in the sky, you know, people will be looking for them, trust me. So, I don't know. I don't like it at all. They aren't even making any attempt that I know of, unless they're suppressing everything, that they're not trying to find out what the hell they are.
Right.
And who's sending them? Where are they coming from? That's what I want to know. Where are they coming from? And they follow. They lead and follow things and stuff. It's just the weirdest shit, Charlie. I'm sorry. I think the whole thing freaked up.
Yeah. What about Dad? What's he think?
Well, Dad's right. Here, Dad's here. He just got out of the shower. Dad, Charlie's asking about the drones. What do you think they are, and what do you think about them?
I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's too sketchy.
This case has stumped even the brightest minds in this field. My parents don't have an explanation for what's going on with these drones, though both of them expressed their surprise that more drones haven't been, like, shot down or anything. In Florida, we just recently had a guy shoot down a Walmart delivery drone, so I guess that's fresh in all of our noggins up here. Us Florida folk, I suppose, are more surprised that people aren't just going out in their backyard like Yosemite Sam, just blasting up in the air, shooting down all the drones in Jersey. But yeah, me personally, I subscribe to the belief that this is some kind of like military program that for some reason they're just doing in plain sight and they don't want to speak on it, so they're being very hush-hush about it. That's my guess. But I have no like evidence to back it up or anything. There's really so many different explanations that are being offered by tons and tons of people that there's just no way to know exactly what it is right now. But it is very fucking weird. So, yeah, I just want to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Did you see the video of a Florida judge using a VR headset during an assault trial? The defense attorney made a goofy 3D animation to show him what happened from his client's point of view. What?
During a stand your ground case, the defense used virtual reality to give the judge a full experience of what they say happened. In Local 10's Christina Vasquez live in Fort with our exclusive
some Sword Art Online shit.
Christina.
Taking you into it.
The defense attorney is court hearing.
This is when he pulls the gun out, when he's backed up against the bar.
At a stand your...
Holy. This was made in Second Life. Whoa. Why though? Why do this? This had to be some kind of racket. Like, this had to be, like, My friend's an animator, and he really, he just got let go from Ubisoft because they keep closing everything down. Maybe I can get him some work through making a recreation of a stand your ground case. Oh, fuck yeah. And then I'll have my client pay for that. Like, how do you even, like, sell that? Who pays for that? Someone that's smarter than me. How does that work? Because that's not free. Unless, of course, the lawyer himself is a part-time game developer. Machinima creators becoming crime recreators. What a glorious reality.
At a stand your ground hearing Tuesday,
Nobody backs off.
a Broward judge peered through a virtual reality headset.
These people are coming into his space, right?
And he's backing up.
And he's backing
so
up.
as not to be injured like his wife.
For an immersive experience,
What?
the artist designed to illustrate this defense expert's opinion.
It's like a chest-to-chest encounter, no matter where you look.
That based on his review of depositions, a site visit, and sworn witness statements to police.
This is actually a photograph from one of the videos, right?
Yeah.
This is the best case I've ever seen. We're finally in the future. This is like Demolition Man shit. Also, who brought in all the headsets? Is that taxpayer dollars? We got a big high-profile case coming in. We need $15,000. We gotta bring everyone some VR headsets. Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way. We can't just take his word for it. We need to see it in VR. It's a meta sponsorship. Honestly, I'm surprised the judge isn't freaking out. The judges in all of these court cases are usually such fucking fossils that I feel like if you put on the headset and took them into the fucking mainframe, they'd just be like flailing around and screaming. Ah! Ah! He's handling it well. I would definitely do this if I was a lawyer genius. I mean, it's not the worst idea ever, to be honest.
Chest-to-chest encounter, no matter where you look.
That based on his review of depositions, a site visit, and sworn witness statements to police.
This is actually a photograph from one of the videos, right?
Yes.
Miguel Abisu, the Southwest Ranch's wedding venue owner, facing 9 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for waving a gun at guests last year.
When he pulls the gun out, when he's backed up against the bar.
Did so in self-defense, he testified.
Standing right in his personal space, he still has not brought out his gun.
That is correct.
Placing the judge in the defendant's shoes.
No, I can see it. I'm there right now. I'm actually, I've mind jacked into the defendant. I see that. This is overwhelming. It's chest-to-chest contact. Is this Unreal 5? My God. Looks better than real life.
Get out.
His defense attorney works to convince the judge to give his client immunity under Florida's Stand Your Ground law.
I believe is the first time in the state of Florida, in a criminal or civil case, that virtual reality was admitted in evidence.
Probably is.
It may be
Yeah, probably is the first
in
time.
the United States that virtual reality was admitted into a criminal hearing.
Whoa, hold on, wait, just a second. I don't have this game on my Steam wish list. What's going on over here? This is a totally separate case. Is this guy attacking her with the end of a vacuum cleaner? And what does he have? What is going on? I need to be more familiar with the case here to really grasp all the lore. That's a cane. Is it? Oh, no, that's definitely a cane. You're right. That guy is way too young for a cane. What happened? Did he just grab the first weapon he could find to improvise with it?
And explore the precedent
Wii
that was
graphics.
set today.
Yeah.
The use of this technology in a courtroom setting. That's a digital exclusive deep dive for you that exists on our website. That's local10.com. Reporting live.
I'm actually going to check that out. I want to see your deep dive on this. I'll be honest with you. Local10.com. Let's see. They were able to get out, glass shattered everywhere, get out of this wedding facility, and wake up my client Mike, who was sleeping, and he told us what happened at the wedding facility. Having all that information, he immediately directed his wife to call 911, then needed to immediately, he believes, save his staff from injury or potentially death, save his building, his home, from people who were intoxicated at his wedding. So he went in there with the goal of de-escalating and having the party stop and everyone leave. So, I mean, far be it for me to question the experts. What makes this more reliable than just a normal testimony? Like, let's say you don't want to take him at his word. Well, this recreation is still from his perspective. So you're still going to have to take him at his word that you are getting the real story through his eyes. It doesn't really change the core here. You still are just going to have to take him at his word that what you're seeing in VR is the real deal. Probably just trying to make it feel more personal. That's true. Maybe that's what it is. Just to make it feel like, oh, okay, this is truly how you know, anxiety-inducing it was. Experiences that take place in virtual reality become part of users' autobiographical memory. As memories can impact users' self-perception, personal beliefs, and social interactions, story living in VR narratives can be used to manipulate memory and mold users' self according to the preferences of the VR narrative creators. This feels, I guess, topical here, about how it can teach people empathy. Experiences are what defines us as humans, so it's not surprising that an intense experience in VR is more impactful than imagining something. VR can create a powerful emotional connection between audience and subject. The way in which the medium engages audience with dramatic imagery and conveys a sense of presence could produce emotional oversaturation or worse, sensationalistic spectacle. This sense of authenticity leaves audiences vulnerable to traumatizing content or manipulation. Imagine an entire jury wearing VR headsets. I don't want to imagine that, man. It just sounds so fucking sad. I mean, maybe it's a really good tool, I don't know. I guess this is still a little too new for me to really understand why it'd be that much more useful than just hearing out, you know, the victim's testimony. I feel like most people, when hearing a testimonial, like, they should be able to understand, like, emotions behind some of it without getting, you know, the Unreal 2.5 demonstration in VR of it. The motion blur plus heartbeat and screen shake will go crazy. Oh, man. Imagine. They should start using the tools like in those Universal dark rides, like if the victim gets wet, they douse the jury with water. Yeah, I mean, if you want to turn it into like a spectacle, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done that more. Like when they're going through like the scenario and they're playing it out in the courtroom, they like throw blood at the jury, like, and look at what happened to his shirt with all the blood, and then like splash blood on him. Make it really interactive, I guess. Just make a movie about it at that point. Actually, kind of a banger idea. They should release this game. Like, you be the judge. That's what they could call it. This is a real stand your ground case that you can play on Steam right now. It'll help finance my legal fees. You put yourself in my position when I wave the gun around. Do you think I had a reasonable self-defense case? Kind of would go hard. Would you play it on stream? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy I would play that on stream. So it's gonna resume in February. Super interesting. Nice. That was cool. Do you think VR headsets would make people like jury duty? Brother, how would that make them like jury duty? They don't get to keep the headset. It's not a souvenir. If anything, it might be worse for people that get motion sickness. You have to spend like an additional like 5 hours just getting acclimated to VR so you don't puke at the stand. Or puke in the jury. Recently learned about this guy called the Silver Lake Spankologist, and I can't tell if it's real. It's a 70-year-old doctor who spanks people to cure them. There's a video on YouTube. It's safe.
I'm a spankologist, and I've been doing this for almost 40 years, and I am about to introduce this young man to a session.
It sounds like a threat. Jesus Christ. Man, he looks like, what's his name, Dr. Kevorkian? Let's take a peek at spankology. I might not be familiar with this discipline of medicine. Neurospankology, the neuroscience of spanking. Here's something from 7 years ago from BuzzFeed called We Tried Spank Therapy. So this looks like a real thing. I'm using the term real thing so loosely. I just mean there are some people that practice it.
And what's your name?
My name is Brace. About an hour ago, I was bent over the waist of a 72-year-old, I believe, man wearing a doctor's coat, who used his hand as an implement of both healing and pain.
So be comfortable.
Okay.
As all the best medicine does.
Position here, so you can hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did most of the talking. We just kind of let him show us what he was all about.
Stand over here. Now look at this. Now this is how you get access.
I see. Yeah. You want to touch him.
Okay, doctor, far be it from me to question a medical professional, but are we sure? Who's that helping? At the end, is it for her benefit or yours? Are you sure? You sure I can watch this here? This doesn't. I mean, it is medicine. At the end of the day, sometimes you got to do the dirty work of spanking a tuchus every now and then. Let me just skim through to make sure there's no like nudity. You can only do so much healing on a clothed bottom. We're going to need to take down her trousers here for this next procedure. She's got a lot of tension on her L4, and in order to relieve that, it's going to need to be skin-to-skin contact.
I came there to learn.
Here's the butthole here, and you're.
Oh, you're directly smacking the butthole.
Spanking actually cures people of high blood pressure, because
is that right?
Your butt will talk to you. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they talk to me.
They talk a lot of shit, I'll tell you that much.
What they can handle, what they can't. And I'm not a medical doctor, but I specialize in this particular area.
He's an asshole sorcerer.
This is not sexual. This is necessary.
What? You know, I just have maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe the reason I feel so fragile is I'm not having my brown balloon knot slapped enough. I need to book a spankology appointment.
His wife is the one that sending him.
And this is not sexual.
No.
Why do you caress it? How can that possibly help with the healing?
Looking for here.
Stress and stuff like that. You know.
No boner detected.
He had no boner detected when he spanked me.
I was more surprised that he was interested in my ass at all.
I don't think he's interested in it from a. I believe him.
Yeah.
She's got a good butt.
I'm pretty open-minded as a person.
Does this guy have a website? Can I book an appointment? I'll go out to Silver Lake for a little spank session. What was it, Dr. Don? You have no ass, though? Yeah, which will be a fine challenge for him. Dr. Don will see my Hank Hill cheeks, and he'll be like, well, we're going to have to figure something else out here. Then he'll start getting me with 1,000 years of pain spanks. Oh, no, he has a Facebook page. Oh, wow, wait, he's in L.A. He'd ask you to leave. He bends me over his leg, and he's like, you think this is a joke? You come to my sacred facility with these? Get out. Get out, scoundrel. It was like slapping therapy, but kinky. Yeah. They must come from the same discipline. I can't find any info on how I'd possibly book an appointment, but I am so curious. He does have a book, it's called Red Tail Bible. Oh yeah, you're right. Red Tail Bible from Dr. Don Edwards. For someone who's been involved in the world of BDSM for over 30 years, there's one particular thing that was missing when it came to adult spanking, and that's the specialty of male-to-male adult spanking. What? You just said this wasn't sexual, and you immediately referenced BDSM for your book? I don't know what to believe. Is this not supposed to be therapeutic? It's supposed to relieve high blood pressure, Don. I also appreciate that he was investigating. Like, he wasn't just in there, you know, lollygagging. He was in there trying to get down to the brass tacks. He was checking for boners. He was spreading his cheeks. Like, man was doing the due diligence. Don is a professional. He's got a couple books. So he's got the Red Tail Bible, which is about the spanking. He's got another one called Behind Closed Doors, The Secrecy of Darkness. If you've been spanked as a child and remember it was not fun, but lately you've been hearing more and more about adult spanking as part of a foreplay or brought up in playful conversation and start to wonder, now that you're an adult, how it may feel to either spank someone else or be spanked. How many books have you written on spanking, man? Here's another one. Spiral Dynamics in Action, Humanity's Master Code, Russian edition. I don't... How does this relate to spanking? Well, let me skim through. I'll have to watch the whole documentary on my own, but I want to skim through just a little bit. So it looks like they spend the day getting to know Dr. Don, and the spanking therapy is mainly just like the start of it. that got them interested in this really interesting character.
About history, do you think things could have gone differently if they had been spanked? Obviously, Hitler, but
if I could spank any president, it'd probably be John Kennedy.
Do you think Oswald acted alone?
Oswald, well, I don't even think Oswald did it.
Okay, let's talk about this.
Well, it went straight in. You know,
Asking the hard-hitting questions. It's about goddamn time. So then they get, oh man, they get deep. Like, this is what happens when you get spanked. You start opening up your third eye. And that's important. This is more than just relieving of high blood pressure. This is an awakening. Are we sure this is real? I mean, dude's written 2 books on it and he's selling the books. It seems like he's kind of based his whole life around his spankology. This also seems like it's kind of old. Like, this was posted 3 months ago, but I'm pretty sure this video is far older. At least based on this, because Dr. Don hasn't had a spankology session that I can track in quite a while. He's just getting so many bookings he can't keep it updated. That could be it. Well, this was an interesting little rabbit hole. I'm going to finish this documentary later. He's such an interesting character. Put his website in the Wayback Machine, and the quote that pops up is, "Bend over and take it like a man." Dr. Don, you dirty dog.